it is a real pleasure and honor to be here in Tartu. I'm very happy to be finally here because it was already in October of 2013 that Professor Endre Løkkevi invited me to come to Tartu, and the occasion for that was the celebration for the 75th birthday of Professor Rein Vihalem. I was unfortunately not able to come at the time, and very sadly, Professor Vihalem has since then died. I have met him twice at the International Society for the Philosophy of Chemistry conferences, which he was instrumental in organizing and once brought to Tartu before I was a member of that group. So I'm very, very sorry to miss him, but I'm glad to be delivering a series of talks which in many ways builds on the ideas of Professor Vihalem and Professor Løkkevi on what they call practical realism. So that is what I think of as Tartu philosophy, and I'm happy to be building positively on Tartu philosophy. So very happy being here. In this series of lectures this week, 4 of them, I seek to present a new direction in the philosophy of science. Now, these lectures are being given here for the first time, although there was a previous version which I gave in Bielefeld, which Lisa Heller has already heard, so apologies to you for repetitions. And some other occasions are little bits and pieces, but this week I'm giving you a new and hopefully improved synthesis. Part of my purpose is to make the philosophy of science truly relevant to scientific practice and to social concerns about the nature and role of knowledge in human life. Now, one might ask, and people do very often ask, what is the point of this strange academic discipline called the philosophy of science? The famous physicist Richard Feynman is said to have said once, philosophy of science is about as useful to scientists as ornithology is to birds. Meaning birds know very well how to be birds and do their birdie things without ornithologists telling them how to be birds. And he thought it was like that with scientists and philosophers of science. Now, because you're sitting in this room attending this lecture, you must think there is some point to this business of philosophy of science. Even if you're not yourself a philosopher of science, still, I think it will be useful to think about the purpose of this business and articulate it more sharply. So that's what I'm going to try to do. The most important step I want to take in this series of lectures is to offer a realistic ideal of knowledge. Instead of the common idea that lay people and philosophers alike have, that science should give us proven universal truth about the reality lying behind observable appearances. I think we have all seen the unproductive reaction that sets in when science fails to attain this impossible ideal. So when science is shown to be imperfect, a false equivalency opens up. People say, oh, evolution is just a theory, so it should be treated equally with creationism or intelligent design, a particular problem in the United States. Or the theory of anthropogenic climate change, they say, is not proven completely, so it is only as good as its denial. If science pretends to give us absolutely proven knowledge, the opponents of science have an easy job. They only have to show that science falls short of that impossible standard, rather than needing to show that their own nonsense is actually better than science, according to some reasonable criteria that we can all agree. So you get phenomena like this. It is impossible to escape this man, so I might as well just get him out of the way. Donald Trump actually tweeted in 2012 that global warming was a Chinese hoax. something the Chinese made up in order to hurt American industry by tying it up with regulations. And when challenged about this, people who support this kind of idea say, well, science doesn't prove anything either. So this is as good as science. No, we have to resist this kind of way of thinking. So in order to avoid these evils, what we need to do is make an operational ideal that captures our best epistemic practices while accepting that they can be improved further and indicating how that might be done. By an operational ideal, I mean something that we can actually put into practice, right? Rather than something like the philosophical idea of correspondence to unobservable reality that our statements are supposed to attain. More on that tomorrow. Among philosophers who care about the place of science in society, there's a great felt need for philosophy of science fit for purpose in informing scientific practice and its social engagements. This is the kind of thing that we do in the society I helped to found, called Society for Philosophy of Science in Practice, SPSP. Now, removing this illusory ideal of knowledge that I've just mentioned requires a reform of the very notion of truth and reality that's prevalent in philosophical discourse. The most relevant battleground here is the fierce, long-standing debate on scientific realism. I wish to turn away from standard realist attempt to show that the impossible is somehow possible, that empirical science can attain assured truth about what goes beyond experience. I would like to rescue the notion of realism from the so-called realist philosophers, who are usually the most unrealistic of people. I want to reshape realism into a doctrine that is useful for scientists and others who engage in empirical inquiries. So I'm currently working on a book entitled Realism for Realistic People, and I'm very pleased to be presenting a sketch of that book here in Tartu. As I mentioned, it's been given in many places in different parts, but this, I think, is the first time I can see the shape of the whole thing clearly enough, so I hope you can see it too. It's certainly a work in progress, and I really welcome questions, suggestions, objections, particularly for those of you participating in the workshop, but for everybody attending today and the rest of the week. Now, I said I want to reform the philosophy of science through a revitalized pragmatist philosophy. Pragmatism, I think, is our best hope for philosophical framework that will facilitate proper attention to how science is actually practiced. Among the original American pragmatist philosophers, I'm looking especially to John Dewey and someone you may not know much about, Clarence Irving Lewis, C.I. Lewis, not David Lewis, the more famous philosopher, nor C.S. Lewis, who wrote The Lion, the Witch, and the rest of it. There are certainly some more recent philosophers, too, who have already anticipated much of what I'm trying to articulate. So Hilary Putnam's idea of what he called internal realism, which he later said he should have called pragmatic realism, is clearly one of these predecessors to what I'm trying to do. The Chilean philosopher of physics, Roberto Torretti, he has advanced a similar view. And I also find great affinity to Sami Pihlström in Finland, who has advanced a pragmatist neo-Kantian set of ideas. Now, I hope to have some time to discuss some of these ideas more in the rest of these lectures. But one main predecessor I must mention is, again, Professor Vihalem with his practical realism, whose main ideas I just present here, quoting from the summary made by Professor Lakivi and Professor Vihalem in 2012. And I mean, these are crucial ideas for the kind of philosophy I'm trying to do. I agree with almost every word of what I'm quoting here, it's very important to start by recognizing that what science does is not representing the world as it really is from a God's eye point of view, and to recognize that scientific research is a practical activity, a purposeful and critical, theory-guided material interference with nature. Right? And we recognize the social and historical dimensions of scientific practice, and they emphasize that it is a kind of realism because it is about how we engage with what we must call the real world. So I agree with very nearly everything here. So how do I propose to add to these words and the explanations that they have given of these words in many papers over the years? Now, in a way, at the end of the day, you might say, yeah, it's just the same thing. And I would be happy with that. But it will be presented in my own way. It is by attempting a more systematic and in-depth understanding of scientific practice in terms of the epistemic activities that constitute the acquisition, the evaluation, and the use of knowledge that I intend to contribute more to the work that you see summarized here. So this is the plan for this week's lectures. In the remainder of lecture 1 today, I'm going to review the basic meaning of pragmatism and discuss how a pragmatist analysis of science can move actually forward, how to actually do pragmatist philosophy. The crucial concept in my account, which will be explained in detail in lecture 2 tomorrow, is the notion of what I have called operational coherence, by which I mean a harmonious fitting together of actions that is conducive to the successful achievement of our aims, rather than logical consistency or any other inferential relation holding among a set of propositions. Tomorrow, I'm also going to propose a new philosophical theory of truth based on this notion of operational coherence. I called this originally Coherence, Truth, and Reality, but that's clearly too much to fit into one lecture. So reality will come into lecture 3, in which I will lay out my own position on the issue of scientific realism, which will be a development of the doctrine of what I called active realism in chapter 4 of this book, which was already mentioned, which is the main text for the seminars happening in the mornings. My position will be based on a coherence-based notion of reality, as well as truth. So these notions of truth and reality will serve as the backbone of my realism for realistic people. And then lecture 4 will offer another layer of meaning in pragmatism, which I will then take as a thoroughgoing and complete empiricism motivated by a humanist view on science. And I'm going to close by showing how that outlook leads us back to pluralism, which is a main theme of the book of 2012. So that's the whole plan for the next 4 days. Now let me start seriously into lecture 1 by asking the obvious question: what is pragmatism? Which I keep mentioning. Now, some of you I know a lot about this, so if the next 10 minutes is very introductory, just bear with me, because I'm assuming there are some of you in the audience who don't spend every day worrying about what pragmatism is. So let's start with the dictionary, as we do when we are being lazy, and these days that means Google, right? Actually, Google's not too bad on the definition of pragmatism. It says it is an approach that evaluates theories or beliefs in terms of the success of their practical application. The old-fashioned Webster dictionary is a bit better. It reminds us that pragmatism is an American movement in philosophy founded by Charles Sanders Peirce and William James, and marked by the doctrines that the meaning of conceptions is to be sought in their practical bearings, that the function of thought is to not go too, sorry about that, to guide action, and that truth is preeminently to be tested by the practical consequences of belief. The Webster definition, which you just saw, is actually quite a good representation of what Peirce called famously the pragmatist maxim, which is summarized as follows by James, actually. To attain perfect clearness in our thoughts of an object, we only need consider what conceivable effect of a practical kind the object may involve, what sensations we are to expect from it, and what reactions we must prepare. So not only observation, but active engagement. As Christopher Hookway, British philosopher, put it, the pragmatist maxim is a distinctive rule or method for becoming reflectively clear about the content of concepts and hypotheses. We clarify a hypothesis by identifying its practical consequences. So in this way, pragmatism shares much with what was called operationalism in the rather homegrown philosophy of the physicist Percy Bridgman, and also with verificationism as the logical positivist of the Vienna Circle proposed. This focus on meanings of concepts and hypotheses continues in the current pragmatist works of Robert Brandom, Hugh Price, and many other philosophers. Now, William James, along similar lines, presented pragmatism as, quote, a method for settling metaphysical disputes that might otherwise be interminable. So he says, unless some practical difference would follow from one or the other sides being correct, the dispute is idle. That's a little bit similar to the Vienna Circle's arguments against metaphysics, right? And James gave this famous example involving a situation with a squirrel. Now, Ave and Zhenya kindly took me to some beautiful places in Estonia last week. I was hoping to get a picture of an Estonian squirrel, but I didn't see any. I think it was too cold, or maybe we were too scary. These are the American gray squirrels, which are anyway what William James and his friends would have been looking at. Those guys are not very afraid of humans. Anyway, Hookway explains that James explained this point with a memorable illustration of pragmatism in action. This shows how the pragmatist maxim enables us to diffuse an apparently insoluble, albeit trivial, dispute. So this is how it goes. On a visit to the mountains, William James's friends engaged in a ferocious metaphysical dispute about a squirrel that was hanging onto one side of a tree trunk while a human observer was standing on the other side. Okay, so me here, tree, squirrel on the other side, which I cannot see, right? And this is James's own description now. This human witness tries to get sight of the squirrel by moving rapidly around the tree, but no matter how fast he goes, the squirrel moves as fast in the opposite direction and always keeps the tree between himself and the man, so that never a glimpse of the squirrel is caught. The resultant metaphysical problem now is this: does the man go round the squirrel or not? And the story goes, James's friends argued and argued about this all afternoon, and James came to rescue the situation by clarifying the problem, by pointing out that which answer is correct depends on what you practically mean by going round or around. If you mean passing from the north of the squirrel to the east, then south, then west, then the answer to the question is yes, you have gone around the squirrel while he was stuck on the tree. If, on the other hand, you mean first in front of the squirrel, facing it, then to his right, then behind him, looking at the back, then to his left, before returning to being in front of him again, then the answer is no. You've only ever faced the front of the squirrel. So what's the problem, right? Pragmatic clarification gives a disambiguation of the question, and once that is done, all dispute comes to an end. This method promises to eliminate all apparently irresolvable metaphysical disputes. So, yeah, nice story. But you might ask, isn't what James is doing just a matter of defining one's terms carefully, right? He's shown you that going around actually has two different meanings. That way of taking pragmatism is symptomatic of what may be called semantic pragmatism, which I called semantic earlier, right? My own emphasis is quite different, though not opposed to this tradition of pragmatism. I follow Philip Kitcher's sentiment that this kind of attempt to interpret pragmatism ends up domesticating it, taming it, making it innocuous, making it like, a slightly interesting way of still doing normal philosophy. My take on it, following Kitcher a bit, is a bit different. So my own inclination is to take pragmatism to be a philosophy that actually helps us do things better, not just think more clearly about what words mean. And here I recall the famous phrase, the title of a book by J.L. Austin, How to Do Things with Words, which means that, in fact, semantics itself should be recognized as a tool for effective action. Social action could not be effective without a shared basis of meaning. Even for individual action, a clear specification and understanding of the meaning of concepts is essential for the coherence of our enterprises. So let's return to James's squirrel for a moment. His disambiguation of going around could be done in the abstract, as I just had presented, but it is only significant, the disambiguation is only significant when it is taken in relation to pragmatic ends. If your objective is to make a fence, for example, to enclose and trap the squirrel, then when you've done what the situation in James's story is, yes, you have gone around the squirrel. You can fence it. But if your objective is to help the squirrel, because you think there was an injury, a wound on the back, and you want to see if the wound has healed, you need to get behind the squirrel. You have not managed to achieve that in that situation. So you have failed to go around the squirrel in that case. So even semantics, I think, is best understood in connection with practical action and derives its most significance in connection with action. Now, all pragmatists would agree that we should pay attention to practical consequences of knowledge. They're always talking about consequences of beliefs. But more fundamentally, I think, we need to understand the nature of knowledge itself in the domain of action. So pragmatist philosophical attention needs to be turned not only to the consequences of holding certain beliefs, but to the process itself of knowledge production. More broadly, we need a pragmatist elucidation of epistemic practices. What do we actually do in order to gain knowledge, to test knowledge, to improve it, as well as to use it? How best do we organize and support such epistemic actions that we engage in? If we conceive pragmatism generally as a philosophical commitment to engage with practices, then pragmatist epistemology will concern itself with all practices relating to knowledge. Pragmatist analysis can be taken as the understanding of knowledge in terms of epistemic actions. So we ask, what is knowledge according to pragmatism? If pragmatism means paying attention to such epistemic activities and their consequences, what does that imply about the nature of knowledge? So we come to the fundamental question of epistemology. The overall direction in which I want to go is to move beyond what I'm calling the propositional conception of knowledge, by which I mean the common philosophical notion that knowledge, or at least a kind of knowledge that deserves the attention of epistemologists, consists in possessing the right sort of belief in the right sort of propositions or statements. I'm going to use proposition and statement interchangeably. Some of you may object to that, but we can fix that problem easily enough if we need to. Any doubt that such a view is taken as common sense among English-speaking analytic philosophers would be quickly dispelled by a cursory look even at basic philosophical reference works. So here I'm showing you the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, a very trusted common source. And here's another one, the Internet Encyclopedia, where it says, yeah, you know, there are many kinds of things we could call knowledge, but the author here, Tronchalito, says epistemologists typically only focus on propositional knowledge, something which can be expressed by a declarative sentence which purports to describe a fact or a state of affairs, right? Now, I don't know how many of you have suffered through Introduction to Analytical Epistemology, what Americans might call Epistemology 101. If you have, you know that epistemologists have spent a lot of time debating the old conception of knowledge as justified through belief and all the recognized difficulties of that conception and how it might be modified so that it can survive these difficulties. For those of you who haven't had that experience of analytical epistemology, I just give you a classic example. Good example of the kind of debate that traditional Anglophone epistemologies spend their time worrying about. So here, I take this from Wikipedia to convince you that this is really completely general and common, right? In the 1966 scenario known as the sheep in the field, Roderick Chisholm asks us to imagine that someone is standing outside the field looking at something that looks like a sheep, although in fact it is a dog disguised as a sheep. Very typical analytic philosophy move. Right? They believe that there's a sheep in the field, and in fact they are right, because there is a sheep behind the hill in the middle of the field that they cannot see. Hence, they have a justified true belief that there is a sheep in the field, but that belief knowledge, right? A classic example of the so-called Gettier problem. Wikipedia goes on to say this is a landmark philosophical work. Now, we can amuse ourselves with such problems, but that's not going to help us much in the understanding of any actual field of empirical inquiry. Now, of course, it is good to be reminded that we sometimes end up believing the right thing for the wrong reasons, and we're not going to be stuck forever at Epistemology 101. And, you know, extremely smart people have done extremely good work on this kind of problem, but I just think it's the wrong starting point. And maybe a little bit of a waste of very smart people's brains to worry so much about this kind of problem. So I've chosen to take my own lessons from the history of science, where I can see knowledge actually being made and assessed and used. So my motivations for moving away from the propositional conception of knowledge really comes from the needs of the philosophy of science, rather than epistemology or other branches of philosophy. To get our intuitions going, let's briefly consider some examples of the kind of things that we should want to know in science, in addition to, yes, some facts. Here it's instructive to listen to Gilbert Ryle's insight, who says, "The advance of knowledge does not consist only in the accumulation of discovered truths, but also and chiefly in the cumulative mastery of methods," Ryle said. In advancing scientific knowledge, we should want to know, for example, how to analyze a complex organic molecule to ascertain its molecular composition and structure. We want to know how to learn and teach such a skill as well as knowing how to do it. We want to know not only the trajectory of a planet, but how to compute it, which involves knowing how to solve the equation of the basic physics involved. And we also want to know how to come up with such equations in the first place. We want to know how to measure temperature and humidity, the rate of inflation, the level of well-being of a population. We want to know how to synthesize a new pharmaceutical agent and how to assess its clinical efficacy. We want to know how to make a superconductor that will operate at the room temperature if we can. We want to know how to sequence a DNA molecule, how to run a Monte Carlo simulation of an experiment that we cannot carry out physically, how to model a complex situation as a causal graph, etc., etc. These are all the kinds of how-to things that we want to know in science. We should want to have an epistemology, therefore, that can address these items of knowledge as ability in a direct way, rather than skirting around them in an awkward and roundabout way, treating the knowledge as ability as the applications of propositions that we believe, or as some incidental accompaniment to propositions. So that's one source of motivation I have. How do we talk in an instructive way about the knowledge of this kind that is absolutely essential for science? How to? Another source of motivation for getting away from the propositional conception of knowledge is the work of Thomas Kuhn and others, who took a serious historical look at the development of scientific knowledge. Philosophers had usually conceived the task of judgment facing scientists as the problem of theory choice. Right? What Kuhn has shown quite convincingly is that scientists' choice at the most crucial moments in the history of science was between entire paradigms rather than merely between competing theories. Now, what exactly Kuhn meant by paradigm is famously debatable, but at least it had to be admitted by everyone who took Kuhn seriously enough, had to be admitted that a paradigm contained particular methods of work and criteria of judgment, as well as straightforward descriptive statements. So theory choice, what used to be called theory choice, came to be seen by philosophers of science to be inextricably linked to and essentially dependent on choices concerning non-propositional aspects of science, such as methods and judgment criteria, right? This, I think, is at the heart of Kuhnian incommensurability problem, much more important than its semantic aspect, which is discussed more commonly. Whether or not one agrees with everything Kuhn says, it has to be admitted that the unit of analysis employed in philosophy of science must include something going beyond propositions. Now, I'm saying that the propositional conception of knowledge is the wrong place to start in philosophy of science from a pragmatist point of view. I don't want to deny the importance of propositional knowledge, but I want to pay attention to other aspects of what we commonly call knowledge, which cannot comfortably be fitted into a propositional framework. The proposal I'd like to make is that knowledge should be understood as an ability to achieve certain aims. I'm not going to pretend that the move I'm making is a new one. It was already over 70 years ago that Gilbert Ryle, whom I mentioned before, Oxford philosopher, presented his distinction between what he called knowing that and knowing how, and stressed the independence and importance of knowing how compared to knowing that. It is an important and meaningful thing to say that I know how to do X, right? I imagine that there are roughly equivalent expressions in most languages. I'm not sure, but I'm guessing. Now, from what I already know about the workshop participants, I think there are at least 16 languages that we together speak. There's probably more from other people. So if there is any language actually that doesn't have an expression like I know how to do something, I would be very interested to know. Because we so easily get trapped in thinking in one language and imagine that the habits of a particular language we speak express something universal about human thinking, but it's so often not the case. So it is important to understand what this means, to know how to do something. And also, I think it should not be taken for granted that knowledge as the ability to do things is in some way inferior or subordinate to knowledge as information storage and retrieval. So I believe that distinguishing between knowledge as ability and knowledge as information is a cogent way of expressing what Ryle was trying to get at by his distinction between knowing how and knowing that. I mean, the specific formulation Ryle gave has some difficulties with which people have been arguing about. So I'm going to stick to my own formulation here. It's knowledge as ability versus knowledge as information. And Ryle was not alone in this, of course. Somehow, the direction of epistemology, pioneered by him and his fellow travelers such as Austin that I already mentioned, not to mention the later Wittgenstein, somehow this direction has become sidelined in the mainstream of analytical philosophy, which is ironic because these people did so much to establish analytic philosophy in the first place. There are also important outliers active in the early and middle parts of the 20th century, including Michael Polanyi with his notion of tacit knowledge, Marjorie Green with her notion of the epistemic agent, Percy Bridgman, whom I mentioned earlier, with his doctrine of operationalism. I think there are various good reasons for return to this kind of way of thinking about philosophy, which I'm trying to capture under the umbrella of pragmatism. Now, one important issue that deserves further consideration is the precise relation between knowledge as information and knowledge as ability. So here I would like to propose a philosophical experiment in the spirit of Ryle. Why don't we try to see knowledge as information as actually subordinate to knowledge as ability, and see how that way of thinking goes. It may generate some useful insights. If so, we will have learned some interesting things. If not, we can abandon the experiment and go back to the old way of thinking. Now, there are two different senses in which knowledge as ability is somehow larger than knowledge as information. Firstly, I believe that Ryle was correct in saying knowledge how is a concept logically prior to the concept of knowledge that. And knowing that presupposes knowing how. Knowledge as ability, I think, first of all, historically precedes knowledge as information, at least to the extent that knowledge as information is expressed verbally, and non-linguistic animals have a great deal of knowing how, right? Ability to do things. Think about the spider building its web, the crow using sticks and pebbles as tools, etc. So historically, right, knowledge began with non-verbal knowledge on which verbal knowledge was founded, and that's a different point, right? I think knowledge as ability is also logically prior to knowledge as information, because knowledge as information has to be expressed in language, and learning and using language actually requires knowledge as ability of the tacit kind very often. This is the kind of point that Michael Polanyi, Ludwig Wittgenstein, and Gilbert Ryle himself made very nicely, I think. In the other direction, knowledge as information enters as an important contributing element in knowledge as ability. Ryle, again, says, effective possession of a piece of knowledge that involves knowing how to use it when required for the solution of other theoretical or practical problems. And he makes an interesting distinction between what he calls the museum possession and the workshop possession of knowledge. You may just have information, or you may be able to actually use it in practical activity, which is better. In a narrowly pragmatic vein, we would ask, what is the use of belief? More generally, we should ask how beliefs fit into our epistemic activities and into a broader sense of knowledge. If we put together these last two aspects of the embedding of knowledge as information into knowledge as ability, then we can begin to see belief in propositions as one particular aspect of knowledge rather than the core or essence of knowledge. So we gain a picture in which knowing as information merely constitutes intermediate stages and aspects of a continually evolving system of knowledge as ability. To be a bit metaphorical, knowledge as information may only be flickering moments in the continual creation and use of knowledge as ability, and propositional belief only occasional crystallizations in that flow of activity. So this is a picture I really take from John Dewey's notion of how inquiry works out and how the conclusion of one inquiry is only the beginning of another one, and how we learn methods of learning as we learn about specific things. So it's this whole continually flowing, iterative notion of empirical learning that Dewey promotes. And for those in the workshop, I will discuss more of that tomorrow morning. Now, I think there's much more to say about all that, but I think I've said enough. I hope I've said enough by now to convince you that pragmatism provides a productive framework for the philosophical analysis of the nature of scientific knowledge. If so, the next step is to articulate that framework in a more precise and usable way. And that is one of the main contributions that I want to make in order to give more significance to practical realism and other similar doctrines. Now, one way to express this aim is to say that I want to know what pragmatism implies for the practice of philosophy of science. Not only pragmatism talking about scientific practice, but if we are pragmatists, how should we do philosophy? What do we actually do when we practice epistemology in a pragmatist way? And what are the benefits of that? In some previous publications, I have proposed that scientific work, as well as non-scientific but knowledge-related aspects of living, can be analyzed in terms of what I called epistemic activities and systems of practice, in conscious opposition to the more customary analysis of scientific knowledge as consisting of propositions. And I try to motivate that move in the earlier part of this lecture. So now let's be a little bit more precise about this. Those of you who've read the Is Water H2O book have already seen these formulations. But for the rest of you, I repeat. An epistemic activity defined as a more or less coherent set of mental or physical operations that are intended to contribute to the production or improvement of knowledge in a particular way. I think I'm going to have to add the use of knowledge here as well, but it's something I'm thinking about. And it's done in accordance with some discernible rules, although the rules may be unarticulated. Now, there are three important things to note immediately about the kind of analysis that's based on the notion of epistemic activities, what I'm going to refer to as activity-based analysis of scientific practice. First, when we think in terms of activities, we keep in mind clearly the aims that scientists are trying to achieve in each and every situation. Again, not just scientists, but everyone who's doing anything. The presence and operation of an identifiable aim, again, even if the aim is not explicitly articulated by the actors themselves, this is what distinguishes actions and activities from mere physical happenings involving body parts. I mean, when we say something is an activity, when we say somebody is taking an action, there has to be a recognizable aim. Right? And that's very important, I think. This is something that's so often missing in the standard analysis of science by philosophers. What are these people trying to achieve when they're doing their science? And philosophers often just don't think about that. We sort of assume in an unreflective way. Of course, they must be trying to reach the truth. But in fact, very often scientists are not even trying to do that. So we'll talk about more of that kind of thing in more detail later. The second point I want to emphasize is that once we start thinking about epistemic activities, it's very easy to note the presence of very diverse types of activities present in scientific practice. So let's think again in specific terms. What kind of things do scientists do when they do science? For example, if you look at the work of the historian of science, John Pickstone, who taught at Manchester University for a long time, and he's following Alistair Crombie and Ian Hacking here, he identifies some important types of scientific practices, which he calls, one, postulation in axiomatic sciences, two, experimental exploration and measurement of complex detectable relations, three, hypothetical modeling, four, ordering of variety by comparison and taxonomy, five, statistical analysis of populations, and six, historical derivations of genetic development. I mean, very different kinds of things that we routinely engage in scientific practice, right? Now, these methodologies that Pickstone identifies are specific and complex syntheses of a number of different kinds of basic epistemic activities. The more basic activities could be conceived under headings such as describing something, or predicting something, or explaining, or hypothesizing, testing, observing, detecting, measuring, classifying, representing, modeling, simulating, synthesizing and analyzing, abstracting and idealizing. The list goes on there. So many kinds of epistemic activities that we engage in. And we need to start, right, analyzing what happens when we do each of these things. It's going to be a lot of work to do. Third, most epistemic activities have physical, mental, and social dimensions simultaneously. Some types of epistemic activities may seem primarily physical and others primarily mental. However, making anything work in science will need to involve an active integration of the physical and the mental within a well-defined social setting. Let me just give you one example. Take something that's usually considered by philosophers perhaps as far removed from actions as possible, the definition of a concept. But I want to let's ask not about the nouns, but the verbs. Not about definitions, but defining. What do we have to do in order to give a definition of a concept? So, what does one do in order to define a scientific term? We have to do lots of different things. First, we have to formulate formal conditions for the correct verbal and mathematical use of the concept. We have to construct physical instruments and procedures for measurement, standard tests, and other manipulations. We also have to organize people, preferably into a committee, to monitor the agreed use of the concept and devise also methods to punish people who don't adhere to such agreed uses. In one stroke, we have brought into consideration all kinds of unexpected things, ranging from operationalism to the sociology of scientific institutions. Something like, 1 meter or 1 kilogram would not and could not mean what it means without a whole variety of epistemic actions coordinated and regulated by the body called the International Bureau of Weights and Measures, right? A global organization headquartered in Paris, maintained by an international treaty initially negotiated more than 100 years ago. Again, even semantics is a matter of doing, as Wittgenstein and the pragmatist taught us a long time ago. So, how each epistemic activity works is complex enough. In addition, we must note that epistemic activities normally do not and should not occur in isolation. Rather, each one tends to be practiced in relation to some others, constituting together a whole system. A scientific system of practice is formed by a coherent and interacting set of epistemic activities performed with a view to achieve certain aims. It is the overall aims of a system of practice that define what it means for the system to be coherent. Let me illustrate briefly with an example, which workshop participants have seen in chapter 1 of my book. Right? Antoine Lavoisier, at the end of the 18th century, created a new system of chemistry whose main activities included making various chemical reactions involving gases, tracking chemical substances through weight measurement, classifying compounds according to their compositions, and analyzing organic substances by combustion. This system had an overall aims, which included determining the composition of various substances and explaining chemical reactions in terms of the composition of the substances. So when you try to analyze a phase of science in this way, I hope you can see the real difference between this way of looking at what Lavoisier is doing and the usual philosopher's way of saying, right, Lavoisier had the oxygen theory of chemistry. Was it true or not true? Was it at least more true than the phlogiston theory or not? That just loses the entire depth and complexity and real excitement, I would even say, of this kind of practice. The coherence of a system goes beyond mere consistency between propositions involved in its activities. Rather, coherence consists in various activities coming together in an effective way towards the achievement of the aims of the system. Now, coherence is going to be the main topic of tomorrow's lecture, so I won't go on much more about that. It may be instructive to draw a comparison and contrast between my notion of systems of practice and Kuhn's notion of paradigms. So there are some clear similarities, but there are also significant differences, which was enough to make me make up a new concept, right? I was trying to do with Kuhn's paradigms, but it just didn't work. Why? As Kuhn freely admitted, he used the term paradigm in two main senses, which were very different. The first was an exemplar, right? A very successful instance of scientific work which other people try to emulate, right? This just didn't fit into what I was trying to express with my notion of systems. The second sense, what Kuhn called the disciplinary matrix, is akin to my concept, but for two reasons I don't find it helpful. First, I think we need a concept much more definite and orderly than the Kuhnian paradigm as disciplinary matrix, which incorporated all kinds of elements ranging from fundamental metaphysical principles to institutional structures, with no definite indication of how the whole thing holds together. I mean, I think scientific practice does incorporate all those things, but Kuhn didn't tell you how exactly they fitted together. Kuhn's paradigm concept is also too closely tied to his view of scientific development, which maintained that a paradigm should enjoy a monopoly over an entire scientific discipline in normal phases of science. I have both descriptive and normative objections to that presumption of monopoly. That's my pluralism, which I'll return to in the last lecture. So I don't want to focus too much on the discussion of Kuhn right now. The main point is that systems of practice, I hope, provide the right kind of unit of analysis when we are discussing many crucial issues in the philosophy of science, such as theory choice, realism, pluralism, and progress. Now, just one final set of notes about these notions of activities and practices, systems. You may have noticed that the mention of aims and coherence occur in my characterization of both epistemic activities and systems of practice. I'm particularly worried about the coherence thing, which wasn't explained very well in the first place. This may enhance a sense some of you might have that there's the levels of description quite confused here. So you might ask, isn't each epistemic activity in itself a system of activities? Doesn't combustion analysis, for example, consist of various simpler activities, such as burning something, absorbing the combustion product using other chemicals, weighing those resulting compounds, and making percentage calculations? That's how Lavoisier was analyzing organic compounds in terms of how much oxygen, carbon, and hydrogen were contained in each. And isn't it the case that even those simpler activities in themselves consist of yet simpler activities? So if you take just the act of weighing, right? Doesn't it now consist in the placing of samples and standard weights on the pans of a balance, reading the number of the scale? So, I mean, it looks like every time you pick up an activity, it actually consists in a whole other set of whole other activities. There's no clear end to this process of activity analysis, and I don't think you would gain very much by attempting to reach a rock bottom of atomic activities. I'm not going to go deeply into the metaphysics of action and activities today. The point is that when I distinguish higher and lower levels of description, that's only relative and context dependent. There's no lowest level of description, nor absolutely more or less complex activities. So that's the spirit in which I employ the terminology of epistemic activity and system of practice. So in each situation in which we study a body of scientific practice, I'm proposing to call the overall aspect, overall object, a system, the big circle in that picture. So I'm calling it a system when it's desired that we should study more closely different aspects of that system, which I call epistemic activities. And then when we want to study in more detail what each activity consists of, calling the littler things operations. This is terminology I used in a separate paper, and the picture is helpfully drawn by my commentators, Lena Soler and Régis Catino, who said, this is too confusing, we need a picture. But the point is that where you are focusing your attention, the thing you want to study must be identified as the system, and then you can drill down. So this way, my framework is applicable at all levels and can be zoomed in and out to suit any place that we want to focus on. So I'm just giving you that in case you had this problem, which I myself had when I was writing this. Right? So this multi-level analysis is done without implying a reductionist metaphysics of action, in which a system is made by a simple addition of various activities which do not really have any connection with each other. So this picture isn't perfect because it is not showing the linkages and the coherence between the different elements, but we'll talk more about that tomorrow. The structure of actions and processes are not atomistic, unlike the structure of things and statements. So just for a quick example, the activity, so go back to the activity of weighing stuff in a balance, and we talked about the sub-activity or operation of placing a standard weight on one side, right, to balance out the thing you want to weigh, right? But even this apparently simple thing, right, the activity of placing standard weights on a balance pan inevitably includes activities supporting our assumption that what we are handling are indeed the correct standard weights, right? So that actually has this sub-activity of certification, right, which may consist in ordering the weights from a reliable supplier, or it may consist in comparing them to a more trusted set of weights, which you already know are good, or checking them against certain natural phenomena, for example, the weight of a certain volume of water at a certain temperature. Whichever of these options we go with, it's clear that this subordinate activity of certifying the standard weight we use is in no way simpler than the main activity of weighing with a balance. So that's the way in which the composition of actions and activities is really not atomistic. So the relation between various epistemic activities is ultimately non-reductive, and it is reticular, a net-like structure. Although in many situations we can gain some useful insights by thinking of an activity as made up of various components. So that's all I'm going to say for now about how we do activity-based analysis of scientific practice. And if you forget everything else, carry home the sense that it's really quite complicated. Right? It's not so simple as writing down a theory as a set of propositions and asking, is it true? Right? It takes a lot more to understand what actually goes in science. So let me summarize what we've done so far and quickly anticipate tomorrow's lecture. So I presented to you the idea of pragmatism as the study of epistemic action, right? By which I mean what we actually do in order to gain and use knowledge. I mean, that's the main point I want you to, well, there are three main points. The first one, this is why I care about pragmatism. This is why I think it's relevant to philosophy of science. In the second main part of this lecture, I try to make an argument to the effect that we should see knowledge primarily as ability rather than primarily as information. I try to give you arguments for making that step. And in the third part, I try to illustrate how one actually does this activity-based analysis or operational analysis of scientific practice. Again, the emphasis is on thinking about what do we actually do when we gain knowledge? What do we actually do when we try to make knowledge better? What do we actually do when we use knowledge and when we test it and when we make arguments about what kind of knowledge is good? What do we actually do? That's always the question. I'm saying it over and over to just fix it in your head. What do we actually do? So in the next lecture, I'm going to give a focused discussion of the concept of coherence, which I already admitted was not very well characterized in my book. It's going to be crucial to the understanding of how epistemic activities work out. And here, I mean, this is crucial when I'm trying to move away from the propositional concept of knowledge, right? Because with the propositional concept, what you have to do is quite clear, right? You have certain propositions that you want to believe in, and you have to check if these propositions correspond to reality. Or if you're some other kind of philosopher, you say you have a whole bunch of propositions you believe, and you want to at least check their mutual consistency. But that's a logical relation. We know how to check that. What do I mean by coherence of an activity? I mean, this is what I'm going to try to spell out tomorrow, because I know in terms of what I've already published, it's not clear. And this is what I'm trying to work out. So the second half of tomorrow's lecture will then be using the concept of coherence, which I want to clarify, to have a new pragmatist definition of truth, which again is going to be crucial if the kind of pragmatism I'm trying to advance is going to work as a doctrine of epistemology. So I've gone on a little bit longer than I planned. Thank you for your patience with that. And we still have a little bit of time for questions, I think. So thank you.
lecture. I have a question on your philosophical experiment on know how, know that. Because it reminds me of another famous philosophical experiment of the sort in Popper. In 1972, an objective knowledge.
Yeah.
He tries to figure out a world in which all our technology is destroyed, but still our libraries are intact.
Yes.
And he says, it will be hard, but we will be able to reconstruct all our technology and all our concrete knowledge about things that we use to produce further knowledge by using the propositional knowledge.
Yeah.
And almost 40 years later, Baird turned the argument upside down. And he said, oh, if our libraries were destroyed, it will be hard, but we will be able to reconstruct only by having our scientific instruments all the knowledge we had in terms of propositions. So this is just to say, it seems to me that your philosophical argument is like, goes in parallel with either two, more with Baird.
Yeah, it's more with Baird.
Yeah.
Yes, but not entirely, I think, right? So what I would say about that experiment is if we just had the libraries, but nothing material left, yes, by working very hard with the text, we will be able to reinvent all the instruments and other technological apparatus. No guarantee, but I think we will be able to do it. But I think the situation is symmetric. If we only had the apparatus, I think it would be also required to have put in some really hard work, right, to generate the propositional knowledge that the libraries used to contain.
Yeah. The real question was, it seems that this sort of counterfactual thought experiment would work either way. But still, to me, it seems that you want to offer a picture in which there is a subordination of the know-that in terms of the know-how. And I was wondering, why do we really want to have a sort of reductionist subordination of one to the other, and not to look for a codependence or a feedback loop between the two, instead of subordinating one to the other?
Yeah. No, I think I understand the question and why you might consider a feedback loop is better. The bigger picture I want to draw is this, and it partly derives from Ryle. I think the Popper versus Baird kind of opposition is founded on this traditional idea of theory versus practice. And I think that's quite unhelpful, right? Because there is a lot of things that I would call theoretical practice, right? So when we say we've got the libraries, right, we also imply that we know how to read, right? It's not just the propositions that are contained in the books that we have left. No, we have a lot of actually non-propositional knowledge in knowing how to use the books, right? And this is the kind of thing Ryle was trying to really convey when he said knowing how is prior logically to knowing that. And I think something like that is right. Now, you could make things more symmetric by having a fuller, more contextual understanding of propositions and the roles they play. And that's the sort of work that J.L. Austin did, right? Which is now, alive and well in terms of illocutionary act and so on in the philosophy of language. So, that's one way to do it, by saying, propositions aren't just pieces of information, right? They are whole units of practice, in fact. But I think that's harder to do, and we can discuss why that's harder. That's the sort of thing we can pick up in the morning. Right. Thank you.
Did I understand correctly at some point you said, I think, quoting Ryle or paraphrasing Ryle, that one way in which knowledge how is logically prior to knowledge that is that you don't really know that P if you don't know what to do with P. Is that something you said?
Not exactly, but something Ryle was saying is that you can be in possession of a proposition, but you may know what to do with it, or you may not, right? You may simply take it as information, and yeah, you would have to say you know that fact. But what he called the workshop possession, as opposed to the museum possession, right? That would involve knowing how to do various things using this piece of information. Right?
So it wasn't an argument for the priority of know-how. That was just a distinction that you made.
Yeah, no, that goes into the other part. See if I can. Sorry. Yeah, so that point goes into this, right? How knowledge as information actually contributes to the making of knowledge as ability. The priority is this other point. So it is in opposite directions, yes.
Good, thanks.
You had in the beginning, one of your slides, you had kind of contemporary pragmatists who are kind of moving in the same direction.
Mm-hmm.
And one you didn't mention, or the only one you didn't mention, was Cheryl Misak. The one you had, and perhaps it was an accident. But
that was an accident.
Relates to that because I don't know her work that well, but I've read some. She has this kind of recent book, The American Pragmatist, and at least kind of the impression I got out of it, and in that she kind of criticizes Dewey to some extent. I got more impression that she was kind of a more kind of traditional realist kind of truth with the big T.
A bit. So yeah. Yeah, my text actually did mention Misak. I'm sorry I left her out, but I mean, she starts with her deep knowledge of Peirce, right? And she has, right, a particular way of interpreting Peirce, which I think is more congenial to my views than how other people interpret Peirce. But I mean, something, because what I don't like in Peirce is his notion, right, that truth is convergence of belief in the long run. And that, to me, seems just as inoperable as the traditional realist correspondence, because the long run never comes, right? Yeah. But she thinks that Peirce should be read in a different way, which is much more like what I'm saying. So that's on the reading list. I must, get to that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your great lecture. I was wondering, because your explanation of pragmatic realism sounds a bit absolute to me.
A bit absolute.
Because yes, the pragmatic solution for the problem of induction, for example, Hans Reichenbach's solution, all the papers, seems most feasible solution for scientific practice. But although it may be a bit off topic for this lecture, could you provide a non-pragmatic approach in the scientific practice, in your opinion, or like as a best candidate against pragmatism?
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. So what you meant by absolute is I'm only presenting one position, and what would be the alternative? Yeah. Good. Thank you. I mean, I think one alternative is what I was mentioning earlier. You could really try to stick to the propositional view of knowledge, but make that much more contextual and much more tied with actions. But I think once you start tying it with actions, you move towards pragmatism, in my view. So that may not be such a distinct position. You can write. There are attempts, responding particularly to Ryle, that people have made. For example, Jason Stanley and Timothy Williamson, also Paul Snowden, who try to reduce knowing how to knowing that, and they say, yeah, actually all we've got really is descriptive knowledge, right? And they have some valid arguments, but I think they misunderstand, right? That's one of the reasons why knowing how and knowing that is liable to objections, right? And that's why I do it as knowledge as ability versus information, because what these guys say is, well, I can tell you how to ride a horse without actually ever being able to do it, right? So I would give a description, right? You would first climb onto the horse. I actually don't know how to ride a horse, so I'm not going to be very good at describing that. But I can describe to you how a bicycle is ridden, right? Because I do that all the time. And then they go into this typical analytic philosopher's move. Oh, and suppose now you who know very well how to ride a bicycle become paralyzed. And you can only think, but you should still be able to describe in your bed how bicycle riding is done. Right. Okay, you can do that, but that's a description of the characteristics of an activity. That's not the same as knowing how to do something, right? So they're trading on the difference between how and how to. Well, they're actually running the two together. Anyway, so that's one way to do it, right? To say, no, in the end, what looks like irreducibly non-propositional is, in fact, propositional in all important senses. So those would be some of the alternatives which they are some of the alternatives I'm trying to argue against. Another way, which I think is not good, is to simply ignore all the ability and agency dimensions of knowledge, which is what a lot of philosophers do. And that, I think, is not acceptable, because that by doing that, you just lose huge amounts of very interesting questions that we should be asking about knowledge.
I'm going to grab on this bicycle as an example. What do you think about Harry Collins' account of tacit knowledge? As Collins argues that there is a variety of tacit knowledge, the social and tacit knowledge, that cannot be expressed in knowledge cannot be acquired.
Yeah. No, I think Collins is one of the people who seriously try to tackle this kind of question. I think he is right that there are different kinds of tacit knowledge. He also did some really interesting work with Martin Kusch, right? The book called The Shape of Actions, which is completely ignored both by philosophers of science and philosophers of action, unfortunately. So yeah, I think Collins, Collins is one of the people I look at. But one question, I don't know. I think it may be, I haven't made up my mind about this. I mean, especially with Polanyi's work, one question people got very excited about is whether some tacit knowledge was irreducibly tacit, right? That inarticulable in principle. And other things are tacit in the sense that you don't articulate them usually, but you can if you want, right? And Collins, I think, tried to engage with that question, and to my mind wasn't very clear about how to answer that question. But what I'm not sure about is whether that question is really that important, right? Partly because what can be, you might say all kinds of things can be articulated, but you can't do it all at the same time because there is too much. I think that's one of Collins's points, if I remember correctly. So maybe that's all we need to say about that. I'm not sure, but yeah, certainly I think it is important to distinguish different reasons for tacitness, right? Is it because we don't bother articulating? Is it because, as Polanyi tried to argue with the bicycle riding, some things simply cannot be put into words, and so on? And for me, the important point from Ryle to keep in mind is that in order to use language, we have to have non-verbal skills, right? And Polanyi had already made that point in a different way, but, well, Ryle might have done it first. Anyway, I think that's a very important aspect to consider. I'm not remembering Collins's taxonomy well enough to be able to say anything more useful than that. Thank you.
Henry?
Yeah, thanks. I have this worry that connects to some previous questions.
Yes.
Once you take this road to knowledge to some sort of ability, then you, at one point at least, you should start to give some account or elaborate on what is ability or what kind of ability. Or, because it seems that you have a whole lot of array of different abilities, and it seems that we don't want all those things to be knowledge. And when you start doing that, what my worry is that this epistemology 101 that you want to get rid of, like what beliefs a person has and propositions, that's kind of comes back door. Once you start to give us an account on exactly what kind of abilities constitute knowledge.
Okay. I think what. Yeah, go on.
I'm not expecting you to give us account of on abilities. Just what's your general thoughts, or do you have?
Yeah, I may try to get into this more tomorrow. I mean, so it's this last item, right? What I didn't go into today because of time, I don't want to say that there's just knowing how or knowledge as ability. I think by the word know and similar words in many other languages, we mean a whole variety of things, right? So the full account of knowledge, I think we will have to say something about all of those things, right? So, I mean, German speakers, first of all, know, right, the difference between Wissen and Kennen, right? It's that kind of difference, knowledge by acquaintance versus knowledge about something. I mean, there's knowing that and knowing how and how to, which is different. There's the question of knowing why something happens, which is a demand for explanation rather than information. And that's neither knowing how to do something nor simply knowing some information. There's me looking at Ave and saying, oh, I know her. And what does that mean? That's more like the German kennen. That's a different kind of thing. Do we philosophers love this article, right, by Nagel? What is it like to be a bat? Now, what is it like to know that? I think that's a certain kind of knowing, but that's a different kind of thing altogether. That's more like empathetic understanding, right? So I think the bigger picture is this, right? There are all kinds of knowing, including knowing that, right? So it's certainly not the case that I want to get rid of propositional knowledge. I think there is propositional knowledge. When I say move away from it as a focus of philosophy of science, that's exactly what I mean. It is there, but we shouldn't be completely absorbed by considerations of knowledge that or knowledge as information. And I think one of the most interesting things to ask, right, is about the relationship between knowledge as ability and knowledge as information. My own sense is that, they do have mutual influence, but there are these senses in which knowing how or knowledge as ability seems both prior to knowledge that or knowledge as information, and also more interesting, right? When we're trying to understand practice.
But kind of what Francesco asked, but you did say that, I don't know, knowledge, how to describe logically prior to
Yeah, in the sense that in order to learn and use language, you have to have non-linguistic knowledge, right?
Is that logically prior?
I mean, that depends on what you mean by logic, but okay, if you mean first order predicate logic, no. Right? But in terms of, what is actually required in order to do something, right? I mean, can we say that we have propositional knowledge if we lack the understanding of the meaning of terms that occur in that proposition? And can we say that we understand the meaning of those terms if we do not have the practical understanding of the Wittgensteinian language games that give meanings to those terms, right? That's how the thought goes. So it's not logic in the narrow sense, but
I mean, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Because the other thought, the opposing thought is that, and then it seems that we can have this kind of knowledge about logic, for example, or mathematics. It doesn't seem that in order to know the meanings of some mathematical elements or parts of logic, it seems that we have to know the connections between them, not something that is about what we do with the stuff.
Well, I mean, Wittgenstein would tell you have to understand things like truth tables, right? Which means we have to know how to read a table. Logic doesn't teach you that, right? Logic doesn't teach you that this cell corresponds to that cell. You have to learn that some other way. How, right? How do you teach babies and young children how this works? It's not done by giving them a proposition and allowing them to deduce something else. It's done by, I don't know. It's really hard to do, right? You point to things and they say, that's red. And they think it means you're pointing to an apple, right? This kind of thing, there's an infinite regress you hit if you try to do everything verbally. So if you're teaching language to someone who doesn't already have language, it's a miracle. We all do it, but that's why it takes so long, right? And likewise, how did we first learn the really elementary aspects of arithmetic and set theory and operating with symbols that we all do when we're that big, So that's the kind of thing that Wittgenstein and Ryle were talking about. And that's the sense of being prior. I mean, there's stuff that's, in this broad sense, logically prior to even logic, right? So I think that's one important aspect of this pragmatic dimension of knowledge that I'm trying to get at. I'm not going to pretend I'm finished with that line of work, but I think Ryle and Wittgenstein were trying to tell us something quite important about that, and that sort of got lost. Yeah.
In your many kinds of knowing, there could be another kind of knowing, which would be, I know how to make ice cream as a scientist, but I also know how to make ice cream as a chef. The exact same things, but I'm doing something different.
Right.
I'm mixing the same ingredients. Once my role is a chef, and once my role is a scientist. So it's not the same activity, even though it is the exact same activity.
So how would you articulate the difference there? What is different?
When you see it, you know it. It's what you're wearing. It's where you are. Where you are, making who's watching you.
I see. So your understanding of your own situation
It's knowing
enters
as. I know how to
knowing
think
as, right? Okay.
A role as a teacher,
Uh-huh.
for instance, in
Yeah.
a science class making ice cream with nitrogen,
Uh-huh.
or as a chef
Yeah.
in a party, whatever, in
Yeah,
the
uh-huh.
kitchen. This is something one of my professors like to elaborate about.
I'm going to ask you about what to read, but no, I hadn't thought about that, knowing as. The more general thing, which I think will include this aspect that I really need to work on, and I value any advice you might have, is the nature of the epistemic agent, right? How do we understand the role of the agent? I mean, again, we know how the standard philosophical analysis goes. An agent is a being with certain beliefs and desires, and those beliefs and desires will dictate what actions the agent takes. I just think that's not quite enough, right? So the kind of thing you're pointing out is something I really need to look at much more carefully. So I mentioned very briefly Marjorie Green. She was one of the people I think who really did some valuable work. Jennifer Hornsby's work on the philosophy of action I think is going to be useful. But the hard thing to really understand is the nature of agency, right? What does that really consist in? And is scientific action different in any fundamental way from other actions? I mean, the pragmatists would tend to say no, right? They would just say science is just like everyday inquiry, only more systematic and specialized and so on. So it's something I haven't quite worked out, but thank you for reminding me.
There's another sort of knowledge I wanted to maybe address, which is sort of knowledge that one should do something, or knowledge about what is right. I'm thinking about when we're talking about looking at our particular aims when we're investigating sort of the nature of our knowledge, that sometimes it seems that our particular aims will keep us from pursuing certain lines of thought, or they wouldn't be very practical. So like the example I'm thinking of is, let's suppose that there was a certain cognitive ability that if an animal possessed it, we would just know that it deserves special ethical status. And let's say we were doing some kind of research to help our aims and making more efficient slaughterhouses or something, but we discovered along the way that actually we shouldn't be doing that. So it seems like the only way to make this fit the sort of paradigm that you're talking about, as I understand it, is to say that we have this sort of general aim to be ethical, but that seems sort of equally vague as saying we have a general aim to know or understand the truth or something.
Right, thank you. I mean, whether there is such a thing as ethical or moral knowledge, that's a huge question, which I haven't addressed. I'm not sure what I think about that. I wouldn't. Personally, I don't think I want to call that knowledge, but I have to think about it more. Something I haven't mentioned, which I need to, and it does enter some of my other discussions, is the question of values, right? Which are a bit different from aims as such, right? You can say that the values I have inform the choice of my aims, but the values, I mean, it's not instructive to say, right, the value itself is an aim. So I'm trying not to say things like simplicity is the aim of scientists. I think that's not helpful, right? Because it sort of collapses to different things. I'd rather put values into the standards and criteria of judgment that we make, right? But it's tricky, right? Because it keeps wanting to enter into aims. I don't know how to keep it out. So that's one thing I have to work out. But I would deal with it that way rather than talking about ethical knowledge.
Does it perhaps like constrict our aims though? And so in that sense, sort of ethical knowledge could widen the range of aims we could potentially have?
Yeah, but I would say it's our ethical values that constrict our aims rather than our ethical knowledge, right? But that may be just a matter of preference. I'm not sure.
So when talking about all these different types of, these different ways of knowing, do you think that the way we arrive at this knowledge changes the way we know something? So for example, the knowledge of a language, if you compare a native speaker to someone who learned the language at a different, like at a later stage in life, the understanding they have of the grammar, for example, can be very different. So someone who doesn't know French because they were born in France might say, I know that in French you use the subjunctive after this type of expression because this is what they taught me. Whereas a native speaker would just know it because, you know, that's how they've always done it and that's just how it goes.
Yes, I think that's a very interesting point. And the language example certainly, I think, works. I think native speakers do have a different kind of knowledge of a language than a foreign speaker who's not completely sort of become native. Can that be generalized? I think it probably could be. I mean, that may be related to the knowing as issue. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think it's the same thing. But yeah, and in the context of philosophy of science, then it also becomes very interesting because some people, this is my painful experience from when I was a physics student. Some people just seem to know how to solve problems, and I didn't. And I had all the laws and principles in my book, same as they, but they knew how to tackle these problems. And I said, how do you do that? I don't know. It works. But how do you know it would work? They couldn't explain, right? There's a weird kind of tacit knowledge. So there are people who learn science from this kind of doing, right? And they really don't pay much attention to the fundamental principles and so on. There are others who try to learn it in a deductive way, and for them problem solving is difficult. And the interesting question would be, when they do manage to solve the same problem, are they doing the same thing? And I think possibly not. Because the native speaker and the foreigner can both speak completely correctly, but there would be different mental processes going on. And yeah, that's something that would be worth thinking about more. Thank you.
Okay. I think our time is almost done. Thank you again for the lecture, and thank you very much for the interesting discussion.
Thank you. So this is the second of the 4 lectures. Let's begin with a quick review of yesterday's lecture. Now, I've changed the title of today's, so the blue title now is really more like what I'm going to talk about. As I think I mentioned yesterday, I thought reality was just too much to fit in today. Truth is enough for one lecture, I think. So reality will come in a more serious way tomorrow. Now, so what did we do yesterday? I started out by, sorry, let me just set my watch. Good. I started out by proposing pragmatism as a philosophical perspective that can facilitate an alternative view to the propositional conception of knowledge, which is the standard notion in Anglophone epistemology. According to the propositional conception, knowing something is a matter of mentally possessing propositions that are true and justified. In the conception of knowledge I advanced yesterday, we take science as something that humans do, consisting of epistemic activities guided by various aims whose achievement we can actually assess. From this perspective, knowledge will be seen not as information storage and retrieval, but as ability, namely our ability to conduct successful activities. I try to give you some sense of how to carry out an activity-based analysis of scientific practice, which is the kind of thing presented in some detail in the cases, historical cases given in the book of mine. That's the main text for this week's workshop. So that was yesterday, and that brought us to this point at the bottom of that screen, where we felt that the need for more considered account of the notion of coherence occurring in my characterization of epistemic activities and systems of practice. So that's what we're going to do today. This will be the coherence idea will be the main topic of today's lecture. But before I proceed with my positive program, I have to do something destructive. It's not something I enjoy doing, but it has to be done. The object of that destructive action is the notion of truth as correspondence to the external world, which is an idea very persistent, and it will interfere with everything I'm trying to achieve here if I don't deal with it now. So that's going to be the first section of today's lecture. Now, a great deal of disputation in epistemology and the philosophy of science consists of arguments about how our beliefs can correctly attain this correspondence to the world. Now, I do have some things to say about those debates, but I want my critique to go deeper and actually get rid of this notion of correspondence altogether. Now, yesterday, in response to a question from Henrik, I said that I certainly didn't want to eliminate the notion of propositional knowledge, but wanted to reconceive its place in the whole picture of knowledge. Now, that work even will be impossible if I don't kill this idea of correspondence. So that's what I'd like to do first before trying to build anything new. Now, what is the problem with correspondence? The immediate answer is that there is no way to check for it. Let's start by admitting that we have no direct access to the so-called external world, however much the scientific realists attempt to argue that we do have access to it somehow. That somehow never has been spelled out, and I don't think it ever can be. This really is a situation like the emperor of the famous fairy tale not wearing any clothes. I mean, there's so much work going on concerning scientific realism, trying to show, we have this correspondence and we can know it, but I just don't see any way of doing it. Seeking the correspondence between propositions and the world is not something we can actually do. When people claim to be doing such a thing, we can see that their actual judgments are made on the basis of some other criteria, such as agreement with experience. Right? So there's the whole scientific realist line of argument, trying to get somehow from empirical adequacy of our theories to their real truth. Right? This is supposed to be somehow possible to infer truth from empirical adequacy or empirical success. And the interminable state of the realism debate, I think, shows that no one's actually found a way of doing that. Seeking correspondence, as I would put it, seeking correspondence is not an operable move. This inoperability of the propositional ideal of knowledge as correspondence is the source of some very well-known problems in the philosophy of science. At least since Kuhn's Structure of Scientific Revolutions, first published in 1962, philosophy of science has been plagued by doubts about the security of scientific knowledge. Not global skeptical doubts, but practical doubts that manifest themselves concerning actual situations of scientific choice that we see in the history of science. While we uphold science as the best model of knowledge, we are also forced to admit, if we pay any attention to the history of science, that scientific change has shown no clear direction concerning the fundamental ontology of nature. Our optimism concerning scientific progress is attacked by the pessimistic induction from the history of science, in which it is seen that nearly all previously trusted theories are later rejected. Larry Loudon's famous paper of 1981 as forever put this idea into the debate. The pursuit of correspondence truth leads us, in other words, to an epistemic dead end when we take seriously what the whole history of science has shown us. Now, claiming that we have correspondence only makes sense, I think, as a circular move. We can say that we do access external reality through our possession of true statements, and that true statements are just those that give us access to the world. This can serve as a definition of truth, but it is not a useful definition. It may at best serve as a comforting kind of tautology. Hilary Putnam has made a similar point in his collection of essays on pragmatism, published in 1995. Putnam says, to say that truth is correspondence to reality is not false, but empty, as long as nothing is said about what that correspondence is. If the correspondence is supposed to be utterly independent of the ways in which we confirm the assertions we make, then the correspondence is an occult one, and our supposed grasp of it is also occult. Now, in response to this kind of concern, J.L. Austin tried to discern a plain and untroublesome sense in which statements correspond to fact, not the world, but fact. But even in Austin's discussion, the nature of this correspondence remained unclear. I mean, unless one were willing to take the step of taking the universe actually to consist of facts, as the Wittgenstein of the Tractatus might have done. In the end, Austin considered the statement-fact correspondence to be a conventional pairing, not any kind of indication of resemblance. If you're a fan of the Tarski disquotation scheme, Putnam also tells you, and I agree, that it does not save us here. If you're not familiar with the Tarski scheme, it is this one, right? For example, the statement that snow is white is true if and only if snow is white. Yeah. One of my sad experiences of graduate school in philosophy, having done physics, I was very excited about philosophy until I had to write a whole essay on this quotation scheme, and I couldn't come up with 20 pages to say about this. Ended up writing a rant about why this was a bad topic, and that was not taken very kindly by my teacher, John Perry, renowned philosopher of language. The Tarski scheme, right, it does make sense and is very useful as an indication of the relationship between two languages, right, or language and meta-language. Or it can be seen tautologically as a relationship within one language. Either way, it says nothing about how statement and fact or statement and world might relate. It may support deflationism or quietism about truth, but it does not support the correspondence theory of truth. That, if you're wondering, is snow is white in Korean. So, there's a relationship between two languages, useful. That's a nice tautology within English. Neither, Putnam says, really supports the correspondence theory of truth. There is much more to be said here, of course, but to cut a long story short, I think in the end we have to admit that the idea of world-statement correspondence is based on a category mistake. Otto Neurath, one of the leaders of the Vienna Circle, put the point succinctly when he said, statements are compared with statements, not with experiences, not with a world, nor with anything else. All we can have in terms of real correspondence is between two different statements. Now, that can be between the statement of experience and statement of theory, but they're both statements. They are not between theory and the world. This is why we draw a blank when we try to think of actual methods for testing correspondence. There are no such epistemic activities as testing for the correspondence between the statement and the world. But if Putnam and Neurath are right, why are we so attached to the idea of correspondence? I say we here because even I have that intuitive attachment to this idea of correspondence. Although I think I'm almost done with it now. I think I have educated myself away from it. I think what's at work here is a powerful kind of metaphor that we find somehow very difficult to get away from. The traditional philosophical idea of scientific theory representing the external world is a deep-seated and pervasive metaphor based on some actual human epistemic activities that are in fact representational. So an example of an actually representational activity would be when we make a drawing. We see an object, we make a drawing of it. In that situation, we can straightforwardly say that the drawing represents the object. That's how we made the drawing. We can check how well it represents the object by comparing how the object looks and how my drawing looks. We have direct access to both the object and the drawing. Now, this is the object as we perceive it and the drawing as we see it. Both are directly accessible to us, and we can easily compare them with each other. So, in that kind of situation, I understand very well what it means to make a representation of something. This is not at all the kind of situation when we talk about the relation between a theory and the world. We have no direct access to the world, if by that we mean things in themselves or noumena in Kantian terminology. I think the very idea of the external world is a metaphor. I mean, outside of what is the external world? What do we mean? This metaphor is grounded in the phenomenal objects that we observe and make representations of. So we imagine, oh, well, then there must be this thing that our knowledge in its entirety must be representing. But we're not representing any such thing. As Ian Hacking says in one place, the notion of reality is parasitic upon our practices of representation. Kind of like the image of this notion of reality as a parasite that might suck your blood or live in your intestines. The external world is a metaphor created by imagining that there must be something that a theory represents, even when we haven't made a theory by actually representing anything we know. After the mental creation of the metaphorical object, the rest of the metaphorical structure follows easily. The theory represents the imagined object through some sort of correspondence between various aspects of the theory and various imagined properties of the imagined object. This metaphorical correspondence is the elusive truth, so-called, which is sought by scientific realists. The main message I'm trying to convey here is really quite simple, so I will soon stop saying it over and over. If the state of the world is completely independent of humans, then we cannot have any access to it. The common discourse about representing the world and correspondence to the world is metaphorical. not literal. Numerous eminent philosophers such as Immanuel Kant, Ernst Cassirer, and the Vienna Circle have all made similar points. The pragmatists, we return to them now, the pragmatists were quite explicit in their objection to what they call the copy theory of knowledge. Here's a memorable statement from William James, where he says, the popular notion is that a true idea must copy its reality. Like other popular views, this one follows the analogy of the most usual experience. So our true ideas of sensible things do indeed copy them. Shut your eyes and think of a yonder clock on the wall, and you get just such a true picture of or copy of the dial of the clock. But your idea of the clock's works, mechanisms, unless you're a clockmaker, is much less of a copy, yet it passes muster, it's okay, for it in no way clashes with reality. Even though it should shrink to the mere word works, that word still serves you truly. And when you speak of the timekeeping function of the clock or of its spring's elasticity, by that kind of abstract point, it is hard to see exactly what your ideas can actually copy. C.I. Lewis was equally emphatic and a bit more concise. He said, knowledge does not copy anything presented. It proceeds from something given towards something else. When it finds that something else, the perception is verified. All of this happens in the phenomenal realm. Now, the notions of representing the world and correspondence to the world serve as serious obstacles, I think, in the philosophical understanding of scientific practices. Now, I'm not saying that metaphors are always bad or useless. They often do have useful functions to serve, but I think these particular metaphors have done more harm than good. The concepts of the external world, representation, and correspondence, as they normally occur in philosophical discussions, they're not only metaphors, but dead metaphors. This is a technical term, right, in metaphor studies. That the dead metaphors are metaphors that are so ingrained in our way of talking that they are routinely mistaken as literal expressions. So some of you may know the works of George Lakoff and Mark Johnson, this book called Metaphors We Live By, for example, right? They point out that we say things like, the temperature of a room is going up, and that we are feeling down today. When we're talking about things that have nothing at all to do with up or down, right? Temperature goes up. I mean, what does feeling warm have to do with being high? What does feeling sad have to do with being closer to the ground? Right? These are ingrained metaphors that we use all the time without thinking, without realizing that they are metaphors. We may actually do harm sometimes by taking a metaphor literally. Like the people who declared the so-called war on drugs in the USA and then started to behave as if they were conducting a real war. And we have seen consequences of that. Now, in some scientific and quotidian situations, dead metaphors may serve as useful blinkers. You don't need to always think about where the expressions came from. But I think it's difficult to imagine situations in philosophy in which lack of awareness would be beneficial. In philosophy, I would argue, metaphors are only useful if they're employed consciously. The representational metaphors I'm speaking of here, they don't seem just dead. They to me seem undead, like a zombie. You cannot kill them, no matter what you do. No matter how many eminent philosophers attempt to get rid of these notions, they keep coming back. They continue to project the mirage of transcendental truth that science must seek, providing standard scientific realism with a seemingly inexhaustible intuitive fuel. These metaphors have led to the perversion of the notions of something being true or real. I think these notions are perfectly meaningful in the phenomenal realm of actually representing and intervening, and they should stay in that realm. If so, a statement being true will mean that it passes all the tests of correctness that we can apply, as when you ask, is it true that there is an airport in Tartu? There is, right? I'm told there is. We know exactly how to answer that question and how to double-check, triple-check the answer as needed. There is also an airport in Cambridge, by the way. It's harder to believe, but... As Putnam again puts it succinctly, paraphrasing William James, truth must be such that we can say how it is possible for us to grasp what it is. And he says our grasp of the notion of truth must not be represented as simply a mystery mental act by which we relate ourselves to a relation called correspondence, totally independent of the practices by which we actually decide what is and is not true. And this is Putnam being a very good pragmatist, I think. He has had many phases. This is, again, from the 1995 little book called Pragmatism, and this particular statement comes from an essay which he calls The Permanence of William James. We live in this world, and knowledge is only meaningful from the perspective within the world. It is a futile and pernicious philosophical dream to find an external perspective from which we can tell the real shape of the world. Now, in the interest of time, I'm going to skip these nice provocative statements from the Chilean philosopher Roberto Torretti. If you're interested, that's the reference. I can, by the way, also make available these slides to anyone who would like to see them, so you don't have to furiously write everything down. I'm just going to read the last sentence. No, let me not read any of it. Sorry. It's great. It's a great rant. Now, let me move on to the second part of the talk. In the alternative epistemological vision that I'm promoting, knowledge, again, is closely related to our ability to perform successful activities. It is especially in order to find a cogent way of thinking about success or failure that I introduced the notion of coherence. Now, it will not work to say that an activity is successful because it somehow corresponds correctly to the world. So we need a different notion. A more productive perspective is to see that an activity works out because, roughly speaking, what goes into it all fits together nicely. Now, that's another metaphor, so we have to do better. It is important to note that coherence, as I intended, is about the harmoniousness of actions rather than primarily about the logical relationship between propositions, which is what philosophers often mean when they talk about coherence. They really mean consistency, and I think the nice term coherence is wasted on that. So I'm taking it. To mark that point clearly, I'm going to use the phrase operational coherence whenever that's necessary, and I may just talk about coherence when the meaning should be clear enough from context. So what is this coherence, operational coherence? Very roughly speaking, again, it's a harmonious fitting together of elements and aspects of an activity which is conducive to the successful achievement of the aims of that activity. So it all does, again, come back to the aims. Now, if you ever want to comment on me, for example, in your essays, if you're participating in the workshop, please do not quote that statement. It's bad. It's far from satisfactory until the terms occurring in it receive a lot more clarification and refinement. So let me go on. Such coherence may consist in something as simple as the correct coordination of bodily movements needed in riding a bicycle, drinking a glass of water, or walking up the stairs, which we know is very difficult to do, as we have learned in contemporary robotics. Or the coherence can be something as complex as what is involved in the integration of a range of material technologies and various abstract theories in the global positioning system, which we all use, GPS. It might be helpful to think about what happens when, sorry. No, I'm not going to comment on that. It can be helpful to think about what happens when coherence is lacking. I'm going to show you an example of incoherent action. Failure of my aim to have a drink from this glass. This is an incoherent activity. When we do not heed the sign, for example, that warns, watch your step or mind your step, that rare moment of stumbling reminds us actually how carefully and how well we normally maintain the coherence of our bodily movements in everyday life without even thinking about it. Incoherence may be traceable to false beliefs. Sometimes, maybe I had a false belief about where my mouth was just a minute ago. Or it might be due to mutually contradictory beliefs. But I think ineptitude of belief is certainly not the only reason for incoherence. It could also be due to the lack of capability, starting with simple lack of muscular strength or failure of eyesight, any amount of disabilities. Or it could be due to the use of inappropriate materials or poor timing between different operations, etc. So much for intuitive illustrations. In order to make this notion of coherence workable, much more needs to be said about each part of the definition given earlier. Right? First of all, what do I mean by the elements and aspects of activities? That, frankly, was just loose talk. That doesn't mean anything particular. There are many ways of analyzing how activities are constituted. And again, I'm not equipped to enter into a full study of the ontology of actions in this paper. For my present purposes, at least, it makes sense to analyze an activity as made up of operations, as suggested at the end of yesterday's lecture in my definition of epistemic activity. So, for example, take a very simple activity, say, lighting a match, right, which has actually been very essential to the progress of chemistry or even physics for many crucial decades, until now when nobody knows how to light a match anymore. I'm starting with something that basic since the analysis gets very quickly complicated when we consider anything slightly more complicated. Now, most of you probably can bring up memories of learning how to light a match, which actually takes a surprising amount of skill and coordination to do well. So I'm going to hold with one hand the matchbox. I have to have the rough strip there. I have to hold with the other hand the match. And I'm going to pull the head across the rough strip, and then the stick breaks. No, that's not the right way to do it. Best to push the match head like that, and then I have to know exactly how to stop the motion when it has lit, and then protect it from the wind. I mean, all kinds of things have to be coordinated correctly in order for this simplest of scientific activities to work out well. So that's what I was trying to convey by this notion of harmonious fitting together in that definition. It is actually very difficult to be more precise in verbally characterizing this quality of harmony in interoperational interactions. I was trying quite hard actually to reduce this notion of harmoniousness or harmony to a more familiar notion, and I couldn't find it. We could go on listing synonyms: harmony, coordination, orchestration, concordance. We come back to coherence itself. So I think it may be best to take harmony or harmonious as a primitive in its meaning, and verifiable in the end only through the achievement of the aims of the activity, which would make that definition a bit circular, but it might be a useful kind of tautology. This brings me to the last part of the definition of coherence I gave very roughly, right? What do I mean when I say something is conducive to the successful achievement of the aims of the activity? Or maybe I should just say conducive to the achievement, because I think successful achievement is redundant. You couldn't say unsuccessful achievement, right? Or maybe I should just say conducive to success. Anyway, to say conducive to actually fails to indicate precisely my thoughts on the relation between coherence and success, which will take some spelling out. On the face of it, there are two possibilities. You could take coherence and success just as synonyms, or you could take coherence as the cause of success, right? So coherence would be a property of an activity that makes it more likely to succeed. Both are difficult, but I think there's a strong reason against the former possibility, taking them synonymously, which is that a coherent activity may well fail due to unforeseen circumstances. And an incoherent one may succeed occasionally by accident. I mean, I think what I just said is, that's quite intuitive, right? Of course, you could, if you define coherence to mean success, then no coherent activity can fail. But I think it's useful to be able to say that, no, I did it coherently, but something else happened, right? I may do all my operations correctly in attempting to light a match, but I may meet a sudden gust of wind, a mischievous friend pouring a bucket of water all over me, or any number of other possible mishaps. We could say that the activity was not coherent if it didn't take precautions against all of these possibilities, but that's not a palatable option. Not only does it make it quite impossible for anyone ever to engage in a coherent activity, but it also makes coherence forever undetermined, as it depends on whether or not the innumerable other circumstances will come to obtain. So I think it's better to say that my match lighting activity is coherent, but may occasionally be unsuccessful due to circumstances. Then we would be saying that a coherent activity is successful ceteris paribus, right? Does that amount to saying that coherence is the cause, or rather a cause of success, as I indicated initially? I think there is some sense in that formulation, although I don't want to go exactly with that formulation. Now, so I think something like this is better. I'm building up to that more elaborate definition. It is important to keep in mind that an activity is not a single act, not even an actual concrete happening. Rather, an activity is a conceptualized thing. It's a type of action characterized by a description, not simply referred to by ostension. Such description of an activity is always abstract in the sense of not including all the features that real concrete entities and actions possess. Which features to include in our description of an activity is a conventional decision. And there's no uniquely right way to identify and classify activities out of the barely differentiated stream of actions that we continually engage in, alone and with others. So an activity as such is not precisely instantiated in our actual doings, and success can only be judged through how our actual doings work out. A coherent activity makes sense in the realm of abstraction, but whether its actual execution is successful will depend on all sorts of conditions. That is responsible for the sense I was trying to convey earlier, that coherence and success really should not be taken synonymously. So this is now my considered definition of operational coherence. An activity is operationally coherent if and only if there is a harmonious relationship among the operations that constitute the activity. And the concrete realization of a coherent activity is successful, ceteris paribus, right? Other things being equal. And the latter condition serves as an indirect criterion for the judgment of coherence, right? So I'll talk more about the implications of that way of conceiving coherence. But before I go on, I must stress that this, what I've been talking about so far is not what epistemologists usually mean by coherence, because operational coherence is not reducible to logical relations between statements. So if you take the most simple-minded version of the so-called coherence theory of truth, coherence in that simple-minded version is taken to mean mere logical consistency within a set of statements. Now that is a real philosophical disaster, that kind of notion of truth, an invitation to vicious circularity and the most problematic kind of relativism. It eliminates any inherent link between knowledge and reality. So James O. Young here, writing in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, notes that more plausible versions of the coherence theory take the coherence relation as some form of entailment or mutual explanatory support between propositions. Similar thought to Young's latter formulation occurs in Richard Foley's entry in the Routledge Encyclopedia, who says, coherentists deny that any beliefs are self-justifying, which is what foundationalists believe, right? And coherentists propose instead that beliefs are justified insofar as they belong to a system of beliefs that are mutually supportive. But I don't think this gets rid of the problems of circularity and relativism, because we still have the idea of propositions rendering one another true by mutual support without anything else to ground any of them. So in contrast, right, so the first point of showing you this was a reminder that the normal way coherence is taken is as a relation of logical relationship between statements. The second point is that coherence conceived as such is liable to relativism and circularity. And in contrast, operational coherence isn't liable to those problems because it cannot be achieved in any arbitrary fashion by decree, wishful thinking, or mere mutual agreement. On the contrary, in order to do things successfully in the world, which is what operational coherence is conducive to, we need to have an understanding and mastery of our surroundings. It is operational coherence, not the mirage of correspondence, through which the mind-independent world is actually brought to bear on our knowledge. So operational coherence carries within it the constraint by nature, the thing that we really want in a realist system of epistemology. In fact, I would even say that having cleared away the ungrammatical illusion of a direct correspondence between proposition and reality, we can see that operational coherence is the only way in which reality can enter into our practices. So people's worries about the pragmatist notion of truth being just not strong enough, I think that that's a misplaced worry, and that now is the subject of the final section of today's lecture. So, having spelled out the notion of operational coherence, I'm now going to come to a more careful consideration of propositions and their truth. So I am now returning to where propositional knowledge fits into my pragmatist system of knowledge as ability. Now, the first thing we need to ask is this. If coherence is the property of an activity, how does it relate to truth? because truth is the property of a statement or a proposition. This is a significant and difficult question, to which I'm going to attempt an initial sketch of an answer today. I'm going to start by building productively on the so-called pragmatic theory of truth, commonly attributed to William James. Now, this theory is widely regarded as absurd, which I think has also contributed to the unpopularity of pragmatism among tough-minded philosophers. Here is probably the most notorious statement given by James, where he says, right, the true, to put it very briefly, is only the expedient in the way of our thinking, just as the right is only the expedience in the way of our behaving. So he had both the epistemologist and the ethicist screaming at him. How can you? Right. I think James's choice of the word expedient here was probably not expedient. I think it suggests mere convenience or usefulness. I think he might have meant something a bit different. I'm not entirely sure. But let's take the spirit of his statement more sympathetically. I think what James is saying is that how we tell if a statement is true is by seeing if it works out in practice. That's the first part. And he's also saying that there might not really be anything more to what it means for a statement to be true over and above how we tell that it's true. That's the kind of intuition that Putnam was paraphrasing earlier, right? This intuition is that the truth of a statement, let's say the famous example, the cat is on the mat, consists in the conjunction of a myriad of facts. For example, that I have a visual image of a cat sitting on a mat, that my friend standing next to me also has that visual image, that when my friend goes to lift the cat off the mat, she does find something furry, warm, and wiggling in her hands, that soon a screeching meow issues from that creature, that my friend ends up with a scratch on her hands, that the vet recognizes the cat as my old cat and not some fake robot cat, etc., etc., etc. It's the conjunction of all of these statements that I think amounts to the truth of the statement, the cat is on the mat. I think that may be all there is to what we mean by the truth of the statement, if we again set aside a metaphorical projection of correspondence to the inaccessible external world, in which the real cat, apart from all of our feline experiences, maintains its ghostly existence, which is comparable to what Ryle called the ghost in the machine. Preserving James's spirit, but trying to avoid the obvious pitfalls, I want to propose a different formulation in terms of operational coherence. So I'm going to say a statement is true in a given circumstance if it or belief in it is needed in a coherent activity. This is a very strange way of defining truth, I know, so just bear with me for the rest of the lecture to spell out why I do it that way. An initial illustration. For example, take the statement that the surface area of a sphere is proportional to the square of its radius. This statement is needed in a whole array of coherent activities, ranging from figuring out the amount of paint needed to paint balls of different sizes, to Immanuel Kant's deduction of the inverse square law of gravitation, which he did by saying if an influence issues from a point source and is spread out by distance, then it's going to be spread out over the spherical surface area at that distance. Therefore, it will be weakened by the degree 1 over r squared. It's very clear. Anyway, there are lots of different ways of using that statement about the surface area of a sphere being proportional to the square of the radius. That statement is necessary, practically necessary, needed in order to do lots of different things. So the statement in question is true in a wide range of circumstances because these different activities are coherent. Now I'm going to add some much needed elaborations and qualifications concerning various parts of this definition of truth, which will take us to the end of the hour. In fact, I'm not sure if I can finish all the qualifications, so it may carry on till tomorrow. The first thing to note is that this definition above gives a sufficient condition for truth, but not a necessary condition. It's not an if and only if definition, is just if. Confusingly, I say it's only if, not only if. Right. Sorry, ignore that. This may be considered a grave philosophical defect, as the usual ideal of a definition is to give a necessary and sufficient condition. Actually, I think this is an advantage, inviting a more open-minded kind of philosophy, because giving a sufficient condition for truth gives us a concept that we can go ahead and use, but not giving a necessary condition allows for the possibility that there may be other ways in which the concept may be meaningful. Right? Now, it may turn out after a lot of philosophical work that we decide that there is no other useful sense of truth. But at least I'm not inclined to prejudge that issue. I think there probably are other useful notions of truth. But this is at least one, and this one we can work with. It's an operable notion. The second point to note is that the activity involved in the constitution of truth does not have to be that of explicit theory testing, which would be the nearest activity version of the idea of a statement corresponding to the world. I think sometimes a statement is explicitly tested and confirmed, yes, for sure, but other times its truth is shown in its involvement in the success of other kinds of activities. The pertinent activities here don't even have to fall under the heading of epistemic activities, right? I mean, by epistemic activities, I mean activities that are explicitly intended to increase and improve knowledge. But we may have true statements that operate in other activities whose aims are not about knowledge, but we still have to have those statements to be true in order for the activity to work. So I mean, you can think of things like building a house and all the things that you have to know about in order for that to work, but building a house is not an epistemic activity because it's not about learning anything in the first place. Third point, now this is something I debated with myself for a long time, and at some point I had this as successful rather than coherent, but for reasons that I was articulating earlier about the relation between coherence and success, I settled for coherent here. Defining truth in terms of the coherence of activities removes it one step away from direct verification, which would be done in terms of success. Now, this may be unsatisfying at first glance, and it was to me, but it does make the notion of truth less closely tied, again, to accidental successes and failures determined by case-by-case variations of fringe circumstances. And I think this should be assuring to those who worry that the James-style pragmatic notion of truth is too capricious. Right? It depends too much on the specific circumstance. So it's a bit of a trade-off, right? Because this makes my notion of truth a little bit unobservable, and coherence as well. But I think that's a price worth paying, and we can talk about that more in the questions if you want. The fourth point is that requiring that the belief in the statement in question should be needed rather than just occurs in a coherent activity. This is designed to remove the worry that the statement might be involved in the activity in a superfluous way, which is reminiscent of the tacking paradox or indeed the Gettier problem. Right? Or there's a possibility also that a statement might be employed in an activity in a purely fictional or instrumentalist manner, in which case we don't want to try to infer truth from the success of those fictional activities. But when I say needed, I'm deliberately putting this in the more colloquial needed rather than necessary, because what's involved here is not a logical necessity that we can reason out a priori, but a pragmatic necessity, which can only be learned empirically. It's the sense that you actually need something in order to do something else. And you won't know that until you actually try out the doing of that activity. In other words, in the course of checking the truth of a statement, we ask, can the coherence of the activity be maintained if we negate the proposition in question? For example, going back to physics, we can perfectly well use Maxwell's equations while denying that the ether exists, right? So we know that belief in the existence of the ether is not needed or necessary in relation to the coherence of the activity of solving Maxwell's equations. In contrast, it was necessary in Maxwell's own original activity of model building, which led him to the equations in the first place, right? Maxwell was building this kind of models of the structure of the ether in order to think through his theory of electromagnetism. And I mean, you have to look at the details of each case. I don't think actually Maxwell could have done what he did without entering into thinking about the structure of the ether. Not that particular model necessarily, but I think it was necessary for him to think in terms of how the ether is structured and how electric and magnetic fields relate to that. So I hope you can see the contrast, right? So the existence of the ether is not needed for us now doing Maxwellian electrodynamics, so we can freely deny the truth of the statement that the ether is real. Maxwell couldn't so freely deny that. So checking for pragmatic necessity in this kind of way may not live up to some overblown image of a philosophical test, but it is how we get on in science and in the rest of life too. To the problem of suspected superfluous propositions, there is no magic solution. As C.I. Lewis put it in his review of Dewey's Quest for Certainty, salvation is through work, through experimental effort intelligently directed to an actual human future. The judgment of truth is not going to come by some clean armchair method of judging the correspondence between proposition and the world. It's going to involve getting your hands dirty, even mentally, even if it's mentally getting your hands dirty, in trying to do a certain activity while believing the proposition and not believing it, and seeing what works out and what doesn't. Now, at this point, when I presented this material recently once in London, one of the leading philosophers asked this question, right? If we base the notion of truth, as I do, on pragmatic necessity, do we run the risk of turning it into a psychologistic concept, right? What if our mental makeup is such that belief in a certain fantastical proposition is psychologically necessary for us to carry out some activities? And the example Mike Martin, in case you know who that is, he gave was, you look at these theoretical physicists, they only seem to be able to do their work by believing that they have superhuman intelligence. So does it mean that these theoretical physicists who do the hard work are superhumanly intelligent because that belief is necessary for their activity? So we had a long discussion about that, which I can rehearse for you in the question period if you want. But part of my answer is, well, the necessity of that belief is vastly exaggerated. And some people may be like that, but it's not necessary for the general activity of theoretical physics for physicists to have such beliefs, and so on. Right? Sixth point of clarification is that if truth is defined in terms of coherence, it has to be a matter of degree, right? Because coherence itself was a matter of degree, and I think that is right. Now, we're so used to dealing with truth tables, right, in which some statement is either true or false, there's no in between, but I think that's not necessarily the best way to look at the useful concept of truth in scientific inquiry and everyday life. As J.L. Austin noted in his paper called Truth, published in 1950, expressions like very true or true enough, etc., are perfectly sensible locutions, and it's unreasonable to try to reduce ordinary judgments of truth to just yes or no. In fact, many philosophers of science, mostly in the course of trying to defend scientific realism, have already fallen into the habit of speaking about approximate truth as well as partial truth. Richard Boyd, I think, has argued convincingly that it's in fact not possible to maintain scientific realism without relying on the notion of approximate truth. So I think it is well and good that we talk about truth in, as a matter of degree. And finally, this will take a long time to do in detail, so I'm just going to introduce seventh point, and it will carry on naturally to tomorrow's lecture. So I said a statement is true in a given circumstance, right? This will upset a lot of people. I mean, if something is true, it's just true. What do you mean by truth is given? Statement is true in a given circumstance. So I'm saying that truth comes with a specific scope, right? There's a statement, and it has a domain of truth, out of which it's not true. I mean, I think that that's a reasonable enough way to think about truth. And a great deal of scientific work is done in order to see if we can extend the scope of the truth of a given statement, right? So, you know, for example, Isaac Newton started very ambitiously, right? Having had his mechanics and gravitational law well confirmed with observations within the solar system, he said, yeah, now I have the universal law of gravitation, right? He looks at this tiny bit of the universe and then says, yeah, because it works here, my law of gravitation is universally true. And he knew that this was a daring move, and he gave us the rule of philosophizing, in which he said, well, we should make inductive generalizations unless there are specific reasons not to do so. Setting Newton aside, I mean, it's a very common scientific worry when you have shown the truth of a statement within a certain domain. Okay, how far does that domain go? And, you know, if you could show it actually everywhere, then that would be a universal truth, which is true in all applicable circumstances. So, I think, let me just take 3 more minutes maybe. William James's definition, which I had cut short in my previous quotation, is actually much better than it sounds, and it's very consonant with the kind of notion I'm trying to advance. So he continues on to say, yeah, the true is the expedient in the way of our thinking, expedient in almost any fashion, and expedient in the long run and on the whole, of course, right? So he's not saying that just because you can lock yourself up in a small room and whatever fantasy you believe seems to be confirmed in that room, you can consider that true. No, I'm going to say, yeah, you can consider it true in that room for 2 minutes, but that's not very good, is it? what meets expediently of all the experience in sight won't necessarily meet all farther experiences equally satisfactorily. Experience, as we know, has ways of boiling over and making us correct our present formulas. How reality kicks us when we have inexpedient expectations, right? When we believe in something false. Now, let me just give you one example to illustrate how my thinking goes on this, and then I'll wrap up. Some of you will have seen this kind of picture. Those of you who have been reading my book, this is in chapter 3, right? This is the very first ancestor of the ball and stick kind of molecular models that chemists still work with. This was the German chemist Hofmann working in London. He literally, right, took billiard balls, it was actually croquet balls, drilled holes in them and put sticks into the holes, indicating the valency of the atoms. So carbon, he had this black ball, drilled 4 holes into it to express the idea that carbon has valency 4. In other words, connects with 4 other atomic or molecular units. And he mounted these things actually on the lab stands to demonstrate to his students. Anyway, this nice little picture illustrates the quadrivalency of carbon. So initially you have what he called marsh gas, which is methane, right? Which is CH4 in the modern formula, which he was one of the first ones to confirm. So it's 1 carbon with 4 hydrogen atoms. And this series of models show you that you can replace these hydrogen atoms in methane one by one with a chlorine atom. Right. By reacting the methane gas with chlorine gas, you can see a unit volume of chlorine being absorbed and a unit volume of hydrogen being expelled. And you can do it step by step, eventually replacing all the hydrogen with chlorine. And when you can do all of these kinds of coherent manipulations, right, using your belief that carbon has valency 4, yeah, you do countless experiments like this and reasonings about molecular synthesis and analysis, and it all works out coherently. Then you say, yeah, it is true that carbon has valency 4, but it wasn't always true. And I leave you with this very intriguing little problem from the late 19th century organic chemistry. So the tetravalency of carbon was really well confirmed within a large domain, but there were exceptions where it didn't work. Now, there were some problems that they coherently dealt with. So, for example, carbon dioxide, right? Is carbon with only connected with two other things, right? 2 oxygen atoms. So how does that work? And they had this clever idea of the double bond, right? So oxygen has valency 2, so that works out. Carbon is not only holding one hand with oxygen, but 2 hands on one side and 2 hands on the other. Everyone's happy. The whole thing is coherent. So tetravalency of carbon is still true, but they had a great problem with carbon monoxide, which is carbon with just 1 oxygen, right? Because they didn't have any concept such as a free electron pair, right? So what happens to, right, what's the carbon atom holding on to on that side? And they really didn't have a very good answer to this until long after the time of Hofmann, when quantum chemistry came and completely changed the picture. So what is the lesson from this? I think it made sense to say still that carbon was tetravalent, that the statement carbon has valency 4 was true within that domain, and outside that domain it wasn't true. Okay, so this is the operational kind of notion of truth. I mean, just because you have this one exception or a small number of them, I think it's unreasonable to say, therefore, carbon isn't tetravalent. No, actually is in so many cases. Right? So it's a change of perspective without changing any of the science that I'm trying to promote. So there's much more to say about all this, but let me summarize and we'll call it a day today. So I advocated getting rid of the notion of correspondence to the world, and then I proposed this idea of operational coherence to be distinguished quite sharply from the old notion of coherence that's based on consistency, really, or inference. And then I gave you this operational coherentist theory of truth, which is very, very different from the normal kind of coherence theory of truth. In the next lecture, I'm going to try to make a full statement of my own position on the scientific realism debate. And it's going to build on what I called active realism in chapter 4 of the Is Water H2O book. And I'm also going to try to do that by means of this new notion of truth, which I just presented to you. And in tomorrow's lecture itself, I'm also going to present to you a new notion of reality based on the notion of operational coherence. So that's coming up tomorrow, but for now, I'm going to stop and open up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the entertaining lecture. So, questions? Please.
Yeah, very interesting and ambitious proposal about the concept of truth.
Mm-hmm.
My own take is, as tricky as the concept of truth is, Papa was very reluctant in tackling the concept of truth.
Mm-hmm.
He, however, embraced the correspondent theory of truth as expatiated on or worked upon by Tarski.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in one of the distinguishing factors of your new proposal about the coherent account of truth suggests that defining truth in terms of coherence makes it a matter of degree.
Mm-hmm.
And that is right.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the way and manner Popper embrace the correspondence theory of truth as espoused by Tarski also suggests, that there seems to be some kind of agreement to the extent that truth is his idea of verisimilitude, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
I think suggests this whole idea of degrees.
Yeah.
In other words, truth plays a regulative principle. In an attempt to assess reality.
Yeah.
In other words, we are not. We hardly have this direct access to the external world, reality as it were, and so that consistent quest to assess the external world, even though it's very difficult,
Mm-hmm.
it demands some kind of the epistemic implication is that whichever claims you make about the external world will have to be provisional, tentative, and not with this arrogance and certainty and absolute kind of conviction that comes with any claim that you have access to the external world and all of that. So, if my reading of Popper is correct, that his take on correspondent theory of truth also do suggest that truth it's a matter of degrees.
Yeah.
Then I think there may be some kind of
I think so. I think
issues, there may be some other further clarifications that we need, so that we accept the position that you have finally put the last nail to the coffin of correspondent theory of truth. That will pave way
I think it's still gonna come back, but I'm trying. Now, I think there is a very interesting connection to be made to Popper's work. I wasn't thinking about Popper, but you're absolutely right. I think Popper's work on truth and verisimilitude demonstrate exactly the problem that I'm trying to articulate, and I think he saw that problem, right? Because he started out by saying science is the quest for truth, while with his falsification is showing that you couldn't have truth. And then, right, he goes, but we need something like truth in order to guide our actual inquiries. So he puts in the notion of verisimilitude, right? I mean, whether you technically think it's a good notion or not, I think what Popper is doing is like what I'm doing. He's made up a new notion of something like truth, literally, right? Which is a matter of degrees, and is verified by empirical test. That's I think exactly what I'm trying to do. But here's what how I differ from Popper, and I've never met Popper, and he's long dead, but I think he would have agreed. Maybe, I don't know. I don't think he needed that separate notion of truth, which was correspondence, which wasn't doing anything, right? I think he should have taken his verisimilitude or something like that and called it truth. Maybe with lowercase t, which is exactly what I'm trying to do. I mean, he was right to distinguish capital T correspondence truth from verisimilitude, but I don't think he needed what he called truth. It didn't do anything for him or for anybody else. Maybe we come back to you after some other people.
Thanks for the talk. I am very much sympathetic to most of the issues you raised, but I have some problems with the definition of truth.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of a statement is true in a given circumstance if belief in it is needed in a coherent activity. So the worries about the modal, which seems to me a bit strong as a requirement for truth, even though you say that it's just a sufficient condition and not necessary. The example that comes to my mind is about the principle of natural selection. So in a lot of areas of biology, researchers do not need the principle of natural selection to do their everyday work and even to do long-term projects as well. Still, if you ask to any researching molecular biology, for instance, they will say, yes, of course, the principle of natural selection is true. I mean, without entering the debate of how controversial it is, or truth with capital or non-capital T. So the question is, there seems to be that there are a lot of propositions or principles or theories that scientists, practitioners do believe as true, even though they don't need them in their operations in science.
Yeah.
So in terms of linking this truth to being needed in a coherent activity seems a bit restrictive to me, because if we zoom out of the single coherent activity and we look at the interacting systems of practice, for instance, or theories or paradigms or whatever we want to call them, there is an exchange of information between them, and the people working in science do have beliefs about things that they don't really use in their practical, even that relates to their own field of inquiry.
Yeah. No, that's very good. I think I understand where you're coming from, and I think you've also answered your own question when you did note that this is only a sufficient condition, not a necessary one, right? So, let's take what you describe. A given circumstance, this is the kind of biology in which you don't need natural selection. It just doesn't do anything for you. A statement, principle of natural selection, is true in that area if it's needed, right, for them to do their work. But they don't need it, so we don't have the truth of it. But because this is an if definition, not if and only if definition, that doesn't mean it's not, it's false, right? It doesn't mean it's false. You just don't have any ground for believing it's truth in that circumstance, right? Now, the ground then, as you described, will come from its success in other circumstances. But should we really be importing truth from other domains, right? That's what I'm trying to push against, right?
Sorry, just a quick follow-up. The worry is just, the conditional that brings just to sufficient conditions. Isn't it a bit too weak if we want to, I don't know, have the feeling that a lot of people, even in science, wouldn't be satisfied with the sufficient condition for truth?
Yeah, I think that's correct in terms of how people often feel. And I'm trying to say, let's think about why we feel the need for the necessary condition here. Yeah, and I'm trying to, in the fully worked out version of the argument, I'll have an argument saying that the pragmatist perspective shows you that you really don't have to have the necessary in this notion of truth.
My question goes to, so I also really like the lecture, but my question goes to your choice of the coherence kind of way. So you presented two traditional positions, coherentism and correspondence theory, and there are problems with both of them. And then you kind of tag operational to the coherence part. So it's basically just trying to ask whether there are any reasons, because I could imagine that you could also tag it on to correspondence and have some kind of operational correspondence theory. And kind of my inspiration comes actually from a text by Dewey where he kind of makes that move, or he makes both moves at the same time, and then says, well, I could change the idea of correspondence to be more activity-based.
Yeah.
So he gives examples kind of, if you correspond with a friend, you kind of interact.
Yes.
If parts of a machine correspond with each other. So my question is there, because I don't know whether there is some kind of reason kind of for the coherence, or whether the other also would be a possibility, and it's just more strategic reasons, kind of that it's bigger, the correspondence.
Yeah. I mean, yes. You put your finger on something quite tricky. There are many reasons behind my choice of how to use the term correspondence and coherence. Let me just say a few of the things. So, yes, we could say tack on operational in front of correspondence and try to rework that notion. Two reasons I don't want to do that. One, I think the word correspondence is too hopelessly tied up with this metaphorical notion that I want to avoid. But the other reason is I also want to preserve what I think of as the actual notion of correspondence, right? I mean, not so much people writing to each other, which may be just ambiguity of the terminology, but when we have actual representational activities, right, there is going to be correspondence, right? So I don't want to spend the notion of correspondence on this other thing, because then I'll have to come up with something else to talk about that perfectly accessible, perfectly meaningful relationship that we have between the representation and its target, right? So that's why I want to just deal with correspondence that way. I have been asked why I want to use the term coherence, because, right, that's been used so much in this other sense. So why do I want to buy myself trouble by taking a word that means something else and then trying to redefine it? Three reasons for that. One is that I started using it in talking about the kind of cogency of an activity, right? Because I needed a notion to express how well these aspects and parts of an activity fit together to lead to success, and coherence simply is the best word I found for it. I tried various others. I almost changed the whole thing, saying harmony instead of coherence, but that's also, metaphorically problematic because it refers to music, and I don't necessarily want to do that.
What about, so you didn't mention, but that, perhaps it will kind of collapse, but cooperation, Jew uses that sometimes.
Yeah.
But of course then it becomes...
Yeah, then there's an intentional metaphor. And Neurath uses orchestration, which I think is nice, but again, it is. So we seem to be stuck with taking something like coherence as a primitive or going to various metaphors, and I don't want to go to metaphors if that's not necessary. Another reason, I'm sorry to be giving a long answer, but this is a really important question. Another reason I'm using coherence is because I want to hijack that notion, right? Just as I'm doing with truth and reality. Because I think these people are wasting that nice concept. They can just talk about consistency and logical support. Why do they need to spoil a perfectly useful word, coherence? So I want to use it my own way. And then this is something that I didn't go to because it was going to be too long and too indeterminate, but there's this, Putnam notices, that William James used coherence to express a relation between belief and experience, not just between beliefs. And that kind of begins to get at, what I'm trying to articulate. I found this too late to really incorporate it into this lecture, but I want to use it later. So it all works out together, and I'm going to see if it works, see if I can make it work. But I know it's tricky. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your talk, your lecture.
Yeah.
I really like your proposal, but in some respects, in some aspects, your definition of truth reminds me somehow of Protagoras' man is the measure of all things. I mean, it can lead to some form of relativism, I think, especially the part that you said about the scope. Even though it makes sense, I think it's a little bit problematic. For example, we can have a statement, and for me, being, for example, a physicist, in my domain, in my scope, this statement is true, but outside of it, it's not true. So, somehow, I don't know, creates a problem for other people don't believe that this statement is true. It can create conflicts.
Yeah.
For example, a physicist and theologian. Conflicts. How do you see it? Even if you think that this, if my in a way interpretation is correct, and even if it is correct, if you find it problematic.
Yeah. I think I get what you're saying. I mean, there is a danger of a kind of relativism in which different communities just do their own thing, don't interact at all with each other. They have their own little village. They're going to live happily there according to their own truth, and who cares if their truth wouldn't apply when they step outside. So I don't get the whole right form of the doctrine unless I also add to all this what I've called active realism, right? Which I'll explain again tomorrow. The demand that we should seek more and more knowledge, which will make the domains of our own truths collide and that will teach us other things, right? So the organic chemists could have remained very happy if they just studied all the compounds in which carbon was tetravalent. And then they said, all right, we've got a good thing here. We're not going to do any more chemistry because this is true and we know the truth of it, and let's just go and do other things. Let's just use this wonderful knowledge but not try to do anything that might spoil it. And I think that would be a completely anti-scientific attitude, right? So yeah, there is that danger of relativism of a certain kind, which I think can and should be overcome.
My question was partly in the same direction, but I think the long version, it would be only answerable with part on realism as well. So I try to condense it to really small questions. From which point is the coherence visible? Is this point lying within a system of practice or within an activity or operation? Or is it visible from elsewhere, from other systems of practice, from other time? If you see it on a time.
It's from within, as far as I can see, right? And this is why the whole thing is going to go quite nicely, I think, with an adaptation of Putnam's internal realism, although I haven't done that work yet. I mean, it's the knowledge of the here and the now, which we're talking about here, right? Yeah.
I think you mentioned then that it's in contrast to the conventional notion of coherence. Can have the potential to exclude specific forms of relativism.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm sure we'll come back to these questions tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you.
I think my question relates nicely to the previous question. What about activities that we consider bizarre or worse, but the proponents believe in? So it's something like witch hunt.
Yes. Yeah.
To do witch hunt in Coherence, you have to have a lot of beliefs about witches. Does it mean that in the context of this activity, these beliefs are true?
Yeah, this is, of course, the big worry that people have raised about any doctrine similar to mine, right? I mean, that's immediately how people come back to William James. Yeah, you know, it was expedient for the witch hunters to do what they did, and that their activity included the beliefs about witches, etc. Okay, so I think this is a problem we have to confront, right? And I want to propose two ways of thinking about it. It's not a real answer to your question, but ways of thinking. One way of thinking is that, yes, when we have this bizarre activity, let's honestly engage with it, study it. Let's ask, right, what are the aims of the witch hunters? Right? Let's ask them to spell that out precisely. Are they going to say, we don't like these old hags and we want to get rid of them by some excuse? Well, then they will destroy their own system by that kind of admission. Or do they have a genuinely held belief about, right, the existence of the phenomenon of witchcraft and ideas about how, right, the nature of a witch is manifested and so on. And let's see, through a systematic examination, whether, right, they have anything like statements that are really needed for coherent activities that do successfully achieve their aims, right? If such statements include the statements about the reality of witches, I mean, what right do we have in that case to come in and say, it's still crazy, right? I mean, why do we think it's crazy? If it actually works out that well, why should we think it is so crazy? Yeah. So that's one way to look at it, which is about sympathetic understanding. The other way to look at it is a point of humility. Right. So we think our stuff is so good that some other external group of people are not going to come in and find it bizarre. I mean, dark matter, really? I mean, we do believe dark matter is real, but I can so easily imagine, right, people from outside the realm of contemporary physics who look at us and say, it's just crazy. And then we have to have that conversation. Why do you say it's crazy? And we show them the coherent activities that we carry out, ranging from the calculation of the rotational rate of spiral galaxies to the expansion of the universe as a whole, right? We say, look, the belief in dark matter does work out. What more do you want, right? So I think the key in either direction is real engagement with the practices that actually are connected to these beliefs, right? So, you know, the idea of continental drift was dismissed because it sounded crazy. Well, it wasn't crazy. It's just that they were lazy about checking it out thoroughly, right? Had they checked it out very thoroughly in the way that we're proposing here, they wouldn't have dismissed it so easily, right? So I'm not advocating witchcraft here, but I mean, how do I know, right? I've never examined those crazy practices personally. I just believe the other people who have. But you know, I think we have to hold a little bit back from our modern confidence that we've got some right way of acquiring knowledge and these other crazy people don't have it, right? So, I mean, that's a kind of lesson I've taken from Feyerabend without the crazier aspect of his, well, without the flamboyant aspect of the way he wrote. Okay, that's maybe enough.
Alex. Thank you very much for the lecture. A lot of things I need to think about. But if we're talking about truth in the coherence conception, like truth here and now,
yeah.
Maybe it is better to avoid this term in general at all.
The term truth.
The term. Because it is not valid more. Because it's like, imagine like something singular, and we can't talk about, yeah, we can, but
yeah.
The context want to be or must to be like the truth in singular, but we just make link and connection between one example case when it works with this singular truth, but in another sense, in another place, we have another truth. In this sense, or truth becomes something all the time running away from us, or this term is not valid more in this coherent.
Yeah. You know, I spent quite a long time when I first came into philosophy completely avoiding talking about truth, right? Precisely for the kind of reason you mentioned. And then I changed my mind more recently. The reason I gave up is, and it's partly from reading Austin, partly from actually living in these political times. I think that notion of truth has a very crucial function, both ethically and in terms of everyday life, even if we can dispense with it in science, right? So, in fact, I mean, when you talk to scientists today, these days, about what kind of research they do, you can talk with them for hours without them ever saying the word true. Certainly not the word truth, right? A lot of scientists today, except for the cosmologists and the theoretical physicists, they don't say that their business is finding the truth in this grand sense. So we can do without that, but I think our everyday life and everyday language would become very strange if we took all the occurrence of true out, right? If we couldn't say things like, is it true you won that prize? Right? Okay, we can do it. We can simply say, did you win that prize? Right? So is it true is in a way redundant, and that's the kind of thing deflationists want us to do. But I think there's a very distinctive function that the term truth serves, right, in our linguistic life. And also, I think, right, this is the more political bit. I want to be able to say it's not true that Barack Obama ordered wiretapping of Donald Trump's phone. Right? I mean, rather than, oh, we have no evidence, right? Because, and this relates to the example of the carbon monoxide case I was giving you. And let me just add that comment because I should have. So you could say, well, I mean, what's the big deal here? Why can't we say that truth itself remains universal and it's the statements that have to have limited scope, right? So if your statement is that carbon has valency 4, except in the case of carbon monoxide and all the other exceptions we might find, then that statement can be universally true. So why not do that? The reason I don't want to do that is because it would paralyze us, right? Because then you couldn't say anything is true unless you've already found out about all the exceptions, which you never can do. So then you'll just be stuck, right? So if we get rid of the idea of truth in life, then I think we'll be in that kind of situation in a similar way, right? You'd have to say, yeah, we have this evidence to support it, that evidence to support it. But I think it's very useful to be able to say, right, something is true or not true. And it may just be a shorthand at the end of the day. That's something I have to think more about, right? It may be just a convenient thing to be able to say that something is true rather than all the little things we know. But then I think there's also a regress, right? So instead of saying that it's true that there's an airport in Tartu, I might want to say, well, I have met this, that, and the other person who says that they flew out of Tartu, and I have read this book, and I've visited that website, which talks about the airport. I could just, right, give a complete enumeration of the evidence I have, but the infinite regress is about each of those statements of evidence. I can also ask, but is it true? Is it true that Endler flew into airport at Tartu, as she says, right? So we have to keep going back to the immediately verifiable, and I think that is a losing game. So, but I have to think about it more.
Maybe a comment on thought that I just had. I mean, I would like to comment. Okay, let's say we accept that this definition works in science, we accept it, but what about politics, which is a little bit more, has to do more about persuasion, and sometimes even propaganda gets in the way. I mean, I can easily imagine a politician or even Donald Trump say, in order to do a specific coherent activity, maybe a political action decision, to say that climate change is a hoax by the Chinese. And he really needs this statement to be true in order to do a specific political actions. So then, how do we act? We try to show that his statement is false, but if there is some kind of ambiguity, or we can find a different solution, Or even if the thing about propaganda gets in the way. If he says, I don't know, he pays the media and all day they say stuff about his opinion and gets to convince everyone that it's true. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah.
About politics especially.
Yeah. I mean, whether propaganda convinces everyone, right? This is our responsibility at the receiving end, right? So that's, I think, a separate problem. But if a statement is, right, it's like the witchcraft thing, right? If there's a Donald Trump activity that works out very well on the basis of the belief that climate change is a Chinese hoax, right? Then should we say that that statement is true, right? The way I want to put it is this, and we can debate this more because time is running away. I want to say, yeah, I think it's true in this very sad little sphere of activity that you've got, which doesn't include, for example, asking any questions to the Chinese. Did you guys say this? Did you make this up? Right? Or asking the scientist, do you believe this because the Chinese told you so? Right? I mean, any number of ways of checking will invalidate that statement immediately, and any number of those activities, right, connected with the checking will be incoherent if you persist in this belief, right? So, yeah, I'm willing to say you can have your sad little domain in which this fantasy is true, but come on, right? We can do better than that. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Now, the topic of today's lecture is scientific realism. And I'm going to start with the who cares question. And I remember, I think back to my early days of teaching, and I just wasn't interested in the realism question. I didn't understand why everybody else was going on about it. And it was actually only through the necessity to get my students interested that I managed to get interested in it myself. But it's a good reminder to myself that, yeah, not everyone cares about this. And there are philosophers themselves who said we shouldn't really worry too much about the realism problem. And one of the frustrations, of course, is that the arguments seem interminable, right? I mean, we go on and on about realism and anti-realism. We've been doing this for decades, if not centuries. There never seems to be any resolution. So, simply, what if we just simply let go of it and stopped talking about realism, stopped asking that question, especially if we want to be pragmatists? Why don't we follow the spirit of Arthur Fine here? I don't know if Fine is familiar to everyone, American philosopher of science. Started out doing philosophy of physics. In fact, I mean, this paper that I'm mentioning occurs in his collection of papers, which is focused on relativity and quantum mechanics, but then he writes this very general paper called The Natural Ontological Attitude. Fine notes that most people share what he calls the core position, which involves accepting the confirmed results of science in the same way as one accepts the evidence of one's senses. But both the realist and the anti-realist want to add something to the core position, Fine says. Now, what could it be that the realist adds to, taking the confirmed results of science as, yeah, true, without excitement? Fine says what the realist wants to add is a desk-thumping, foot-stamping shout of really. They just want to emphasize that, yeah, we agree that these results from science are credible. What the realist wants to add is the emphasis that all this is really so. And Fine says, why do we need this, right? It's just emotional argument that we want to add to the exact same judgment that the anti-realist philosophers share, that certain results of science are very credible. Now, to a large extent, I follow Fine, especially in relation to the endless argument surrounding the attempts by realists to show that what looks impossible is somehow possible, that empirical science really can attain assured knowledge about what goes beyond experience. I agree with Fine that it is time to face the fact that we cannot know whether we have got the objective truth about the world, even if such a formulation would be meaningful. Realists go astray by persisting in trying to find a way around this fact, as do anti-realists in engaging with that obsession and then constructing their own elaborate philosophical theories to show that the realist position is not attainable. Perhaps I cannot do better than Fine, but I still find it difficult to let go of the realism label, the notion of realism. I feel that the realism idea has been hijacked by the most unrealistic of people. I would like to rescue the notion of realism from the so-called realists and reconceive it into something that's useful for scientists and others who are actually engaged in empirical inquiries. So that's one of the things I'm trying to do all week here with you. If that should fail, I think we're okay. We still have Noah, and that's not such a bad position to have. So Fine goes on to add many other thoughts, but the basic ideas are summarized very well in that paper. As you can imagine, there are many, many puns people have made about Noah, sounding like Noah of Noah's Ark, and that was intended by Fine, I think, natural ontological attitude. Now, the position on realism that I'm going to present to you today is a developed version of what I called active realism in my last book, in chapter 4 of the book, which those workshop participants have been reading. But especially for those of you who haven't read that, let me begin with a summary, and it's going to be a slight modification of what's in my book. So for those of you who read it, it'll be an interesting kind of review, not an exact repetition. So what I proposed under the name of active realism is not only a particular new position concerning scientific realism, but an attempt to reframe the whole debate. So I don't take scientific realism as a merely descriptive thesis about what science has achieved, which is how it's usually taken, right? Like Bas van Fraassen, I take it as a statement about the aims of science, the overall purpose of science, rather than specific aims here. So here's Van Fraassen, who says, science, this is what he calls the correct statement of scientific realism. I don't know why he gets to decide what's the correct statement, but here it is. Realism, according to scientific realism, science aims to give us, in its theories, a literally is very important here, right? A literally true story of what the world is like, and acceptance of a scientific theory involves the belief that it is true, right? So that's realism as defined by Van Fraassen. Van Fraassen himself, of course, is a leading anti-realist, so that's the position he opposes. But what I share with him, right, is that realism is about what science should be trying to achieve rather than about what science has already achieved, right? Even more actively, I take realism as a policy or even an ideology, as I'll say more in a moment. Active realism, or active scientific realism, as I have termed it, is a commitment to do our utmost to learn as much as possible about reality. Now, in this kind of reframing that I'm attempting to do, I think it is sometimes useful to try taking things very literally for a minute when we use terminology. So in this case, let's ask, what is realism? right? So there are two parts to that word. There's reality, and there's ism. What is an ism? A proper, full-blooded ism is not just a description, but an ideology in a broader sense of the term, a commitment to think, act, and live in a certain manner. So I took realism as a commitment to engage with what is real, with so-called external reality. In the context of inquiry, scientific or otherwise, that ought to mean a commitment to maximize our learning from reality. So we can debate whether this learning can ever bring us truth, certainty, or objectivity, but that is a separate question, which I will come to in a moment. Well, not a moment, in about 35 minutes. There are, of course, different kinds of things that are meant by ism. And here I found it instructive to go back for a moment to my native language, Korean, which you might remember this bit from the depth of chapter 4 of the book. I mean, doing this is doubly interesting for me because I actually never really studied philosophy in Korean. So it was interesting, having learned philosophy in English, to go back to think about how I would put it in the language that I grew up in. Now, so I'm going to teach you 2 words of Korean, literally. For most political kind of isms, like communism and capitalism, Koreans translate the ism part into this word, 주의. Now, is Takaharu here? You might recognize the Chinese. These Korean words derived from Chinese roots, so I've written down for you in black the Japanese people understand that as well, right? For other kinds of isms, like realism in philosophy, or evolutionism, or capitalism is over here, but no, I can come to that in a moment. Something like realism, evolutionism, these broader kind of theories rather than political ideologies get translated into this 론. That means theory, right? 2 different things altogether. And then when it comes to like isms in art and music and so on, there's a whole other word which really means school. So the same suffix ism, right, gets translated into 3 different kinds of things. Now, the note about capitalism is that the word capitalism is translated as capital 주의, while we translate the title of Marx's book, Das Kapital, as capital 론. The theory of capital, very different from capitalism. So the words are incommensurable. You can see how they get mixed up. All of this is not to say that Korean language has any superior sophistication in distinguishing finer shades of meaning. Rather, because there is no direct equivalent of the English or Germanic ism in Korean, in trying to translate all these ism words from English or other European languages, the Koreans were forced to think harder about what ism actually meant in each and every case, and they decided in each case how to do it. So so let me take it to realism. So the standard realism, what I'm calling standard realism, as philosophers of science normally mean it, is a theory, right? And the Koreans duly translate it as 실제, meaning reality, 론, theory of science or philosophy that is a realist thing. What I've done actually in my work published in the Korean language, I've translated my active realism as 실제주의, this other kind of ism, right? Because it's an ideology I'm promoting, not a description about what science is or has achieved. Curiously, when Koreans translate logical positivism, it gets done as 논리 실증주의, right? And I think that is appropriate because logical positivism was a movement, right? It wasn't just a detached commentary on what science was like. It was even a political ideology. Right? So that makes sense. Now, coming back to the main point, if realism should be a commitment to learn from reality, well, what is reality? What do we mean by external reality, and what is involved in learning about it? Now, my proposal from 2012 in the book was to think of external reality as whatever it is that's not subject to one's own will, right? What I cannot control. Think back to William James and other pragmatists who said nature's resistance to our ill-conceived plans is one of the most important sources of our very notion of reality, right? The little quotation that I gave you yesterday from James, experience has ways of boiling over and making us correct our present formulas. Then he went on to say that the only objective criterion of reality is coerciveness over thought. Right? It's a very nice image, I think. In the long run, not right now, eventually, right? So, something that we cannot control is what we mean by reality, and such a thing can, of course, turn out the way we expect, but that's precisely what happens when we make successful predictions, right? So it's not only when our expectations are frustrated that we meet reality, it's whenever we're doing anything, we're continually engaging with reality. So knowledge is a state of our being in which we are able to engage in successful epistemic activities, which can only happen if there is insufficient resistance from reality. Right? This, I think, gives an interesting new twist to the saying from Wittgenstein that it is always by the gift of nature that we know something. Now, what this notion of reality refers to is the fundamental distinction between the self and the world, right? If everything behaved simply as I willed it, I would not have a sense of external reality at all. But does that mean that my body, because I can move it around as I wish most of the time, is not part of reality? Far from it, right? When G.E. Moore, in his refutation of skepticism, famously held up his hand and said, "Here is a hand," and said, "Here is an external object." Well, he would have noted that the color and the shape and the temperature and all other properties of the hand are as they are out of his control. Everything except for the motion, right? I can move my hand about, but I cannot change the way it is the way I want, right? So it still counts as external reality. My usual ability to move the hand about as I wish makes it my hand. That's fine, but the other properties, including the fixed range of its motion, make it an external object, so part of what I call reality. This kind of blend of self and world is the mysterious and wonderful kind of thing that allows us to be in the world and interact with it. And my own will is part of everyone else's external reality and vice versa, right? Even though my own will cannot be said to be part of my own external reality. So we can go on and specify more what's meant by reality, but I think that's enough, right? So, what does it mean to have contact with reality and to learn from that experience? The most basic requirement is that we need to place ourselves in situations where things that we cannot control will happen. That's not hard to do. Indeed, it's difficult to avoid. For learning to take place, we need to arrange such situations as to expose our senses to the happenings. Not only the five senses, but any and all the modalities we have in which information is registered, including muscular tension and proprioception, which are so integral to any bodily interaction we have with reality. This is something I covered in more detail yesterday morning, right? And in order to maximize our learning, we should arrange situations in which our expectations are most likely to be contradicted. This is the basic intuition underlying Popper's requirement of falsifiability and severe test. Right? So I hope all of this is pretty obvious. Right? That's active realism is intended to be pretty unobjectionable kind of doctrine. Some might think it's just bland and boring, but I think it's not quite that, as I will say in a moment. Now, in discussing how to maximize our learning from reality, I've begun to touch on the ism part of realism again. Right? The realist stance, as I take it, is not only to acknowledge that external reality exists. I mean, what good is that? But to have a commitment to engage with it. The scientific realist commitment is to learn consciously, systematically, and precisely about reality as much as possible. So, I mean, that sentence should give away the sense that I don't really think there's a strict answer to the demarcation question. What it means to be scientific is, right, Paul Hoyningen-Huene says it's all about being systematic. I think it's also about being precise and being conscious and planned and careful. But it's not a qualitative, it's a difference of degree in this respect, right? Everyday life also can be systematic and precise and so on when we want. Okay. So what I've just said is not the usual spirit in which philosophers take scientific realism. What I call standard scientific realism is taken, as I mentioned before, as the belief that accepted scientific theories possess truth, at least approximate truth or partial truth. So a matter of description and a perfectly useless one at that, right? I mean, what is the use of a philosophy that basically concludes modern science is doing really well? The scientists can do that very well themselves. They don't need our help in asserting the authority of science, I think. I mean, there have been times, right, in the history of humanity, certainly when science needed that kind of help. Right? I don't think that is what we've got today. So scientific realism, as I mean it, is an active doctrine recommending that we should seek out our contact with reality so as to maximize our learning, rather than some hubris in the armchair about how we can obtain or have obtained the objective truth about the universe. Now, realism in this sense may sound just like empiricism, and that, I think, is how it should be, right? I really don't think it makes much sense that empiricism and realism have been considered these great opposites. When you think about it, I think it's crazy that empiricism is regarded as the opposite of reality. Now, there's one important difference, however, between empiricism and active realism. And it's a difference of attitude more than substance, I think. Empiricism can be taken as a rather defensive doctrine, emphasizing that the only source of knowledge we can have is experience, and that we should avoid treating other things as legitimate sources of knowledge, right? So we are rejecting the authority of pure reason, we are rejecting the authority of religion, we are rejecting the authority of inherited beliefs and so on. But that's the defensive move, right? And that in itself does not involve any recommendation about what kind of experience and how much of it we should try to have. So I'm trying to emphasize the positive side. Now, the core idea of active realism, as I explained it, is certainly not my invention, although the terminology is. One very important influence on my thinking has been the operationalism of Percy W. Bridgman. He hated the term operationalism himself, but he was stick with it as other people's label for what he was describing. For those of you who don't know, this picture sums it up very nicely. He was an experimental physicist teaching at Harvard University, one of the early Nobel Prize winners from the USA. And what he did was, what's shown here is a high pressure apparatus, right? And I can tell you much more about that if you're interested in the questions, but his main achievement was basically figuring out how to attain extremely high pressures within his steel cylinder. It was like 100 times literally more pressure than anyone else had achieved before. And having figured that out, I mean, that Nobel Prize was right there. Because then all he had to do was put all kinds of stuff under that extremely high pressure to see what the hell happens. And he discovered amazing things like ice had several different crystal structures depending on the pressure and other conditions. Anyway, Bridgman then would pack up his lab in the summer, go up to his summer cottage in New Hampshire and write philosophical books. And he became quite well known in philosophy. But without going through all the ideas that Bridgman had, in my interpretation of Bridgman, his insistence on giving a well-defined method of measurement to every physical concept shows an active realist commitment intended to turn every theoretical statement into a site of contact with reality. So, I mean, his operationalism was very often taken, I think mistaken as a doctrine of meaning, right? Because he said things like, right, to know the meaning of a term used by me, it is evident that I must know the conditions under which I would use the term, right? A pragmatist sort of theory of meaning. I mean, it's not really a theory, but he then more specifically said, to know the meaning of a term, the physicists must know how it is measured in the lab, right? That's the core of the operationalist idea. The Vienna Circle picked him up for a moment thinking, oh, this guy sounds like a verificationist, right? And then they quickly dropped him after they found out how crazy he was. But I'll get into that more again if you are interested. So my way of reading Bridgman is that he was not offering a theory of meaning, but he was making an insistence on meaningfulness, right? He said, if we just utter theoretical statements without backing them up with a method of measurement for each concept that occurs in it, then our statements are not meaningful. And in science, we want meaningful statements everywhere. And to my mind, yeah, that's an active realist stance. You want to maximize the contact points between your conceptions and your experience. As I've already mentioned, Karl Popper's injunction for scientists to seek higher falsifiability and more severe tests can also be seen as a demand for more contact with reality. That's for you, Anthony. If we can turn the focus away from hypothesis testing with true versus false verdicts to a broader view of epistemic activities that can serve as tests of theories, there's actually not much difference between what Popper recommends and what I advocate. I didn't start out trying to be a Popperian, and I still wouldn't call myself a Popperian, but there's a core of what Popper was advocating that I can really appreciate. Similarly, Imre Lakatos's demand for progressiveness in scientific research programs can also be readily interpreted in the active realist vein, because theoretical progress, as Lakatos called it, meant the making of novel predictions, which amounts to the creation of new contact points with reality. And empirical progress meant some of those predictions being successful, establishing knowledge. Right. So I hope that's enough, I hope more than enough to give you a sense of what I mean by active realism. Now I want to add some comments about where active realism sits in this argumentative field defined by the opposition between the more ordinary kinds of realism and anti-realism. Now, some hardcore realists have sort of looked down on my stuff and said, that's not really realism, is it? I'm going to insist that it is, and I'll come back to that more later. For now, just take it that it is a kind of realism. The second point, which is more interesting now, I think, is that to the extent that anti-realists such as Van Fraassen, Duhem, or Mach advocate the collection of an increasing number and diversity of observations or facts about nature, they of course fulfill the basic requirements of active realism. It is immaterial to the concerns of active realism that these so-called anti-realists were not interested in pursuing the truth about unobservable entities. So if truth is the main preoccupation of standard realism, the main preoccupation of active realism is progress or the growth of knowledge. What's most important for active realism is that we do not discard the heuristic power of theories about unobservables to lead us to more discoveries about reality. So under certain circumstances, we can also say that some theories are true, but I mean, that's less important to me. Even if we have no commitment about truth, we can use theories in an instrumentalist way even to get more knowledge, and that's a perfectly good active realist move. So the first layer of my message is a peaceful one. There really is no reason to be fighting about scientific realism. Active realism unites the realist and the anti-realist, so-called, as long as they are both committed to empirical learning. But you might worry that the stance here is just too pacific, right? Who could possibly object to such a commitment? And is a position worth defending if no one would object to it? Right? Why bother? I think, in fact, there are a great number of people who do go against active realism. They may not say they are, but if you look at what they do, you have to think. So against active realism, anti-realism can take any of the following forms. So I mean anti-active realism, not standard anti-realism, right? People may seek the comfort of affirming what we already believe instead of subjecting our belief to the most informative tests. They may prefer the simplicity or elegance of theories for its own sake rather than for the possible side effect of facilitating further inquiry. Many people do insist, oh, the universe is simple. It is elegant. If your theory isn't simple, it must be false. Or people insist that having a consensus is more valuable than allowing all perspectives that can lead to new learning. Or they make only fictional or idealized models to do a particular job at hand rather than finding a theory that can also work in other circumstances. All of these things happen with depressing regularity in science, as well as in religion, politics, and everyday life. And ironically, I think, some of these attitudes I've just mentioned are taken by many people who consider themselves very strong and staunch realists. In this context, Peirce's motto takes on fresh urgency: do not block the way of inquiry. And this will lead to the pluralist theme that I'm going to focus on tomorrow as well. Now, I think that slide got misplaced, so I'm going to reposition myself. So now I move on to the third part of this lecture. It's about what we learn about when we learn about reality, to put it in a kind of stupid, tautological way. So, what I've just summarized so far represents the parts of the 2012 doctrine of active realism that I still maintain. Right? There are parts of it that I've carefully set aside because I've changed my mind, but what you heard in the last 20 minutes or so is what still remains. You may have noticed that I no longer want to deny that realism is a quest for truth. And this is because I have been able to reach a conception of truth according to which it is something that we can actually attain and should try to attain, as I explained in yesterday's lecture. Right? So that's a crucial modification. This is actually not such a big change in a way, because my new pragmatist, coherentist notion of truth is not fundamentally different from what I had called truth sub 5 This is where that slide should have come in, right? Which was already identified as a kind of thing that active realism could and should pursue. So this is from that chapter of my book where I said the English term truth seems to have multiple meanings, one of which, right, number 5 here, is something I think we actually pursue in science. That aspect wasn't so coherent with the rest of what I was doing in that chapter, and now I think it makes much better sense. But the new presentation of active realism, while really not that different from the previous one, I think it should be more palatable to those attached to the idea that realism should be about the pursuit of something that we can call truth. So I think that that's all good. I sleep better after having done that. There was, however, an additional and more serious problem, which again made me sleep not so well. In the conception of active realism as originally stated, I took reality with a capital R as nature itself, something mind-independent, something that can resist our attempts to deal with it in some particular way that we might prefer, right? But reality in this sense is like the Kantian thing in itself, the Ding an sich, about which we can and should say nothing. Then it doesn't make sense to think that we can learn anything expressible about it, right? So I said that active realism was a commitment to learn as much as possible about reality, but that makes no sense. If reality itself is something one can't specify, other than saying, yeah, it's there. So this really meant I was talking nonsense in chapter 4 of my book in that regard. And it's not a good feeling when you look at something you've written earlier and say, it doesn't make any sense. So then you have to fix it. You have to make the whole thing coherent again. So some other notion must be worked out as to what empirical knowledge is about. And part of what was going on when I was writing the book is I was doing my very best to stay away from metaphysics, right? So I wanted to make no comment at all about, what exists and all the rest, except, admitting, yeah, there is this reality, which we can't say anything about. But then I turned around and said, active realism is about learning as much about reality as possible. And that doesn't work, does it? So, how did I fix it? I hope I fixed it. So what is knowledge about? In Kantian terms, the answer is easy. Empirical knowledge is about phenomena, not about noumena. And if you're a good Kantian, that's it. We can go home now. But I want to say that the object of empirical knowledge is not quite the Kantian phenomena, and this is a long story, some of which I'll try to tell tomorrow, but partly because for the Kantian phenomena, the a priori is fixed, and I don't want that fixed. So I'll come into that tomorrow if I can. But how I would express what I want to say is that the object of empirical knowledge must be placed in the operational realm. These objects are not given, but identified, one could even say constructed in a sense, through hard work, through a very not effortless, but effortful process of inquiry, through which we learn how to identify objects at the same time as learning about the identified object. Right? This is one clear sense in which ontology is empirical. So my position here is consonant with Ian Hacking's so-called entity realism, which takes our ability for successful intervention as the sign of reality of the putative objects involved in that intervention. So now I want to give a little bit of exposition about Hacking. Now, just for curiosity, who's familiar with the work of Ian Hacking? Okay, a few of you. Right, okay. So I'll assume that you as a group don't know about hacking. And bear with me if you do, right? Yeah? Yeah. So I'm referring especially to the book by Ian Hacking, Canadian philosopher, called Representing and Intervening, which I already mentioned, right? In which he says, one can believe in some entities without believing in any particular theory in which they are embedded. So he distinguished himself from the people that he called theory realists, right? So he said, yeah, I mean, we can know that electrons really exist, even though we may not fundamentally know what electrons really are, right? And that sort of makes sense, right? Because, I mean, would we say that J.J. Thomson, who we say discovered the electron, knew that they were real? We want to say that, right? But Thomson had no idea about electrons as we now theoretically conceive, right? I mean, what, fluctuations of the quantum field? No, it wasn't that at all. So for him, it was much more like little billiard balls, but it wasn't even that, actually. For him, there were structures in the ether, right? So we could say he didn't understand at all, from the modern point of view, what on earth electrons were. But I think we should say he knew they were real, right? So this is part of Hacking's intuition, because Thomson knew very well how to work with them. He had electric and magnetic fields set up to bend the cathode ray beams around. He knew how to generate the beams in the first place by using a hot piece of metal in a vacuum tube, etc., etc. So this most famous thing Hacking ever said, if you can spray them, then they are real. Now, what is that about? That was a reference to positrons. Positrons being the anti-particle of the electrons, right? And Hacking tells you this story. When he first learned about positrons, he said, antimatter, I mean, that sounds like science fiction. That's just some theoretician's fantasy about how they make sense of what they can observe. Then he says, he changed his mind when a physicist colleague of him showed him this experiment in which they were generating a bunch of positrons and then spraying them onto a little ball to change the electric charge on the ball, right? This occurs in a modern version of what's called the Millikan oil drop experiment, which was carried out by Robert Millikan at Caltech exactly a century ago, a little more than a century ago now, in which he measured the unit of electrical charge, right? And what he did was, Millikan's original experiment was to make little tiny droplets of oil, which he suspended in air, and those tiny oil drops just slowly fall down. They don't do the free fall in vacuum because it's not a vacuum and they're small enough that the air resistance retards them into a constant speed. So the speed is actually proportional to the weight rather than acceleration being proportional to the weight. Anyway, so from observing how fast they fall, you can see how much mass they have. And then he put an electric field in that space, right? So then that gives you another force on the drops, which this time depends on the electric charge, right? So by observing these drops going up and down as you adjust the electric field here, you can figure out what mass and charge they have. And when Millikan was doing this experiment, what he also did, he gave these droplets various amounts of electric charge by friction, actually, right? So you could say he was spraying these oil drops with electrons. And what he noticed is that when their speeds changed as their electric charge changed, it changed as a step function, right? It wasn't continuous. You couldn't have an intermediate value of charge. In other words, it was either, we would say, 1e or 2e or 3e, right? E being the unit charge that the electron has. Anyway, so that's the Millikan oil drop experiment. The modern physicist friend of Millikan, Hacking, was doing this experiment in a less messy way, using tiny balls of metal made of niobium And you could spray electrons on the niobium ball to have the same thing. But then, I don't know, just for fun, I think, they were also using positrons to give them more positive charge. I don't know the details of how this would work without a lot of pair annihilation messing you up. But anyway, Hacking tells you that he got to observe this experiment and afterwards said, you know what, I give up. If you can spray them, they are real. Right? These physicists are handling positrons just as well as they're handling electrons. If you believe electrons are real, positrons are real as well. And another kind of example he gives you is the more familiar thing in everyday, well, not everyday life, but much more hands-on for a lot of people now is the microscopic manipulations, right, that biologists make literally under a microscope, right? So here is a picture of a cell being poked by a very fine needle through which we can press a button and inject a fluid and suck something out and all kinds of things. And Hacking says, look, isn't it wonderful? Not only can we use a microscope to look at these things, but you might wonder, am I really looking at a true image of something in my microscope? How do I know that? But it says at the same time, the biologist is using this human-crafted machine, using this very fine needle to poke the cell. Meanwhile, all the while watching the scene under the microscope. And it's perfectly coordinated, what I see and what I'm doing, just as well as my actions and my visual impressions are coordinated in my ordinary actions, like having a sip of my coffee. So Hacking says, yeah, if you can do this, wouldn't you really have to admit that these cells and everything else you see under the microscope are real? So that's the intuition behind what he calls entity realism. He calls it also experimental realism because, you know, the real evidence for the belief in the reality of these entities come from the experimental engagement. So Hacking intuitively convinces a lot of people. But there is a problem, which I will also talk more about tomorrow. How do you know actually what it is that you're manipulating, right? So how are Hacking's physicists so sure that what they've got in their machinery getting transferred over to the niobium ball is really positrons, right? And let me give you a historical example, right, in order to illustrate the difficulty. Now, did I show you this picture at any point this week? No? Right, okay. So this comes from a paper published in 1800 by William Herschel, the famous astronomer and musician, German man who lived in England. He's well known for two things. One was the discovery of the planet Uranus. And then, a couple of decades later, he discovered infrared radiation coming from the sun. So, you know, if there had been Nobel Prizes back then, he would have won at least two, because each one was a major event. This picture is taken from his paper on infrared radiation. So what was he doing? It was very simple what he was doing. He took a prism, had a ray of sun, and made a spectrum in the usual way, right? On a white surface, he drew a spectrum, took a thermometer, and stuck the thermometer in various different parts of the spectrum to measure the different heating effects that the different colors had, and found that red was hot, blue was cool, in between, other heating effects. And this is the graph. The dark graph here is the distribution of heating effect he found. But in the course of these experiments, he did a curious thing, I think probably by accident. He stuck the thermometer in the dark space beyond the red end of the spectrum, and found a lot of heat, right? So this is the distribution of heating effect. That is the distribution of illumination, right? So beyond the red, a lot of heat, and we say, yes, he discovered infrared photons. But that's not at all what he thought he had discovered, right? Look at this label. It says these, right, the dark graph is the distribution of heat-making rays. This is the distribution of light-making rays. In other words, he thought what he had done was to use a prism to separate out rays of light from rays of caloric. Caloric, the fluid of heat that Lavoisier had postulated, right? And it makes perfect sense when you think about it. It's a very coherent activity going on here. Yeah. I mean, yes, he knew that in theory you could say there's just one kind of entity coming from the sun which has these two completely different effects, right? Heat and light, and somehow the different effects are distributed differently, although they do come from the same agent. That doesn't sound right, does it? Right? That sounds like, why would you think that? When you can conveniently postulate, well, we know there are these two entities, heat and light, caloric and light rays. So that's what Herschel was thinking. Now, if you are Ian Hacking, and if you're looking at William Herschel's work, wouldn't you have to say that for Herschel, caloric was real, right? Because, I mean, if this doesn't count as spraying, I don't know what does. It's spraying rays of caloric onto the thermometer, seeing the temperature rise. So why not admit that these things are real? So here's the question, right? If you're a more robust kind of realist, you're looking at Hacking, you would say, yeah, okay, you know, from the success of your manipulations, we'll grant you that you are manipulating something. But how do you know what it is that you're manipulating? How could Herschel be sure that it was caloric? He couldn't be sure. The physicists argued about this for decades in the 19th century. And that's a very long, fascinating story, which I'm not going to tell you. Now, so people actually thought there were three agents, right? Heat rays, light rays, and chemical rays, as they called it. What happens in the ultraviolet a lot. But I'm going to skip all of that. So how can we be sure that experimenters are really manipulating what they presume to be manipulating when they do their experiments? An important clue in answering this question, I think, is given in another part of Hacking's book, which goes like this. He is facing those who would question that success in practical intervention can form a secure enough basis for our knowledge of reality. He hits the ball right back to their court by asking, why do you think anything is real? Right? You, the normal realist, are trying to tell me, or you, the anti-realist even, trying to tell me that I should treat positrons differently from cats and dogs. But why, right? Let's forget caloric and positrons for the moment. Let's think for the moment about what philosophers fondly call medium-sized dry goods, right? Everyday objects, the things like chairs and tables that they love to talk about. Now, in this context, something I mentioned yesterday morning, right? Hacking refers to George Berkeley's A New Theory of Vision, 1709, which points out that our three-dimensional vision only works and develops by a conjunction, harmonious conjunction of the senses of vision and muscular tension that's involved in moving around and also in focusing at various distances. So Hacking takes Berkeley's argument, quite rightly, I think, as a prescient emphasis on the role of hands-on intervention in perception. So even our very observable everyday objects are only regarded as real because of the same kind of coherent manipulability that gives us confidence about the reality of unobservable entities such as positrons and bacteria. Right? So Hacking says there is no difference in why we regard anything at all as real. So if you don't want to say that positrons are real, then you should also say you're not that sure about cats and dogs either. Right? Now, when Hacking says that positrons are real, or when I say phlogiston is real, which I will do tomorrow, the sense of it is that a specific manifestation of that unspecified overall reality is somehow being captured in these specific conceptions of ours. Now, manifestation here is a clumsy metaphor, but it's better than the metaphor of representation, I think, which I critiqued last time. What I'm trying to express by the image of manifestation is, in somewhat Kantian terms, the ineffable causation of phenomena by noumena via the cognitive agent, which is an entirely different sort of thing from the causation of one phenomenon by another, right? And what we do when we identify phenomenal objects for our cognitive purposes is to look for little parcels of reality that seem to share the same character of mind independence as the whole of reality. Right? Here, Peirce said something quite interesting. He said that the fundamental hypothesis of the method of science is that there are real things whose characters are entirely independent of our own opinions about them. So we imagine this mind independence, right, in the little parcels of reality that we identify as the whole of reality has. So these little parcels that we identify constitute the identifiable components of our phenomenal world. So those realities, which I'm writing in lowercase r, they are what we sensibly and expressibly regard as real and attribute reality to. So what happens is a parsing out, as I should explain that. I say the parsing out of reality. Right? Now, this is a term that Anglophone philosophers often use. I spent many years not knowing what it really meant. It's really, well, it comes from grammar originally, right? When you have a sentence, you can parse it, meaning, yes, this is the subject, this is the verb, this is the direct object, that's the indirect object, and so on. And here, the whole noun phrase is serving the role of the subject, and so on and so on. So it's right, seeing the whole in meaningful parts that work together. So the metaphor is that we do the same thing with reality when we identify different aspects of it that constitute the whole thing, right? So this parsing out of reality into operational realities is crucial for any kind of cognitive activity. If we cannot identify sensible parts or aspects of nature, we cannot say anything intelligible, make any kind of analysis, or engage with nature in any specific and directed way. So in that sense, entity realism, or at least sort of a property realism, must be prior to any truth realism, that is to say, realism concerning the truth of the statements that we make about the entities in question. We have to first have the entities characterized if we want to say anything about anything, right? So we have no choice but to worry about whether we are able to do the parsing well. So this is where I just give up and say we have to do metaphysics, right, in that basic sense. We do it empirically, but we have to say, right, are we... So I want to distinguish that from the traditional question, are we carving nature at its joints, right? Which is too literal in terms of, right, believing that the conceptual objects that we have in our system of practice somehow directly correspond to what exists. I don't think that works. What does work, I think, is a hacking-like identification of phenomenal objects that we can coherently engage with, right? And those will be the concepts that we use to talk about anything at all that deserves the name of reality, small r reality. So treating some things as real and others as not is an important part of how we live in the material world. It's not something we can do without, any more than we can afford to live on the basis of global skepticism. We have to regard some things as real while admitting that our judgment about that is fallible, like any other judgment at all that we make. So, this is the closing thought for today. I would like to propose a coherence theory of reality to go with the coherence theory of truth that I proposed yesterday. This will again be based on the notion of operational coherence that I advanced in the last lecture. With this notion of coherence, I propose that we should, and that we usually do, consider as real the presumed reference of concepts that play a significant role in a coherent system of practice. Now, this isn't yet put in a completely precise way, so I'm going to have to do the same kind of job as I did yesterday on the notion of truth, but that's the main idea. I haven't quite decided. I mean, the statement I read out said the concepts that play a significant role in a coherent system of practice. I haven't quite decided exactly what I'm going to mean by significant, right? I'm going in the direction of requiring necessity in the pragmatic sense as I did with truth, but I'm not quite there yet. We can discuss this more. This notion of reality is context-dependent, or rather system-dependent. For example, constellations, you could say, are real within traditional systems of positional astronomy, right? But not in modern cosmology. In modern cosmology, constellations in the sky are just arbitrary groupings of stars whose apparent positions are near each other. They may, in fact, be millions of light years away, right? But I think in the system of positional astronomy, which just dealt with the heavenly globe as one surface, constellations were real. The unique atomic weight of a chemical element is real in most chemical contexts, but not in nuclear physics, where the difference between different isotopes is one of the most crucial things. So I'll say more about all of that tomorrow. But reality in this sense, because again, is based on coherence, it comes in degrees, it is context dependent, and it is not a matter of final, unshakable belief. It is defeasible. And this notion of reality, I think, is continuous with everyday usage, as in when we say ghosts aren't real. Or, to go back to Jana's question from yesterday, witches aren't real. Now, such a perspective actually exposes, I think, many interesting things, including a deep problem with the binary thinking in things like Laudan's pessimistic induction. And of course, also in the realist arguments that he was trying to counter. Caloric, phlogiston, ether, or whatever isn't simply either real or unreal, or referring or not non-referring, right? I would say that caloric had a high degree of reality in Lavoisierian chemical practices, and it is still real to anyone who engages in similar practices. It is pointless and meaningless bravado to declare, but it doesn't really exist. Because by that count, what does? How are we so sure about the things that we believe are real? Are we going to stamp our feet and insist that that dark matter is real, only to find a century later they're laughing at us for that. Right? So Laudan's main point does stand, but in a rather different way. So I'm going to close with a quasi-Kantian thought, and tomorrow I'm going to carry on with a restatement of the overall realist position I'm developing and how that links up to pluralism and how that exists in a whole context of pragmatism and humanism. But here's the closing thought for today. Some of you may be familiar with what Immanuel Kant called his Copernican revolution in philosophy, right? That's a brief statement of that, where he says, if intuition must conform to the constitution of the object, I do not see how we could know anything of the latter a priori, right? He says, if objects are just completely independently existing of our, if objects are existing in a completely independent way from our intuitions, then how would it be that our intuition can magically capture the truth about them? But, he says, if the object must conform to the constitution of our faculty of intuition, then I have no difficulty in conceiving such a possibility, right? So this is his famous thing about the phenomenal object actually having to obey, right? What he calls the constitution of our faculty of intuition. So he says, let's turn the whole thing upside down. And I think something a little bit similar to that in spirit is going on in the way I'm conceiving of reality, right? So this is the pragmatism concerning the reality of things, right? So we might, I think even pragmatists often want to say, well, you know, our activities will be coherent and successful if they somehow conform to the way that real objects really are. But that's buying into the kind of standard realism which will get us again into the dead end. So, you know, what does it mean, first of all, and how do we ensure that such a correspondence happens? So instead, it might be seen as a semantic move, but I'm going to make it and let you criticize it, right? What we mean by real is whatever happens to underpin our coherent activities, right? So what we learn directly by our doings is which activities are coherent, right? And then we're going to look and see which concepts of objects and properties are necessary in carrying out those coherent activities. And then we're going to say, aha, that means those things are real, right? So that's my own quasi-Kantian Copernican revolution, and I've gone on long enough, so I'm going to leave you with that today, and tomorrow we will derive some interesting pluralist implications from this notion of reality and the notion of truth that I developed yesterday. So thank you for your patience. I know I've gone on a bit long today. Thanks.
Okay, so at the point you asked the essential question, I think, that was, so on the active realist attitude, we're supposed to expose ourselves to the evidence of the senses, right? Place ourselves in a position where we can control what happens. In that way we learn. We learn things. Then the essential question was, what do we learn?
Yeah.
And the answer that you gave at the end seems to be something like, well, what we learn is parts of our system that we didn't know anything about. And that doesn't sound quite sort of active realist. Doesn't seem to satisfy the active realist.
How so?
Attitude, because it seems that we want to do more than just parts of our own system, or parts of our own practice, right? We want to break out of this, break out of the system.
I'm not sure if I understand the question completely, but let me try answering it and you'll tell me. So the breaking out happens in the form of our trying out different activities, of extending the same activities to different situations, right? Always looking for new points of contact, right? Which may well require the modification of our knowledge, right? So active realism will go on in that sense. It won't be active in the sense of really creating realities, right? Although sometimes we can do it, right? Sometimes we can create wholly new material situations, right? But that's not always going to work. So did I understand your point?
Well, yeah. So it's more a matter of sort of expanding the boundaries of our systems. That's the right kind of metaphor.
Yeah, well, that's one way of being active realist. Another way is to try to find completely new concepts, right? I mean, that's an active step, I think, what I call the parsing out of reality. So this is what I also want to contrast with the old Plato carving nature at its joint thing. I mean, there we are assuming that the joints are there and the joints are somehow accessible. It's not that kind of picture, right? It's more like Van Fraasen's picture that we make all these theories and theoretical notions, we construct them, and then, I mean, okay, nature will tell us whether they work, but it's an active process of theorizing. And Van Fraasen is only focusing, I think, on sort of the high level of theory, but I think the same thing has to be admitted to be going on at the most basic ontologies, right? I mean, within science, what do we consider the elements? In chemistry, what do we consider biological species? What do we consider an individual? What do we consider, right, discrete and continuous? I mean, all these basic concepts and similar ones in everyday life, right? And that's active work. And this, for the workshop participants, to me links up with Dewey's view of how inquiry just continually renews itself, right? Starting with inherited concepts, but always seeking not only to expand the applicability of those concepts, but to find new concepts, right, that work in different situations. What I personally add to it is, even when we have a very well-working system in a domain, we can make up another one, which might also work equally well. So, there are many different dimensions of the active pursuit of knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I did found your talk very interesting. However, I just want to ask about, again, a certain tension that might be there. I'm sure. Like, the first part, on the one hand, you say that reality is something that is outside of one's will, or something like that. You had this, that reality is also impossible. And on the other hand, then you continue to give us this story of almost constructed story of operational realities, going as far as saying that, objects are not given but made or constructed or even identified with true inquiry. So, and that sounds something that is the opposite of reality being outside of reality.
Yeah, but I mean, when we do our successful manipulations, we don't do it any old way we like, right? Nature has to cooperate with our designs, and that's the learning process.
But is it nature or rather some sort of broader framework that one person is happened to be in or engage with? And
I don't think a framework is ever going to be sufficiently strong to just allow us to make our activities coherent when nature doesn't cooperate.
So, I mean, the concept nature, do you mean, so is it something like noumena for you, Kant's noumena? Or?
In that sentence, nature means, Kant's noumena, reality with capital R, as I put it, right? So the thing that we don't know anything about, except that it constrains us.
Yeah, but okay, let me push you.
Uh-huh.
In your book, you said that you want to do, what was it, epistemic pluralism, and you want to avoid any ontological and physical commitments.
Yeah, that's what I'm changing now. Yeah, so tomorrow I'm going to tell you the story of how epistemic pluralism really does entail a degree of ontological pluralism. Right.
But you did say that there is like this nature with reality with the big R, and so that's kind of, is it kind of pluralistic nature then?
No, I'm happy to be monist about reality with big R, about Kant's noumena. That thing is there, whatever it is, but that's all we can say about it. What's pluralistic is how we can then parse out that reality. It can be done in various different ways, right?
Sorry. Then the first reality definition that came, and that's what's meant reality, the big R.
Yeah.
And the other realities that you talked about later were like small R.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, big R reality doesn't do anything for us, right? So we have to acknowledge that it's there. But
it's outside our reality.
Yeah. There's nothing we can say about it other than that it's there and we can't escape it. But that's not very useful for the purposes of scientific realism, right? So what is it that we actually deal with, right? I mean, so the sense of today's talk is, right, whenever we want to say anything meaningful, we have to have the terms, right? The terms are inevitably going to be ontological concepts, right? We need to create this mental framework, right, in which there are things and their properties, and we don't create that mental framework in any old arbitrary way. We create them through this hard work of engaging in activities that may or may not work out. If we happen to succeed in making a coherent activity, then I think we have pragmatic warrant for saying that the concepts that play significant roles in them, they are what we might call the small r realities. They are presumed parcels of the world which have a lasting role to play within certain circumstances. But let's not mistake those parcels as literally parts of big R reality, right? That's the spirit.
I have just one comment for the pluralism.
Mm-hmm.
Just discussing about an Italian philosopher, Maurizio Delvares, with realism, and he has this concept affordabilità, which means affordability or something of the nature, or the nature environment. Reality has this, affords us to operate or to understand it in many ways. There are also limits. So maybe in that sense, for example, very concrete example of hammer, it has an obvious way to use, but then there are also other ways, but then there are also limits.
Yes.
We can't use it in every way.
Yeah. So, I mean, the hammer might be a nice analogy or metaphor, right? The whole toolbox, right? We have to have more than just a hammer. We've got to have the whole range of tools to do different things. And
for one object,
yeah.
there are many plurality in the ways we can understand them or use them, operate with them. Plurality in that sense, or understand.
Okay, yeah, sure, that as well. And I mean, that gets us into a very interesting question about whether in that kind of case, whether we regard it as one object that plays all these different roles, or do we actually have multiple different objects, right? So sometimes in practice, we retain one word for very different things, like what happened with oxygen. We keep changing the meaning of it quite drastically, but we say, yeah, it's still in some way the same thing. And I mean, okay, you can try to maintain that in different ways, but in some other cases, right, we say, no, that thing doesn't exist anymore, right? There is no caloric. Now there's, different things that the word caloric used to try to refer to, but now we don't have the one word that refers to all the things that caloric used to refer to, right? Because some of it is now molecular vibrations that spread through a solid, some of it is now photons flying across empty space, and now we think it's not one thing anymore, so, But I can imagine we could have said, yeah, now we know that there are two completely different things that caloric does, right? That would be a way of doing science, but in that case, we made a decision not to do that. So, I mean, there is, right, latitude, and there's certainly this phenomenon of one object playing very different roles when it occurs in different systems of practice. So it's much to be explored.
Does it exist anymore that we think about this definition of reality, coherent reality, that they don't fit anymore into our system?
Yeah. The reality definition, like the truth one, is also, so far at least, is a sufficient condition, not a necessary one. So whether I would say where the practices have ceased to exist, the objects also cease to exist, I'm not sure if that's such an important question, but I don't know what I want to say about that.
So you're talking about reality with a big R
Mm-hmm.
in terms of negative theology. We can say nothing about reality, but then you say something positive. Reality constrains us. Am I expressing your views correctly?
Yeah.
So there's one thing we know about reality. It's a very big thing.
Uh-huh.
Reality with a big R constrains us.
Yeah, but we don't know exactly how it constrains us, right? In the totality of things, we only find out by doing specific things. Oh, that didn't work, right? There's no sense in which, right, the whole reality can be pictured or described. Yeah. Still, it's something.
It's a big thing to say about reality. It really is.
Yeah.
And it always constrains us in the same way. Maybe that would be the next step.
I'm not sure if we can say that.
Well, if you say that it's applicable, if different you had something about in different microscopes, I see the same thing.
Yeah.
So that's the same constraint. It's the homogeneous, like Feynman talking about doing the same experiment in different places, upside down, backwards, in Estonia, and then someplace else, and it's the same constraint. That's what it means to have something scientific. That it's
Right, but that whole description is couched in terms of the small r realities,
right? But it's still the same restraint coming from the big R. That's what I'm trying to ask you.
Right, but what does it mean to say it's the same in that case, right? Because to be able to say meaningfully A is the same as B, right, you have to be able to characterize, right? So I think it's difficult to say anything specific about whether the constraint that reality, big R reality, imposes on us remains the same or changes, right? That would be just completely underdetermined, I think. Yeah.
A question returns to pluralism.
Uh-huh.
There was this question that you can have a non-generic that what we have in sciences have plurality of models, and this model may never fit together, may be contradictory identical models. And each argued that there is indeed a plurality of models in languages, but ultimately they exist. all true descriptions in all different languages cannot contradict each other.
Mm.
And what's your view of this discussion, given that you have both the reality with big R and the reality with small r?
My view, I haven't read those papers, so I'm not sure if I can comment intelligently enough, but just from hearing how you describe it, my view is that, yeah, it's not possible to have real contradiction between incommensurable systems, right? So in that, I agree with Kuhn. I don't know what Longino would say. What does she say about that?
Well, her idea is that different models parse the evidence in different ways.
Uh-huh.
So you cannot simply put them together.
Yeah. Yes, I think I would agree with that. I mean, the question of evidence is a more complicated one, but to the extent that evidence is expressed in terms of these concepts we have, if we've got systems with different concepts, then the very expression of evidence is not going to match up. So then we're back in the classic Kuhnian situation, right? But I mean, so I'll talk more about that kind of thing tomorrow, but that situation doesn't depress me as it does many people, right? I think, yeah, okay, because still we can make judgments of evidence within each system, right? The judgment of evidential support doesn't necessarily have to happen in a comparative way, right? Each one will work out or not work out according to its own standards, and I think that's part of the pragmatist outlook. In the pluralist side of pragmatism, we let each system just go on and try to do what it's trying to do. It will work out sometimes it will stop working, and we make these judgments of success as we go along, right? It's not necessarily this kind of contest that we in philosophy of science like to imagine, right? Lavoisier, Priestley, who's better? A lot of science doesn't really proceed like that, nor does a lot of life, right? We each try to do our best, and we give up when it doesn't work out, but it's not necessarily because we're doing worse than our neighbors. So, yeah, but I'll return to those issues tomorrow.
Lisa? This was only a follow-up to
Yeah.
former one. But can we say that in your example, we are still in the same system of practice, and this is if you're using different types of contemporary microscopes and going to different places won't automatically change our system of practice, if I get you right, and therefore, at least it won't take me wonder that the restrictions of reality are at least comparable or not something completely different coming out of them. But maybe, and this is a question part, if we are really in different systems of practice, then the restriction would be different as well. Wouldn't it be the case? So, for Herschel, there's another restriction to reality as for contemporary scientists looking at the same phenomenon.
Yes, yeah.
We have different bits of reality cast out to different restrictions.
Yeah. I mean, when we say reality with big R constrains us, in general and in the abstract, that's all we can say, right? There's nothing more we can say about that. How that constraint from reality is manifested is going to be very differently perceived, understood, expressed, depending on the particular system of practice we're in, right? So, yeah. So I think, yeah, that's a good interaction between the two of you. If we are in a hacking microscope kind of situation, yeah, I mean, we are probably in one and the same system of practice, just using slightly different microscopes. And then it's easier to recognize the constancy of the constraint we feel from the reality. But that's a very interesting case that hacking gave us, right? So, he's talking about 13 different microscopes operating on very different physical principles, right? Including even the acoustic microscope, right? Which is like the ultrasound imaging with extremely short wavelength, right? So it may be that with some of those microscopes, we're not really in the same system of practice. The boundaries are a little fuzzy. And then the other thing to consider when we think about that example is the objection that Van Fraassen gave, which is to say, of course, the images agree between different microscopes, because what do you do when you invent a new kind of microscope? You calibrate it so that the images of bacteria and red blood cells and so on that you see are the same as the images you saw in the previously trusted microscope. So in that sense, right? And that's the amazing thing about Van Fraassen. I think he's right, but he was saying that with knowing nothing about the actual practice of microscopy. He just worked it out, that it had to be like that. But that's precisely what the kind of thing I was seeing when I was researching the history of thermometry, right? When you make a new kind of thermometer, you have really not much practical choice other than to calibrate it against the previously trusted one. So in that sense, we are constructing a common space in which the constraint of nature manifests itself in the same kind of way. But that's done by hard work, not automatically. Right.
Is it the same? Yeah. The word goes in the same direction. For example, like the concept of perception. We're not only constructing our microscopes in this way, that they are compatible with former ones, but we are trained to perceive the thing under the microscope in a specific way. Without training, me as being not a scientist, I won't see or hear or nothing.
Yeah.
So to see this as the identical thing is as well.
Yeah, yeah, and that's where the agent comes back in as a significant part of this picture, right? Yeah, it's not simply that the microscope shows you what it looks like. You have to learn to see it, right? Which again is not to say that you can make up the way you want to see things, but you have to learn it in an active way, right? So, I mean, like we were doing in the lab earlier today, some of us felt the electric shock from the voltaic pile, others didn't at all. So, there's a subtle kind of learning that happens with any kind of mediated or unmediated observation, right? So, yeah, it's something that we have to keep thinking about, this role of the agent. Yeah.
I'll ask tomorrow.
Okay.
Yes, it's more a clarification than a question. I was wondering if you would be open to reject the idea of the reality with the big R overall, in the sense that the new Kantians in the late 19th century, early 20th century criticized Kant because of the fact that he kept this.
Yeah. Why do you need noumena that you can't say anything about? Right.
There are constraints, and we kind of then we can conceptualize or understand and experience these constraints in different ways in different systems of practice. Well, why do we need to say that they come from reality?
I had exactly the same question.
Yeah. I mean, I can do without big R reality if it bothers you, right? The only idea that it expresses is that I don't control stuff completely, right? That's the idea of the constraint, yeah?
But that's the idea of system of practice as well. I mean, I'm like embedded in certain practice and I don't control it, but that's not, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't have to have big R reality in my vocabulary as long as we all accept the idea that when we try things, sometimes they work out, other times they don't, and it's not up to me, right?
In a certain system of practice. I mean, the question is why
No, I'm sorry, how does the system of practice come in here?
All the constraints that you have are dependent on the system of practice that you adopt.
But not only on the system of practice I adopt, that's the whole point about big R reality, right?
And I guess the question is why won't you go full-fledged constructivism? I mean, yeah.
Well, why do I want to go full-fledged constructivism? What would I gain from that?
Because the concept of nature is kind of empty.
Yeah, but I don't mind having an empty placeholder for something that I cannot really articulate. I don't do much with it other than saying, right, we don't really control everything. If somebody should object to that, then I will, right, counter it. But usually nobody disagrees about there being no complete control that I can exert on what happens, right? I mean, here's another way of putting the question. Can I make any system of practice that I like coherent? And I think the answer is no. And that's what we learn by pragmatic engagement with reality, right? If it were the case that I can make anything I want work, yes, then I would be constructivist. But I think life teaches us that it doesn't work like that.
But coherence depends on aims, right? So
yeah. But there are aims. I mean, I'm free to adopt any aims I want. Achieving them, being able to achieve them is an entirely different matter. So yeah, I have free will, but does that make me a constructivist? No. I can want what I want, but can I get it? Generally not.
Okay, we still have 3 questions.
Right.
To make it, yeah, because I think we are confusing epistemological constraints to metaphysical constraints. We have, as agents, we have constraints, our senses, and when we are taking action, we have our bodies which don't allow us to do everything. Then there's reality, which is maybe in realistic sense same for words for all agents, all factors. And it has constraints. We can't do anything what we would like to do with reality, with objects. There are constraints. They don't allow us all variety of actions we would like to do.
Yeah.
So I think that's the constraints of reality. And then there are other constraints which are in our actions, in us.
I agree, but I would want to say that, I mean, limits of myself, right? That's also part of the world, right? Like I was saying about my own body. There's nothing I can do about the length of my leg, right? I mean, just because...
The limit, or maybe there is not the limit, but would be maybe somewhere there, the limit of epistemology and metaphysics.
Maybe, yeah, somewhere in the pineal gland, right? But yeah, I mean, what we're talking about is this rough and ready concept of self and the external so-called reality, right? Stuff that I...
And there are constraints also there. It doesn't allow us.
Yeah. So, I mean, the question is, do we want to parse out self and world in such a way as to include some constraints within the self, right? I mean, I think that's an interesting question to which I don't really have a decided view, but it's something I have to think about, yes.
My question is really similar to...
Okay.
theirs. Couldn't these constraints also depend on the reality, which is already the parsing out of the reality with a big R?
Okay. So
Imagine a reality that allows for you to do different things with your body that you think in our reality might be impossible. Which...
I can imagine it, but can I do it?
Just talking about all these, even coherent systems of practice, it doesn't seem to me impossible that there would be a coherent system of practice in which the constraints would be different.
Yes, there might be, right. But I mean, now we're talking about constraints imposed on us by small r realities, right? So this is the difficult picture I'm trying to build. So here's big R reality. I mean, it's not here when it does what it does, right? And the one characteristic of big R reality is this resistance or constraint on what we do. Okay. So when we parse out that big R reality into operational things, right, that we can define and describe and manipulate and learn about, I think the way we do it, the way we want to do it, is so that these bodies these objects that we identify give us quite well regulated kinds of constraints, right? I mean, to have regularity of behavior. We don't want to construct concepts which behave in completely erratic fashion or which don't exhibit any regularities. That would be pointless. So we're trying to, right, pragmatically inquire, right? So this is where Dewey will come in again. We're engaged in this process of inquiry in which, right, we are, yes, trying to learn things about the concepts that we already have in place, but we are also trying to learn whether the concepts are good ones. And I think part of the way we judge about the goodness of concepts is, do they support regularities that we can work with? Do they, go well into coherent epistemic activities, systems of practice? So the outcome of that way of thinking about it is that, our little R realities behave sort of like mini universes, right? They seem to, right, this chair, that animal, the stars, they seem to have this constant action of constraining our activities in specific and stable ways, right? And, that's not the only way we can live, but I think that's that's pragmatically the way we want to live, because otherwise life is hard. Yeah.
I think I agree with you. I just have in small R realities, the constraints from reality?
Constraints in small R realities are things that we can talk about, that we can express, right? We say, right, molecules of lead, no, there are no such things. Molecules of benzene have these specific properties that we can identify reliably, and those properties will constrain us on what we can do with the substance, right? So we think of it as this independently existing thing, right? Although, very fundamentally, benzene is not entirely independent of us, right? Because it exists within these conceptual universes, if you want, that we built. So, you know.
But that would mean that they're, yeah, then I think I just sort of agree.
Yeah.
One more question.
Okay.
Send you
It's okay, if it's late, I can just ask it later.
Okay, then we have to finish for today.
Right, so if people want to talk more, I don't actually have any plans for this evening, so if anyone wants to stay around, go for a drink or eat something or whatever it is that you like to do at 6 o'clock in the evening, I'll be around. We can just meet maybe downstairs afterwards and go somewhere. But yeah, we should finish and let some people go home. Thank you. Now, I'm not sure why this happened. My name has just gone really faint on this, but I guess you know who I am by now. Maybe it's a sign that it's time to leave. But it has been a wonderful time that I've had running this workshop, living in Tartu. It actually feels like I've lived here for some time, because a lot has happened. We've discussed so many things, and I have actually developed many of the ideas this week. It's not that I came all prepared and just dumped on you what I already had. So I have to thank everyone for this opportunity, particularly Avemet. She's done an incredible amount of hard work organizing this whole week and introducing me to Estonia in various ways. So I'd like to thank everybody here, including the people in the Philosophy of Science chair for hosting me, and all of you for participating. But I think Ave deserves a big round of applause. So let me begin after setting up this time. So for this last lecture in this series, let me start with an overview of what I have presented so far. Realism, as I'm advocating here, is not the search for an ultimate kind of truth, truth with a capital T, concerning the Kantian Ding an sich, which we will never be able to infer from empirical success or indeed from anything else. But a more modest kind of truth is within our reach, whose pursuit is clearly useful. If our use of a theory has led to successful outcomes, and if we judge that this is not the result of some strange coincidence, then we can and should say modestly and provisionally that the significant statements made in this theory are true, in the same sense as we say all kinds of other things in everyday life. I don't know, that it's true that rabbits have whiskers, they live in underground burrows, etc. This kind of truth, it is the operational, verifiable kind of truth, and it is the same thing, really, as empirical confirmation, if we take that in a broad sense. Such intuitions about what we might call truth point to a theory of truth based on the notion of what I have called operational coherence, which consists in a harmonious fitting together of epistemic activities. We may say that a statement is true if it plays a significant role in a coherent epistemic activity. So all of that is just a summary of what you've already heard. It's crucial to note that such pragmatist coherence carries within it the constraint by reality, writing that with the big R, as we discussed. This gives to my notion of coherence truth the mark of mind independence that realists value most in the correspondence truth notion. At the same time, mine is an operable notion of truth that can be a realistic object of pursuit. The pragmatist move I'm making on the notion of truth is not the same as watering it down as approximate truth. Coherence truth can be exact too. Though it does come in degrees, the degree of it does not indicate an approximation to a fixed point. And it is an internal notion, meaning within a system of practice, not without it. Such a conception of truth easily allows plurality while not showing arbitrariness. Truth is a property we attribute to statements. Any statement we can make must be made in terms of certain concepts that designate identifiable objects and their properties. So it is a fundamental cognitive necessity that we create such concepts that refer to what I've called realities, small r, things, phenomenal objects. But the reference mentioned here is not to objects that exist in a way that is entirely disconnected from the epistemic agent. That's not the kind of reference I'm talking about. The objects of our science and other discourses are hybrids of concept and experience, even though we may often deal with them like wholly mind-independent reality. So that's why I say here, we construct these phenomenal realities in the image of the whole mind-independent reality. And if you have the naive realist attitude, then that's how you deal with these little realities. But we must not forget that these are hybrids of concept and experience. Now, you might ask, what difference does all of that make? I aspire to construe realism as an ideology that one can actually put into practice as a living doctrine that can guide the development of actual practice of scientific knowledge. I defined active realism as a commitment to learn as much as possible from reality. If we want to honor that commitment, what should we do? Is the work done by the scientists who take a realist attitude any different from the work done by scientists who do not take the realist attitude? Here, I think it's useful to take note of actual scientific practices that are contrary to active realism, because that serves as a reminder that active realism is not an empty doctrine in practice. So at the rationalist end of non-realism, we may observe a clear lack of concern that people may have to make contact with reality, which can happen even while the practitioners are shouting loudly about how their doctrines are true. Would something like superstring theory in physics be an example of this? At least it has been accused of being an instance of a theory that just doesn't make contact with observable reality. There are interesting debates about that. At the positivist end of non-realism, there may be a refusal to theorize at all about unobservables. Now, some good and creative scientific research has actually been done in such anti-realist manner. For example, by Fourier on heat conduction, or Carnot on heat engines, or Mach on acoustics, etc. However, this does constitute a limitation on research activity, a block placed on the path of inquiry, just what Peirce was warning us against when he said, do not block the way of inquiry. The active realist attitude is different. It is to make hypotheses about unobservable nature, to make to take the trouble of deriving new predictions about their observable consequences, to create new observational capacities, to ask new questions, to create new concepts, to enhance theoretical connections by unification or reduction or whatever other method, and so on. And to push all of these activities as far as possible. So here we can see realism and so-called constructivism going together in an interesting and unexpected way, which helps us make sense of statements of realism such as this fairly well-known one by Ludwig Boltzmann from 1890, who said, "According to my feeling, the task of theory lies in the construction of an image of the exterior world, which exists only in our mind and should serve to guide us in all our thoughts and all our experiments." That has always puzzled me, coming from Boltzmann, the arch realist, but here he's saying, right, the business of theory is the construction of an image which exists only in our mind. But from the active realist point of view, yes, this is a way of being realist, because such thoughts are going to guide our practical activities that do make contact with reality. So realism, as I see it, is not an ampliative doctrine in the sense of somehow philosophically inferring from empirical success something that is not more than empirical success. But it is a truly ampliative doctrine in the sense of encouraging the creation of more knowledge about more reality. In this drive towards the maximal creation of knowledge, plurality is an unproblematic consequence. Various successes of science will easily lead us to the knowledge of various realities, or various aspects of capital R reality, if you prefer to speak in that way. Such abundance of knowledge and reality should not embarrass us, and we may create more knowledge yet again if we can establish links between the different realities. True realism will pursue knowledge wherever it can be got, unafraid of plurality, freed up from the unnecessary constraints of monism. So the primary aim of the remainder of today's lecture is to spell out that pluralist insight more carefully and systematically. This is not going to be a comprehensive argument for pluralism, which is something I presented in the last chapter of my recent book, which the workshop participants have been reading. It's in that chapter 5. I think that argument, which is meant to be comprehensive, is still okay. I wouldn't write it exactly the same today, but I think most of it still holds. Today, in this lecture, I'm just going to emphasize certain aspects of the whole argument for pluralism. So, active realism is realism for realistic people. This is a phrase that I thought I had invented, but as it turns out, I hadn't. Well, I didn't know, but in 2011 here in Tartu, there was a conference on practical realism whose subtitle was Towards a Realistic Account of Science. As I mentioned in the very first lecture, there is a great affinity to practical realism in the doctrines that I am currently developing. So again, it is an honor to be here presenting these thoughts, and many thanks especially to Professor Lökkevi, who's sitting in the back. So I wanted to give you a little bit of a quotation from the famous manifesto of the Vienna Circle, the logical positivists, which was, we believe, composed by Otto Neurath, although they all signed it. So the manifesto, it says, what is positivism about? This is their view. Neatness and clarity are striven for, and dark distances and unfathomable depth rejected. That's their code for metaphysics. Right? In science, there are no depths. There is surface everywhere. That's their meaning of positivism. Right? Everything is accessible to man, with apologies to women. And man is the measure of all things. Here's an affinity with the sophist, not with the Platonist, with the Epicureans, not with the Pythagoreans, with all those who stand for earthly being and the here and now. So I like to think of active realism as the realism of the here and now, because basing the notion of truth on operational coherence turns it into something that we can actually claim as we go on in our life, rather than having to wait for the Persian long run, etc. Likewise, it's useful to be able to have an operational notion of reality or existence, as well as truth, that we can apply as we go on, right? We want to be able to make judgments such as witches aren't real, neutrinos are certainly real, and now we think gravitational waves probably are. These are ongoing decisions we make in our scientific activity, not something we want to wait till the end of time to be able to say. But here's again where it leads to pluralism. Allowing ourselves claims of truth and reality suggests that we ought to do similarly for others. And there would be an interesting argument as to why we have to face that obligation. Is it a basic fact of social life that we need to give it respect to each other in that way? I think it is, but that's a long story to be told some other time. At any rate, the realism of the here and now is inherently pluralistic, right? We humbly give ourselves the license to consider our best tested theories true and our most stable entities real, by giving the same courtesy to the theories and entities occurring in other highly coherent systems of practice. So I'm suggesting that we can help ourselves to these claims about our systems, our truth, our reality, only by extending the same courtesy to other highly successful coherent systems. So this again is not judgment-free relativism. The attribution of truth and reality is made in degrees, and the best marks are reserved for the most necessary elements of the most coherent systems. Now, to illustrate this point about, being able to make these judgments of reality and truth as we go on, and also extending that same right to other successful systems, I'm going to walk you through the case of phlogiston, because it is an evocative case. It's something that many of you have read about in the first chapter of my book, so it'll be a nice reminder. So following the discussion of hacking we were having, I put this question, right? Hacking says if you can spray them positrons or whatever, then they are real. So would he apply the same argument to phlogiston? Because it is true that the chemists of the 18th century were able to do many successful experimental interventions using phlogiston, right? Now, for those of you who don't have a notion about phlogiston, this was the postulated element or principle, as they called it, which was supposed to be behind combustion, right? So combustible substances contained a lot of phlogiston, which was released in the act of combustion and manifested itself as flame in that case. But the most interesting development of the phlogiston theory occurred when they also began to think metals were also very rich in phlogiston. And when we observe what we call the rusting or oxidation of metals, they thought it was a very slow kind of combustion. About that, the modern chemists agree, right? So they thought a metal was a compound made up of phlogiston and what they call the calx, the earthy, crumbly stuff that we call rust, right? So far, I mean, it's a nice development of a theory, but if somebody is skeptical about this, they could have challenged the phlogiston people, right? Yeah, that's a nice story, but I'm not going to believe you until you can show me something else. Namely, can you take some calx, and can you grab some phlogiston and stick the phlogiston into the calx and make the metal for me? then I might be inclined to believe you. And the phlogiston theorist said, sure, we do that all the time. Humanity has been doing this for many centuries in the process of smelting ores that you mine and making them into pure metal. So that's a very complex process, in fact, but the key component of that smelting process goes like this. They have a lot of calx, right? Metals don't occur very often in pure form in the ground, so what you dig up very often, we say, are the metal oxides. How do you turn that back into the pure metal? The phlogiston notion is, well, you've got the calx, and you need a source of phlogiston, because you don't buy pure phlogiston from the pharmacy. You need something that contains a lot of phlogiston, namely something that's very combustible, like charcoal. So in the smelting process, you powder some charcoal and the calx, mix it up, and then what you have to do is heat the mixture. Because heating is what you do in old chemistry when you don't know what else to do. That's the way to make things happen, right? And then magically, right, the metal comes out looking shiny, and the charcoal is reduced to the ashes, which is what would happen if a combustible substance loses its phlogiston. Perfect, right? So would Hacking look at this and say, yeah, phlogiston is just as real as positrons? I think he should, right? Now, this experiment, those of you who did the lab exercise yesterday saw, right? That's a wire of zinc dissolving in hydrochloric acid here. And when the phlogiston theorists did this simple manipulation, they saw a vindication of their theories, right? Because they thought, well, metal is turning into calx, because actually a metallic calx dissolves completely in an acid. But that would mean that phlogiston is being removed from the metal, and they saw these bubbles. So that must be either pure phlogiston or something full of phlogiston. So they had different opinions. Some thought it was pure phlogiston. Others thought it was phlogiston combined with water in the acid. Either way, it ought to be inflammable. And when they collected this gas and lit it, it burned. It's what we call hydrogen, what they call inflammable air. So Joseph Priestley thought, well, this is nice here, but I can do better because I mean, here you don't have pure phlogiston, you just have charcoal, which is supposed to be full of phlogiston, but who knows? So he said, I'm going to take the inflammable air, which is right, either just phlogiston or something close to it, and then try to reduce the calx into the metal using that stuff. So he does this experiment, right? An inverted glass jar full of the inflammable air that you just saw happening over water, right? And he mounted a stand on which he put a piece of calx, and then to do clean heating, instead of using fire, he took a big lens, focused sunlight onto this very, very clever method. And what he saw was the calx turning into metal while the inflammable air was absorbed. He said, the calx, I saw the calx imbibing, drinking the inflammable air. And the water level went. And if that doesn't count as spraying, I don't know what does. Right. So what's the point? Well, 2 points. One, lots of people are very excited about this. This is from a letter written in 1782 by Matthew Bolton to Josiah Wedgwood. Those of you who read the book thoroughly will remember who they are. If you haven't, let me remind you. Josiah Wedgwood was the founder of the porcelain factory, which is still going very well. The English Wedgwood, China, was his creation. And Matthew Bolton was a businessman, the business partner of the famous James Watt of the steam engine fame. So completely down-to-earth, practical guys writing this excited thing about phlogiston to each other. Bolton says, we have long talked of phlogiston without knowing what we talked about. But now, Dr. Priestley doctor, not a real doctor, he had an honorary doctorate, never mind that. Dr. Priestley has brought the matter to light. We can pour that element out of one vessel into another, can tell how much of it by accurate measure is necessary to reduce a calx to a metal. This stuff is now real, we know it. Right? Equally excited was someone, not very practical, but someone very clever, Immanuel Kant. I'm sure many of you have read the Critique of Pure Reason. I'm sure many of you didn't notice this little passage in the preface of the second edition, where he says, when Stahl, reference to Georg Stahl, one of the originators of the phlogiston theory, when Stahl changed metals into oxides and oxides back into metal by withdrawing something and then restoring it, a light broke upon all students of nature. Phlogiston chemistry was this amazing thing, according to Kant, which enlightened all students of nature. Now, if you read this carefully, this is from the English translation, right? You know something is wrong here. He says, Stahl changed metals into oxides by withdrawing something. No, you turn metal into an oxide by adding oxygen, you're not withdrawing something. This is the translator Norman Kemp Smith being indoctrinated by Lavoisier's chemistry, because Kant didn't say oxides, he said calxes, kalk in German. Now it makes sense, right? You change metal into a calx by withdrawing phlogiston. That's what Kant was talking about. And he was very, very excited by that. That's the longer passage in which he talks about how natural science has learned about laws of nature. So Stahl and phlogiston is right up there with Galileo doing his iconic experiments of the ball rolling down the inclined plane and so on. So that's one lesson that lots of people, including very eminent people, were very excited about it. And the other thing it illustrates, the phlogiston theory, is that it does pose it illustrates a real problem for Hacking's kind of attitude. But I'm going to turn that on its head, and I'm going to claim that it's not a problem. It actually vindicates Hacking, but you have to be willing to be pluralist and say, yeah, phlogiston is real, this is how we know it. So that's the thought I'm going to be trying to develop more. So the phlogiston story illustrates many things and has many implications. One curious and beneficial effect it has really is the opening of our minds. Having got used to the idea that we can consider the phlogiston theory as true and phlogiston as a real entity, we can look at the rest of the history of science and see many things differently. One thing we begin to see more clearly is the wonderfully varied landscape of success in science. In contrast to the common picture of reductionist success, in which various successful scientific theories are gradually unified by being reduced to fundamental theories of greater generality. Right? So a classic model of that might be what happened in the 19th century, when you used to have separate sciences of magnetism, electricity, and optics. And cut a long story short, by the time Maxwell does his electromagnetic theory, all three are completely unified. This is an iconic image of scientific success, which realists really, the standard realists, like very much. Now, I'm proposing to take a closer look at physics and the physical sciences, where reductionist unification is often taken to have been very successful. So, this is just a classic image of unified science by Putnam and Paul Oppenheim. They say, well, you see, everything is ultimately made up of smaller things, eventually down to elementary particles. So if we get the science of elementary particles right, we can get the rest of it all worked out. But the various instances of successful science, even in physics, that I'm going to examine for you briefly, illustrate that even physics isn't quite like physics. Right, that doesn't make any sense, but you know what I mean. Even physics is not as people often imagine it. John Dupre once said, reductionism is a local condition of scientific research, not an irresistible tide sweeping the whole of science into an increasingly orderly pattern. Maybe reductionism and its success was an aberration in the middle of the 19th century, pursued again quite brilliantly in elementary particle physics in the middle to late 20th century, but it's not by any means a universal condition when you look at the whole survey of the history of science. So I think even in physics, right, physics and chemistry, let's say, there are many reasons to think that the really successful practices that most of us can acknowledge as successes do not follow that reductionist unification pattern. So first, what I call the locality of successful practice. We often imagine that, yes, well, there was earlier physics which did some things well, and then later physics which does a broader range of things well, onward to complete universal applicability. But when we look at things like general relativity or quantum mechanics, which is supposed to have this nearly universal domain of application, that's really not something we've learned from experience. It is an article of faith that something like general relativity and quantum mechanics applies everywhere, including our everyday size objects. But nobody will ever even try to use quantum mechanics to compute the trajectory of a ball bouncing off a wall or an airplane flying. We talk about the Schrödinger cat paradox, so you might imagine that quantum mechanics is applicable to a cat, but that's just not how scientific studies go, right? It's not that we can do feasible quantum mechanics on cats, but it's just too complicated, so we use a convenient approximation. We don't actually know how to do the quantum mechanics of macroscopic things. It's not like the situation in which Newtonian mechanics is completely shown as a special case of special relativity. That we do have sometimes, but that's not what we usually have. In fact, the boundaries of the applicability of quantum mechanics are being carefully examined by people like Anton Zeilinger in Vienna to see how far you can produce the interference effects as you increase the size of things they can experiment with. Elementary particle physics apply very well to elementary particles in isolated interactions with each other, but not when they're stuck together in close interaction with a large number of them, such as in the situations of condensed matter or solid state physics, right? I think it is quite possible that elementary particle physics is actually a theory with a very limited domain of application. In a related point, why should there be a presumption that the micro-level theory will apply to the macro-level theory? Right? We seem to have that presumption. Now, this is independent from the question of ontology, right? That the larger things can be bashed up into smaller things. Even that's not as straightforward as people might imagine, but the epistemic question is a different one. Isn't the assumption that the micro will apply to the macro just as unfounded as the opposite presumption that micro things are like the macro objects that we're used to, which is just exactly what the Newtonians and other people did when they imagined atoms and molecules and smaller particles as billiard ball-like things bouncing around. And we've learned the hard way that they're not at all like that. Then there's a collection of cases which push me towards what I call conservationist pluralism, which I will say much more about in the later part of this talk. the idea is that many old theories which are supposed to be quite wrong have survived quite well, like Newtonian mechanics, geometric optics, which we still all learn and actually use in many cases. There's an instructive case of quantum chemistry, which is supposed to be just simply an application of quantum mechanics in order to do chemistry, but one of the great pioneers of quantum chemistry, Linus Pauling, more than once said his business was structural chemistry, and he thought it originated in the 1860s with the organic modeling that I talked about before, and it had just continued to his day in the middle of the 20th century. He thought, oh yeah, with a little help from the ideas developed by the physicists. Right? And underneath that unlikely sounding assessment are facts like, well, you don't actually compute the basic shape of an organic molecule like benzene or whatever, starting from the Schrödinger equation. No, you have to first know that benzene is this ring of 6 carbons, and then you can try to set up a Schrödinger equation according to that and refine the picture, but you don't start ab initio from quantum mechanics. And then there are many situations in which within a given domain, there's a multiplicity of what I call systems of practice, which turn out to be very successful in different ways. We have multiple examples of this, right? Quantum mechanics, for example, being framed and used in various formulations by Heisenberg, Schrödinger, Dirac, Feynman, then David Bohm, which is even more different. Many examples. Let's now broaden our view again and think about science more generally. The most basic source of pluralism is the plurality of aims of science. It's broadly agreed that description and understanding can be very different types of aims. And the production of new phenomena is also a most important aim of science, apart from how well we describe and understand them. The plurality of aims within science immediately gives plurality to the meaning of success, right? Because success can only be defined by the aims. There are also various aims of science definable according to the various epistemic values we hold. So while Bas van Fraassen considers empirical adequacy as the main aim of science, he does value other so-called pragmatic virtues of a theory, such as mathematical elegance, simplicity, wide scope, completeness, unifying power, and explanatory power. Van Fraassen, of course, was saying all this in the course of framing his anti-realist position, but most realist scientists and philosophers also consider such aspects of theories as important measures of success alongside empirical adequacy per se. Now, you may object to that kind of move, and you may say, no, what really matters is empirical adequacy, first of all. Even so, if we should accept the primacy of empirical adequacy and see other virtues as subordinate conditions, even then, a closer look immediately reveals that empirical success itself has multiple dimensions. Thomas Kuhn identified as basic epistemic values shared by all scientists is 5 things, right, in this paper of 1977. But these 5 values can mostly be understood as dimensions of empirical success. First of all, what he calls accuracy, and then what he calls scope, right? And these 2 virtues can pull in completely different ways. The picture of empirical success becomes even more complicated if we consider the diachronic dimension going through time, as it brings in what Kuhn calls fruitfulness. As Van Fraassen defines it, empirical adequacy means being correct about all observable phenomena, right, including what hasn't yet been observed. So if we were to try making actual assessments of a theory's empirical adequacy, that would involve actually making guesses about its future performance. not only about what the verdict of observations will be on the novel predictions that it has already made, but also about what new predictions it might be making in the future, and whether those predictions would be confirmed. And then you have to compare all of that to the previously known successes that the theory was designed to accommodate. So there's that debate then about prediction versus accommodation. And does the past track record of a theory in making successful predictions matter? And shouldn't iterative resilience shown by a theory in improving its scope and precision also be seen as an important aspect of its empirical success, possibly even more important than how well it happens to perform at a given moment, which could be due to some simple luck. Right? So such various diachronic considerations of empirical success go clearly beyond the snapshot of success taken at any given moment. So the whole point of all that is, even if we only consider the empirical confirmation of theories on the basis of the same body of evidence, there is plenty of room for healthy disagreement between people who are trying to assess the empirical success. So where does that take us? I'm going to pull back now to my idea of active realism, and in these two sections, try to show how active realism and pluralism are quite closely related doctrines. So first of all, I'm going to talk about how monism gets in the way of active realism. And where does this monism come from, right? First of all, there is monism implied in the correspondence notion of truth, which assumes that there is only one truth about any given bit of reality. And this monism is apt to slide into a dogmatism that is contrary to active realism. So that's a fairly obvious point, which I'm not going to go on much about. I think there are very instructive illustrations of the presence of monism in various other parts of philosophy of science in the debate between Popper and Kuhn, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. Karl Popper was being a good active realist, I think, when he demanded that each new theory should have higher empirical content than its predecessor. But then he added an unreasonable monist demand for continuity, namely that a new theory should absorb all of the empirical content of its predecessor. Now, this demand may have been met in a few evocative moments in the history of physics, such as the case I mentioned just earlier, transition from Newtonian mechanics to special relativity, in which there is in a sense, a complete inclusion of the old phenomena accounted for by the old paradigm in the new paradigm. So the new paradigm accounts for all of the phenomena taken care of by the old one, and then some, right? So that does happen, but how many instances of scientific development go like that? As I was indicating earlier, the transition from classical mechanics to quantum mechanics didn't go that way, because macroscopic rigid bodies, in fact, cannot be described sensibly in quantum mechanical terms. And actually, even in special relativity, you can't sensibly describe macroscopic or any size of rigid bodies, but that will take us too far. Thomas Kuhn quite clearly recognized the limitations of Popper's kind of continuity requirement when he pointed out the loss of knowledge that can and does occur in the transition from one paradigm to the next. But Kuhn's view of science was in the grip of monism in a different way, as he deemed a monopoly enjoyed by the dominant paradigm to be a precondition for the normal state of science. So in this paradigm monism, and in his apparent lack of concern about the Kuhn loss of scientific knowledge, he fails the demand of active realism. The antidote to Kuhnian monism is what I call conservationist pluralism, so I come back to that idea. We should retain previously successful theories and paradigms for what they were and are still good at, while retaining those previously successful paradigms which continue to be good. We should add new theories and paradigms that will help us make new and fresh contact with reality. So from the active realist point of view, we should want to have multiple systems of knowledge because this gives us more angles on reality. We need to abandon the notion that a successful scientific system in a given domain possesses an exclusive truth that denies the truth of other successful systems that disagree with it. I think such pluralism is what allows the large-scale and long-term progress in science. The cumulative growth of scientific knowledge beyond what is straightforwardly possible within each system is a consequence of a mostly unspoken conservationist pluralism. What we have is an accumulation of system-dependent knowledge, which can only happen through an accumulation of systems. Right? We can follow much of what Kuhn says, even while rejecting the monopoly thesis. Now, conservationist pluralism also offers an optimistic rendition of the infamous pessimistic induction problem, probably the most formidable objection to standard realism. So here's the argument in the presentation by Stathis Psillos. You'll be pleased to have him quoted. So he says, the history of science is full of theories which at different times and for long periods had been empirically successful and yet were shown to be false in the deep structure claims they made about the world. So then, the induction being spoken about is, if this keeps happening in history, shouldn't we be worried that our currently believed theories, although they are now successful, may shown to be false later? Now, I think that is indeed pessimistic. I have an optimistic way of dealing with this, which is to start with Psillos' premise, right? Yes? The history of science is full of theories which at different times and for long periods have been empirically successful. And that's just great. That's it. Let's stop there. Because when you have conservationist pluralism, you can keep all these things, right? Because when you dissect the events through which we think these theories have been shown to be false, that's not really what's going on. As I was trying to illustrate with the continuing merits of the phlogiston theory, if you still know how to understand it. So instead of moving on to the conclusion of the pessimistic induction argument, I suggest that we stay with this premise and think about how to make a proper appreciation of this fact of scientific success and recognize the operational, less hyperbolic meaning of truth that it does embody. If we take a truly mature attitude towards the success of science, we will lose the youthful boast and obsession about the global and eternal success and truth of science. Instead, we philosophers can learn to appreciate all the various kinds and instances of success achieved by science, and think together with the scientists about how to promote more and better success. So now I come to the last substantive section of this talk. So where are we now? So far, I have argued empirical success is multidimensional, and epistemic pluralism is the correct attitude for the pursuit of success as a proximate aim in the pursuit of truth, if that's what you're pursuing. It is now time to consider more carefully the nature of the ultimate realist aim. So just what can we infer from empirical success if the success is substantial enough? The monist realist answer will be that even though empirical success is multifarious, it should still all point us to the unique truth about the world. That way, we may retain a basic metaphysical monism while accepting methodological pluralism, and that is what many people do, right? I will argue, on the contrary, that scientific realism is best served by a certain kind of metaphysical pluralism, as well as epistemic or methodological pluralism. Even though the yearning for metaphysical monism, or at least an anxious kind of attachment to it, is indeed deep and widespread, I believe that we realists can productively overcome it. Okay, so if we accept that success is multidimensional, then there is a distinct possibility that there might be quite successful theories that contradict each other in various ways, including the judgments about what is real. This is how we end up with pluralism. The demand for coherence rules out many things, but also rules in many things. In the absence of what else we might operationally mean by real, and with the recognition that such a concept of reality is not something we can do without, we should have the courage. We should have the courage to admit that a lot of different things are real, or the audacity to embrace a notion of reality or realness or existence according to which many different kinds of things are real, even if the concepts pointing to them belong to mutually incommensurable systems of practice. This is a similar attitude to John Dupre's promiscuous realism, so-called. If you add the coherence theory of reality, which I advanced in yesterday's lecture, to epistemic pluralism, we get a modest sort of metaphysical pluralism. In the effort to discern the theoretical elements responsible for success, we should be open-minded and generous to the investigators involved. That means granting reality provisionally and defeasibly to whatever theoretical conceptions that have actually been needed for our success. This is what we ought to do if we really take success as our only reliable guide in what to be realist about. We should say that various different sorts of things are real, because there are various coherent systems of practice featuring these things in a very significant way. What I'm advocating here is a modest and piecemeal practice of naturalistic metaphysics, not giving a grand view of how the world is, somehow arising from a priori reflections, but allowing metaphysical beliefs to emerge from well-established practices. And it is all an iterative process in which you start with some kind of metaphysical notions, and then through the practice of putting activities involving those notions into action and seeing how well that works out, we then come back to modify our initial starting point. Now, if we accept that pragmatist coherence or operational coherence is a good criterion of reality, then it will be very difficult to avoid metaphysical pluralism. Now, that is a matter of contingent fact, what I just said, rather than a matter of a priori necessity. It just turns out, right, in our experience of inquiry, that we can achieve empirical success by employing many different kinds of presumed entities. Moreover, it often happens that even within a given domain, there are many success-bearing entities that cannot easily be conceived in terms of each other, such as phlogiston versus oxygen, or caloric fluid versus molecular kinetic energy, or electrons neatly pigeonholed into orbitals versus a gas of mutually indistinguishable electrons. These are all situations in which radically different kind of ontologies form basis of quite successful coexisting systems of practice. I believe that a similar insight is shown in Niels Bohr's interpretation of the wave-particle duality in quantum physics and in his doctrine of complementarity more generally. If we want to stay true to the spirit of hacking-style realism, then we should admit the reality of all of these entities that are apparently mutually incompatible. But, I even said in the previous paragraph that we get into contradictions. But what kind of contradictions are we getting into? Are we getting into logical contradictions? My short answer to that is no, but this needs to be spelled out carefully at several levels. And I'm going to just quickly illustrate that through the case of oxygen and phlogiston. So first of all, no plausible definition of phlogiston and oxygen can give us a logical deduction that phlogiston is real implies oxygen is not real, or vice versa. So we don't have a logical contradiction there in affirming that both entities might be real. Secondly, there were in fact chemists who, in the midst of the chemical revolution, made coherent hybrid systems of chemistry which did affirm the reality of both, using oxygen in the tracking of weight in chemical reactions and using phlogiston in the explanation of what we now recognize as energy relations. Thirdly, the phlogistonist system of chemistry and the oxygenist system, in their common versions, did contain some mutually contradictory statements, such as water is an element in one system and water is a compound in the other. However, if we sufficiently dissect the meanings of element and compound in those sentences, we find that semantic incommensurability prevents any direct contradiction. So, for example, in the phlogiston theory, an element is not something completely immutable. An element can be modified, right? For example, by the addition or subtraction of phlogiston, which happens to water a lot in that system. And even if there are some genuinely contradictory statements between the systems, the contradiction doesn't necessarily carry over to the statements directly implicated in generating our confidence about the reality of oxygen and phlogiston. And that is, again, the basic lesson from hacking, that our judgment about the reality of an entity is not tied to all of the theoretical statements that we may make about it. So, having addressed some immediate worries about the metaphysical or ontological plurality, let's now turn to a more positive appreciation of it. All theories facilitating successful epistemic activities provide ways of learning from reality and should be maintained and developed as much as possible, even if they conflict with each other in some ways. This is one of the, right, I keep saying this message several times today because I find that it doesn't get through very well to a lot of people who are mired in standard realism. So active realism, again, says we seek knowledge in any plausible way possible. If it involves apparent contradiction somewhere, that's something to work on, not something to despair about. What we consider responsible for success should be preserved so that it may continue giving us that success. From the active realist point of view, what success gives us is not truth in that absolute everlasting sense, but merely a credible promise of more success, a promise accepted with our eyes wide open to the problem of induction. So let me briefly conclude, because I think time has already passed. What I call the humanist philosophy of science. So now we come to the end of the week. We've come to a point where I need to give some kind of a systematic summary of all the ideas that I presented this week. That's going to be a challenge, but I'll try to do it in about 2 minutes. I began by expressing my desire in the first lecture for a philosophy of science that actually promotes the progress of scientific knowledge. Then I proposed pragmatism as the best general framework for such a philosophy of science. Further, I presented on Tuesday morning to those of you attending the workshop my own version of my own interpretation of pragmatism, which comes down to empiricism that takes a very well-rounded view of experience. So these were some of the key points from that discussion. Now I want to put all of those ideas in an even broader framework, namely that of humanism. I think empiricism is the basic epistemological credo for humanists. I don't have time today to spell out fully what my notion of humanist philosophy of science is, but I will just say that it is an effort. So what I'm calling humanist philosophy of science is an effort to understand scientific work as something done by humans. And in order to meet human needs and desires, whether they be intellectual, material, or social. Empiricism is nothing but a stance that ultimately the only source of learning we have is human experience, and that in matters of knowledge, experience should have higher authority than any other alleged arbiter. Some sort of empiricism has to be the inevitable starting point of epistemology in our scientific age and in our secular age, as much as the presumption of God had been the inevitable bedrock of any intellectual discourse in an earlier age in Europe. More poetically, the spirit of empiricism has been summarized as follows by C.I. Lewis in his review of John Dewey's 1929 masterpiece, The Quest for Certainty. I particularly like this moment because it brings together the two pragmatists that I find most inspiring, one reviewing the work of the other. So here Lewis says, commenting on what Dewey was putting out in this book, man may not reach the goal of his quest for security by any flight to another world, neither to that other world of the religious mystic, nor to that realm of transcendent ideas and eternal values, which is its philosophical counterpart. Salvation is through work, through experimental effort, intelligently directed to an actual human future. When we take such a humble view of our human situation, pluralism is an attitude that results naturally. Our hard work of attaining and improving knowledge will go in many directions and be carried out in various systems of practice, each of them with only partially confirmed potential to produce good knowledge. We make progress by our effort to develop our chosen systems in competition and in collaboration with each other. That is how we get on in human life in general, and science should be no exception to that. And with that, I'll leave it to you to raise more questions, to have more discussions, because this certainly is work in progress. But I'd really like to thank you for your attention throughout this very intensive 4 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this last lecture. Questions?
Thank you for the lecture. My question might be, might result a bit terminological issue, but I think there might be something more to it. It concerns the outcome of metaphysical pluralism in the picture. Because I'm now a little bit confused by what you mean by metaphysical now. Since yesterday you mentioned metaphysical in terms of the Kantian noumenon, which is that sort of reality with a big R that we can't really get.
Yeah. No, I'm not referring to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then why using the label metaphysical to account for the realities or the ontologies
Yeah.
in our practice. Because it seems to me that we're talking there about the ontology, and ontology can be a neutral term in terms of metaphysics, because if we start from the assumption that the ontologies are partially constituted by our systems of practice, there we go. We have ontology without metaphysics, which could be a bit misleading for someone from a standard realism. And I think that Dupré, this is a bit ambiguous in his work, at least in the Disunity of Science, in the 1993 book, because he fluctuates a lot between metaphysical realism and ontological realism, and I never understood where he goes.
Yeah, no, you're right. This is a very annoying terminological issue, and in you've seen some of my work in which I try to use ontological instead, and then people complained about that so much that I flipped back to metaphysical, and I'm not sure what the solution is, okay? So I'm sort of following Dupré in the rather loose and somewhat innocuous use of the term metaphysics, right? I mean, the subtitle of his book, The Disorder of Things, indeed is Metaphysical Foundations of the Disunity of Science, right? So he doesn't mind that he's doing metaphysics, right? And he wouldn't ever pretend that he's talking about Kantian noumena. So what is metaphysics? I mean, we don't want to go into that full discussion, but can we use that term to indicate simply something concerning the study of existence and its basic properties, right? I mean, that's really all I mean. But when I'm talking about existence, it's the small r realities. Should we say that doesn't deserve the grand name of metaphysics? But other people have very allergic reactions to the term ontology for exactly the same kind of reason. They think ontology is too grand and pretentious, and I don't think so. But so it's a problem I have to solve. If you have what would be useful, right, for me is if you have another very credible author who uses ontological in a consistent and convincing sense, then I can kind of hold on to that person instead of hanging on to Dupré using metaphysics. So that would be a practically useful thing if you might have any suggestions.
I guess the only thing that just in this moment comes to my mind is, in IT informatics and communication theory, people use the term ontologies in very neutral sense. And,
yes.
Or just organize systems of knowledge. Better than using the old-fashioned metaphysics.
But yes, that's right, and that is how they use it, and that always seemed very odd to me. Right. I once met one of these guys who works in an IT company at a conference, and he gave me his business card, and he said his name, and his job title was Chief Ontologist. And that didn't sound right for this tech guy, but okay, I know what they mean.
And I think also in Husserl there might be something about distinction between formal and material ontology.
Yeah, I should.
The material ontology is what basically in our theories we talk about.
I should go back and look at that. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this very interesting talk. You nicely paid credit to our workshop on practical realism here at Tartu back in 2011.
Yes.
May I ask, have you looked into practical realism, into these 5 main theses, and can you perhaps make a brief comparison between practical realism and active realism?
I can try. Because in the first lecture I did show the 5 theses. If I can find it, sorry. No, I know. The scale's gone all strange, so I'm going to shrink it. No, not that, sorry. No. I'm sorry, I'm not finding it very easily here. Donald Trump keeps coming up. There it is. Right. Yeah, so, I mean, what I said in Monday's lecture is that I agree with almost everything that these 5 tenets state. So 2 things to say. One is, I'm certainly not trying to argue against this position at all. I agree with it. What I would like to be doing is building on it by providing many more concrete tools, if you want, for practicing this kind of philosophy. So that's the point of providing concepts of, operational coherence, as I called it, which was on Tuesday, and this new account of theory and truth and reality. But on the other hand, also this very practical way, if you want, of analyzing scientific practice. So developing my notion of systems of practice and epistemic activities and trying to be quite precise about that. But I haven't yet read all the papers of Professor Vihalem and other related works, so I may find other things. The only thing I'm not quite sure about in this, right, and you can probably tell me, is why you want to say Putnam's internal realism is a no-no, right? And the only thing I have picked up is that maybe Professor Vihalem thought that internal realism was just not realism. That's what I picked up. But according to my conception of realism, I think Putnam's internal realism probably is realism, but this is on the list of things to do, to really go back to Putnam in detail and study. But I mean, that's really the only little thing, maybe it's not a little thing, but that I found not agreeing with in this list of things. And I don't know, I mean, how could anybody disagree with this, right? I'm trying to develop it more and in my own way.
Thank you for those fascinating talks. I'm wondering, how do you relate with the kind of pragmatism that has been defended by Quine and Goodman? So Quine idea about ontology on what there is, is basically that there is what our best scientific theories are ontologically committed to. And there's this idea of ontologically committed peace. So on the one hand, it seems this is quite a liberal ontological position, because there are different scientific fields, or different fields, there are like many theories.
Yeah.
It would seem that we come up with quite an extensive ontology. But on the other hand, I wouldn't say that this attitude is pluralistic.
No.
Because,
yeah.
It mentions the best scientific theories. So, it seems to me that your view is consistent with something like that, because it seems to me that you can also rank activities by their operational coherence. So within some aims, some activities are more coherent than others. At least in principle, we can find out which activity is like the most coherent one. So yeah, in this sense, this monist option would be still open to you. I wouldn't say that, just in the sense that
it would be a
also wouldn't be. It's like, it seems to me that it
has certain virtues, because, I mean, first it put to justice to this monist intuition that most of people have, that reality is something unique and there's not like many different realities. And also it seems to me that if you adopt this monist position, then you don't have to talk about this Kantian thinking itself. You can just talk about like reality, whatever are choose.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm sure that much of what I say could be put together with a kind of monist framework. And that might even be an interesting and worthwhile thing to do. I mean, there are many reasons why I wouldn't do it, because, I mean, I didn't give you all the arguments for pluralism I have, so, I mean, my commitment to pluralism is broader than the aspects I just presented today. Concerning Quine, I mean, I take basically his naturalism, right? But two difficulties I have with Quine's position, and again, I have to go back and reread it with these spectacles on. But one problem I have with Quine's view is, you know, the casualness with which he says, oh yeah, our best scientific theories, giving no indication as to how one would actually judge such a thing, right? I mean, this is a disease that many philosophers have. Oh yeah, the scientists tell us the things we can believe and we just believe them, simple, right? What are the best scientific theories, and do they all agree with each other? Do they all cohere with each other, right? I mean, the kinds of things I was talking about in the concerning the multidimensionality of success, these are things that philosophers of Quine's type just never address. And then the other point is related, where he talks about the holism of the entire field of knowledge as one connected fabric, right? I mean, good luck with that. So I find those aspects of Quine's thought quite difficult to incorporate with my own way of thinking, although the naturalism is something I can definitely sign up to. Goodman, you mentioned Goodman, I think is more congenial to what I want to push, but what do I do with his irrealism? I'm not sure about that, and I'm not sure that ultimately the idea of versions of the world makes sense, but I think, you know, my little r realities, that's probably not so far from it, so I'm trying to work that out. Whether monism would save me from having to mention the Kantian noumena, I'm not sure, right? Because Kant was a good monist. But all I do with noumena is I mention them. So this goes back to Henrik's questions from yesterday. I'm not too bothered about having to mention the big R reality, because all I do is acknowledge its existence as this deep metaphysical kind of source of mind-independent stuff, right? So that wouldn't be enough of an attraction for me to go over to monism, I think.
Just one follow-up.
Yeah.
So about the point that, about the ease that some people have when they say that, like, when they point to the best scientific theories. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to spell out which one are better than others.
Uh-huh.
But so is this operational coherence, right? So it's also almost impossible to spell out, because it's also like something very multifaceted.
Yeah, but that's...
But nevertheless, you would want to say that some things are more coherent than others, right?
Well, I'm not sure that the use of my concept of coherence is the ranking in a strict linear kind of order of different systems of practice. Because first of all, I'm not sure how well it can be quantified. right? I wouldn't know how to do it. So it remains a qualitative notion at the moment. I mean, you can distinguish clear cases of incoherence and very high degree of coherence, but to put numbers on it, I'm not sure if I can do it, right? And besides, I don't think the principle of choice is going to go like we rank all relevant systems of practice in the order of coherence and we choose the top ones, because some things may be very coherent but not worth very much, right? Because we also are going to be valuing the aims of different activities, right? Some things may be tightly coherent and apply to very tiny domains of application, and that may not be clearly preferable to another system that does a lot of things with a little bit less coherence, right? So I think it's going to be quite hard to handle in a quantitative way. Yeah. Yeah. Go. Sorry, I'm not. You're doing.
So my question is pretty much only historical and kind of specific. That's okay. So it's something you mentioned in your book today as well, that according to phlogiston theory, elements were in a way modifiable. And I think I understand the way in which, according to Lavoisier's theory, they wouldn't be modifiable, and that for example, if we see hydrogen, inflammable air as phlogisticated water, that it would be the phlogiston modifying the water.
Yes.
But could you explain to me how they would see that modification? What does that entail if water gets modified by phlogiston?
It becomes inflammable.
But why is it different from a simple combination of phlogiston?
That's a very, very good question. And deep in the depth of chapter 1, there's a quick comment which says, I think the real demise of phlogiston chemistry was incoherence, brought about by the eventually unsuccessful importation of compositionism, right? Because the phlogiston theorists, having started out in this so-called principalist way, right? Yeah, water becomes modified in this quasi-Aristotelian way by the addition of phlogiston. Then they started also talking like phlogiston was another element, which then combined with water, and that, I think, in the end, fell apart, right?
So it started out as an immaterial principle.
Yeah.
Okay, to modify, like in an Aristotelian way?
I believe that was the original conception, right? Yeah. Yeah, but the phlogistonists themselves as a group were confused, right? Because they were using they had conflicting views on what combination meant, right? So they start in many cases thinking like the building block picture. Okay, we're going to put some phlogiston onto some water, and that's going to make inflammable air, but that doesn't work out, right? Because, well, many reasons. Yeah.
Yeah, could you just say a little bit more on what's your idea of humanist humility is all about in relation to, and how that squares up with your commitment to metaphysical pluralism, as it were. Because if you take a humanist stand, as far as your metaphysical commitment does that sit well with metaphysical pluralism or something?
It's not a direct link, right? So how it goes is you start from this basic humanism, as I call it, the idea that, yes, well, knowledge is what humans gain, including scientific knowledge, and this is gained through things that humans do in order to serve human intellectual and material and social purposes, right? So the contrast I'm trying to draw is with the view that, well, knowledge is a collection of statements that are true, which somehow, right, without really involving us, just fall out of things or the heavens or, right, abstract thought. So I'm saying let's think about science as something that happens in human lived experience, right, on the basis of those human experiences and towards human ends. So that's the general picture. And then I think that's liable to go into epistemic pluralism, right? And that's where the humility bit comes in. Because, well, you know, on the basis of our acute awareness of human limitations in general, plus the experience from the history of science, of things like the pessimistic induction, it seems reasonable that we should have a good deal of humility, right? That we're not somehow magically going to come up with the one way to do all science in the best way. Rather, we're going to be trying out different ways, right? Many different systems, applying in many different places, even in one domain, and trying out various different systems and just seeing what works out and modifying what works well enough, but accounting for its failures and, you know, trying to merge the systems sometimes, trying to put them up against each other in competition, trying to have one system co-opt things from another. This very complex evolution of knowledge systems, if you want, is, I think, the typical kind of process that we humans with enough humility can reasonably expect to have, right? So that's epistemic pluralism, from which then you get metaphysical, or we might want to say ontological pluralism, because, right, when you put epistemic pluralism together with the coherence theory of reality, then it follows, right, if there are many coherent systems of practice, and if they involve significantly different kinds of entities, right, that they presume, then we're going to grant reality to the entities that each of these coherent systems work with.
Yeah.
That's how we got to the metaphysical pluralism.
Yeah, that's very...
So I could have just said that and not given a whole hour.
Yeah, that's very clear to me. But the problem I had was basically, you know, the concept, that very problematic thing, humanism. It's quite problematic.
Yeah.
You know, in how I think of it. Because is it possible to have an epistemic community where they have some metaphysical presuppositions that are not centered on human, I mean, yeah, they are not, they are not centered on human, what do you call it? Yeah, human, whatever.
I mean, one thing we did discuss one of the mornings, I don't remember which day, is, yeah, the possibility that these epistemic agents may not be humans in the sense of being Homo sapiens. Okay, fine. We could have AI epistemic agents. We could have space aliens coming in. We might realize some terrestrial animals are actually, you know, good enough epistemic agents. If we could teach dolphins language, they probably have it already, which we don't understand. I mean, so there are all kinds of possibilities about the material basis of these epistemic agents. So in a way, human is just a shorthand for indicating whatever beings that are able to function as epistemic agents. But I mean, okay, it's in principle in practice, I think what we've still got is just humans who do anything that can be described as science, right? So I think we're still in the humanist phase, if you want, which we may get out of. I don't know, right? I mean, will we have that singularity with AI? Who knows? But meanwhile, I think we could at least think quite carefully about what human knowledge is like. And then we might even be better equipped to deal with non-human epistemic agents if and when they come to be, right? So I don't think the focus on the human is as problematic as you might be worrying about. Now, what is problematic, actually, I think, is about the diversity within humanity, right? I mean, I'm not comfortable with the Kantian type thought that all humans have exactly the same fundamental way of thinking. I don't think that's really quite true, but it seems that at least we all think in similar enough ways to be able to form scientific communities, those of us that do, right? So there's a discomfort for sure, but I think it's better than the alternative, which is to think about completely disembodied kind of propositions floating around in abstract conceptual space and being somehow judged to be corresponding to the world or not, right? Let's bring it down to always the question of what do we actually do when we gain knowledge, right? What do we actually do when we use knowledge, when we assess knowledge, right? And the we that I keep speaking about, I think the best approximation, if you want, is humans, right? So that's the starting point.
So I have a question in relation to, I think it's basically the end of your book where you have kind of some self-reflexive thoughts at the very end. And so the way, or what I get out of it, or part of it at least, is that so you discuss kind of what about monism. So the overall goal, at least as you frame it, is to have the proliferation of knowledge. So we need a pluralism of systems of practice. And I also think, and you can correct me if it's wrong, but part of what you say is that then a lot of people will need to think of themselves as practitioners or agents or people situated in practices, lead pluralists, and so on. So that part. So, but then my question is, if that's kind of the goal, actively kind of, and if you say, then it's a question how many people think like that now, and you would like more perhaps to do it. Then you're, as you presented now, you're kind of, the way you hesitate with articulating a more metaphysical something, which shouldn't be monist, but pluralist, couldn't that make kind of the gap between the monists and then, couldn't it kind of make it more difficult to kind of convince people to kind of start thinking of themselves as practitioners or pluralists or monists? Couldn't that be a pragmatic point in kind of articulating a bit more substantial metaphysics, something that's not just tied to a particular practice, because that could be a means of kind of moving traditional monists to a more pluralist. So, and my question is kind of inspired by, and you mentioned it briefly, kind of Dewey's experience in nature, where he says a lot about it, and people have criticized it and discussed it and so on. But I have a kind of suspicion that that's kind of part of the motivation to try to meet kind of people who think in a more traditional way. And see if you can kind of move them. If you can lure them in the beginning, and then they can perhaps come out as pluralists. Kind of.
So, I mean, are there any specific things you would suggest in that direction?
I guess also that's kind of, but yeah, I guess, so now I'm thinking about experience in nature, and it's also vague, but he says more about kind of nature and reality and so on, and perhaps...
I have to go back and read Experience in Nature again, because I couldn't make any sense of it when I first read it. So.
But it's, I guess it's also, yeah, perhaps it's more productive. Perhaps it's also more a question about how you think more, perhaps concretely about if it's also a plan of kind of trying to change some people's way of thinking. Is it then, how could you address them in their practices in a way where they will change their way of thinking, perhaps, so that they will also let your experiments and the recovery and so on exist, and not just say, well, that's fine.
Yeah, no, this is a very serious question, and I mean, you can ask that question in relation to the scientist or in relation to the philosophers, right? And it's always a matter of finding either a way in which I can get into their practices and try to, kind of bring them over, or finding something else that we can commonly, pay attention to and discuss. So, I mean, the first I find quite hard to do with the mainstream analytic philosophers. I guess I don't have enough patience to work through a lot of that stuff. I mean, I'm doing it a little bit, for example, with, Gilbert Ryle's Know How and Know That and the mainstream critique of those notions. So I can do little bits like that. Doing it wholesale, I'm going to frankly find quite tedious, so I'm not sure. In the second way, what I'm still hoping that I can do more with is the history of science, right? Or it doesn't have to be history, it can be contemporary science. I mean, there are ways, I think, of using that because, as we were discussing in relation to Quine, a lot of these philosophers have a lot of respect for science, right? Or frankly, blind faith. So if we can pull out scientific cases and scientific examples of scientific practices which tend to illustrate, why some of the things I worry about are worth worrying about, then I think that tends to work quite well. So, for example, when I'm talking about pluralism and the integrative aspect, I find that, for example, the GPS example really works well with people who have basic respect for science, and that one's, not too difficult to spell out in enough detail in about 2 minutes. So I try to do that kind of thing, but again, if you have any suggestions about the places where I could, make these engagements, that would be helpful. And then I have to be able to do it without getting too tangled up in metaphysics, right? Because then some other people will be upset.
As a quick addition, I think when considering the promotion practice realism, it's not to understand scientists and philosophers who are the dotted groups. It's also science funding bodies, science policy decision makers, and the entire machinery of popularization of science.
Yeah. I mean, I find it very intriguing. So in the book, I mentioned just very briefly the issues about science funding, right? And I think one of the places where these discussions could have most useful impact is in the science funding and science policy more generally. I mean, as well as science education, which we have talked about some. And if you look at the funding bodies, at least in the countries I'm familiar with, there is a recognition, that the current way of funding science is not the best. So they try to put up things called Pioneer Awards, or there are research grants specifically intended for paradigm-breaking thinking. There are lots of efforts these days to fund interdisciplinary research, of course. So if those funding body decisions could be informed by the sort of pluralism that we think we see effectively already in practice, at least through the history of science, I think that would be helpful. I mean, the reason I keep talking about physics is it's partly because that's the science I studied when I studied science, but it's sort of like going back to the earlier point. People do have this enormous respect for science. People do have physics envy. People do have this notion that physics is the best science and it is done in this monistic way. So I think it's one of the most useful things I can do to point out, hang on, right? Physics isn't actually like that, right? You look at a lot of physics going on and it doesn't proceed on this naive, reductionist, unificationist model. So I think all those things hopefully can be, reflected in policy. Popular science, I think, just briefly, has a lot to answer for, right? I mean, I think all of these unhelpful images of what science is like are very often spread by popular science writers, and I find it really quite annoying, but there's nothing else we can do except to go in there and engage ourselves, and we know that's not easy to do, but I think it needs to be done. Right?
There are no more questions, then I'd like to thank Hasok once again for the very interesting and entertaining lectures and seminars, and thank you for the discussion.
Thank you.